Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale rules for surviving the night in the Wax Museum is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time something felt off, it wasn't the statues. It was the music. A thin, tinny loop of jazz, something with brushed drums, and a sax that kept trying to be seductive, was playing from ceiling speakers that had no business working, because the front desk had already flipped the sign to closed, and the building had that after-hours hush you get when an air system throttles down. The loop snagged every so often, like the file was scratched. Same two measures. Again. Then, mid-sax phrase, it cut out. Not in a dramatic way, not with a squeal, just gone. The sudden absence made the room's other sounds stand up and show themselves. The soft buzz of a vending machine in the lobby, the electric tick of an exit sign, a distant clank from somewhere back in the exhibits, like a metal mop bucket nudged by accident. I stopped walking. "You hear that?" I asked, because in the moment, it was easier to pretend I wasn't alone with my own nerves. Behind me, Mara's boots scuffed on the tile, and she slowed too. Hear what? The music. I lifted my flashlight automatically, even though my phone screen was already bright in my palm. The beam threw a pale oval over the museum's glossy brochure stand. A stack of leaflets. Welcome to the Harbor City Wax Museum. A smiling family frozen in print, their faces lit like it was midday, and not whatever this was. Mara leaned around my shoulder. It stopped. Yeah, my voice came out too tight. I cleared my throat and tried again. It's probably on a timer. Timers don't stutter like that. She said it lightly, like she was teasing, but her eyes had that sharp, scanning look she got when she was working. Mara couldn't fully turn it off. I turned toward the front desk. The old man who'd let us in was gone frank, he'd said, the evening manager, and the desk lamp was off. The register drawer sat open just a crack. A small thing, but it looked like someone had left in a hurry. A set of keys dangled from a hook under the counter, with a bright orange floaty keychain that said Harbor City on it, like it belonged on a boat. My phone buzzed in my hand. No service. I frowned at it anyway, like I could bully it into behaving. The little bars were empty, the SOS indicator not even showing, just the flat refusal of no service, and a faint reflection of my own face looking back at me. Mara noticed. Dead zone, apparently. Great. She exhaled through her nose. Because, of course, a wax museum has a dead zone. I wanted to laugh with her. I almost did, but the lobby smelled like lemon cleaner and old carpet, and something faintly sweet underneath, like plastic warming under lights, and the air sat too still. It wasn't scary, exactly. It was just museum air, controlled and indifferent. And the building was older than the brochures pretended. Could see it in the scuffed baseboards, the slightly sagging ceiling panels, the patched drywall around a corner where somebody had once clipped a rolling cart too hard. There were 3 of us, technically. Mara and me and Ben, lagging behind because Ben never walked through a doorway without peering upward like he was expecting the ceiling to drop. That was Ben. Even in a museum, he moved like he was on a job site. Ben's voice drifted from the entrance hall, lower and annoyed. The glass door just clicked. Mara and I looked back. Ben had one hand on the heavy front door, his fingers splayed on the handle. He was standing with the posture of someone trying not to show he was unsettled. "It locked?" Mara asked. Ben gave the handle another tug. The door didn't budge. "Yeah, it locked." "That's normal," I said automatically. "It's after hours." "It locked with me on this side," Ben replied. I stepped closer, heart doing that quick kick it did when I couldn't see the whole picture. "Did you hit the bar?" "There is no bar. It's a museum door, not a dive." He tried to smile, but it didn't land. He tilted his head toward the top hinge, and it just clicked on its own, like a magnet lock. But he leaned in, peered at the frame. "This place doesn't have a magnet lock. It's old." Mara was already at the front desk, bending and squinting beneath the counter. She came up holding the orange float keychain like she'd snatched it without thinking. "Maybe Frank locks it remotely. Maybe he has a fob." "Frank doesn't look like he knows what a fob is," Ben said. "That is ageist," Mara shot back, but her tone was too quick. She turned the keychain over in her hand. The key itself was a simple brass cut, not a fob, not a badge, a key. My mind tried to push the discomfort into a box labeled explainable. The manager stepped out for a smoke, hit the lock because it's policy, forgot we were still inside for 10 seconds. Only we weren't supposed to be inside at all. We'd gotten lucky. That was the whole thing. 2 hours earlier, the Wax Museum had been a punchline. A suggestion made because it was raining hard enough to turn the harbor into a sheet of hammered metal. And we were killing time in Harbor City while Ben waited for a call about a contract job. Mara's flight back to Chicago was in the morning. I lived here, sort of subletting a studio across town after my internship fell through and my pride took a beating. So we'd wandered. We'd gotten coffee. We'd watched tourists take photos of a bronze sailor statue on the waterfront. We de-ducked into a souvenir shop to get out of the rain, and Mara had laughed at a rack of t-shirts that said Harbor City is for lovers, like the town had decided to flirt with anyone willing to buy cotton. Then, we'd seen the Wax Museum sign big block letters, a lighthouse logo, and a banner outside that promised new true crime gallery. Mara loved true crime the way some people loved sports, with stats, with opinions, with a need to stand in the room where it happened and look at it until it made sense. "It'll be funny," she'd said. "An hour, then dinner." It should have been an hour, but inside, the museum was more earnest than I expected. Not big city polished, but detailed. The rooms were themed: harbor history, film icons, a weirdly extensive section on local inventors, and the true crime gallery, tucked at the back like a dare, had newspaper clippings and staged scenes that were cheesy in concept, but disturbingly well lit. We de-stayed longer than planned because Mara kept reading every caption, and Ben, who pretended not to care, kept stopping to point out the security camera placements, the cheap corner mirrors, the way you could slip behind a velvet rope if you wanted. And me, I'd stayed because it was a place where you were allowed to look without being looked at. You could take your time. You could breathe. You could let your thoughts settle. That was my private flaw, if you want to call it that. I could vanish into a building the way some people vanished into their phones. I didn't mean to. It just happened. If I wasn't careful, hours went by and I didn't realize I'd stopped being present with the people beside me. When Frank announced over the intercom that the museum would be closing in 15 minutes, Mara had rolled her eyes like the message was directed at someone else. Ben had said, "We should go." And I'd said, "Yeah, because I always said yeah when I wasn't ready to leave. We ended up in the lobby after closing because Mara wanted one more photo with the wax figure of a famous actress near the staircase. A woman with a perfect red lip and a dress that looked wet with sequins. And because Frank, softening at our obvious tourism and Mara's polite apology, had offered to let us finish up quickly if we promised not to touch anything. He'd even joked, "Just don't let them talk you into staying." Which was funny, because wax figures don't talk. Now, standing in the lobby with the door locked, the joke didn't feel funny anymore. It felt like a line someone wrote for a movie, and we were acting it out badly. Mara slid the orange float keychain into her pocket, like she didn't trust leaving it on the desk. "Let's not freak out," she said. "We can find Frank. He probably stepped out back." Ben's gaze moved across the lobby toward a hallway marked staff only. "Back is where?" Mara pointed vaguely with her chin. "Somewhere behind that." I stared at the closed door. The staff-only sign was printed in bold, simple black letters, like the building was trying to be very clear about boundaries. The kind of door you didn't open unless you had a reason. I realized my mouth was dry. I swallowed. We could knock. We could also just wait, I said, and hated how small it sounded. The idea of sitting in the lobby like obedient kids, while a locked door held us in made my stomach twist. Ben's phone was out now too, thumb flicking, then stopping. He turned his screen toward us. No service on his either. "Okay," he said, "that's annoying." Mara lifted her own phone. Same result. "Is this place a bunker?" "It's near the water," Ben said. "Could just be thick walls, old building, steel framing, whatever." "Okay," Mara nodded like she was accepting it. She looked at me. "You live here. Do you have anyone you can call?" "With no service," I said, and my laugh came out a little jagged. She didn't smile back. Her eyes were bright in the lobby's low light. The overhead fixtures were mostly off now, leaving a warm glow from a few wall sconces that made everything look like late afternoon, even though it was evening. It made the wax actress by the stairs look almost alive, her shadow pressed neatly to her heels. "Landline," Mara offered. I glanced at the front desk phone, a beige thing with a cord that coiled like an old tendon. It looked unplugged, but it was hard to tell from where I stood. Ben walked over and picked it up. He pressed buttons, held it to his ear. His face shifted like he'd expected a dial tone and gotten something else. "What?" I asked. He held the receiver away, then back, frowning. "It's nothing, no dial tone." Mara's expression tightened. "Is it unplugged?" Ben leaned over the desk. "Cord goes into the wall." "So the line's dead," Mara said. She said it like it was just information, but her fingers were rubbing together, restless. "Okay, fine. Frank's out back. We find him. He unlocks the door. We go eat. We tell this story tomorrow and laugh." Ben looked at the wax actress again, then at the dark hallway leading deeper into exhibits. "Or," he said carefully, "we find an emergency exit. There's gotta be one. They're required." That was true. I knew it was true because I'd worked in enough public buildings to know exits were a whole thing. Fire code, panic bars, illuminated signs. The museum had exit signs in the lobby, glowing green, pointing toward doors we hadn't used. I followed one sign with my eyes. It pointed down a corridor that led toward the exhibits, not toward the front. "Great," Mara muttered, reading the same sign. "So we go deeper." Ben's voice went flatter. "We have flashlights. It's not a haunted house." "No," Mara said, too quick. "It's a wax museum." I didn't say anything, because the truth was I'd already imagined it, walking past faces that looked almost right under dim lights, while the building made settling noises and the rain tapped at windows. Not supernatural, just wrong in the way mannequins in a dark store are wrong. The brain seeing a person and then correcting itself. I took a step toward the exhibit corridor anyway. My body decided before my words did, and that startled me more than the locked door. I wasn't brave. I was just tired of feeling trapped. Mara fell in beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. "Okay," she said softly, like she was talking to herself. "Okay, rules, rules," Ben echoed. Mara looked between us. Just practical ones. Like if we split up, we don't. If we hear something, we say it. If we find Frank, we don't accuse him of murder. We just get the door unlocked. Ben snorted, a quick release of tension. "That's a very specific rule." "Hoping," she said, and for a second her smile was real. I reached the edge of the corridor. The lobby light fell off quickly, like someone had drawn a line. Beyond it, the museum was dim and lit in patches, spotlights over displays, low bulbs along the baseboards, long stretches of shadow. The air was cooler there, carrying a faint scent of dust and something waxy, like crayons left in a hot car. From somewhere deeper inside, a sound again. Not a voice, not a scream, just a single metallic tap, and then a softer scrape, like something being set down. Ben lifted his flashlight. The beam cut a bright tunnel through the dimness, catching a glass case full of old maritime tools. A harpoon tip, a compass, a ship's bell with a dull shine. Mara swallowed. I heard it, loud in the quiet. "We can either go toward the staff area," Mara said, "or follow the exit signs. Those might take us out without needing Frank." Ben nodded slowly. Staff area could have a back door, and could also have whatever that sound was, Mara said. I didn't like that she'd said it out loud. Naming it made it heavier. My phone buzzed again in my hand. Not a notification, just a vibration, like it was trying, failing, trying again to connect. I looked down. Still no service. But the screen lit up anyway, and for a second the camera app was open, as if I'd swiped it without realizing. The front-facing camera showed my own face too close, washed out in the phone's glow. Behind me, over my shoulder, the corridor's darkness. No movement, nothing uncanny. Still, I closed the app quickly, like someone might see. Ben shifted his weight, impatient now. We pick a direction. Mara's gaze stayed on the staff-only door. "We either take the obvious door," she said, "or we go deeper and trust the exit signs." And there it was, the choice. Simple on paper, sticky in the gut. The lobby behind us felt suddenly too bright, too exposed. The corridor ahead felt like stepping into the back of a theater after the show, when the sets are still up and the costumes are still hanging, and you're not supposed to be there. Mara brushed her fingers against the orange keychain in her pocket, then looked at me like my answer mattered more than it should. I took a breath, tasting lemon cleaner and stale air. "Okay," I said, "we choose." And the museum waited, patient as furniture, for us to move. The first real problem announced itself with a smell. Not wax, not cleaner, burning. It was faint at first, thin enough that I thought I'd imagined it, like someone had blown out a match somewhere deep in the building. But then it came again, stronger, with a plastic edge to it. Electrical. Ben caught it a second after I did. I saw the shift in his face before he spoke. "You smell that?" Mara froze mid-step. "Don't say that unless you're sure." "I'm sure." The metallic tap we'd heard earlier didn't repeat. Instead, there was a low, uneven hum under our feet, the kind you only notice once you're listening for it. The building's systems trying to do something. Ben moved first, angling his flashlight down the corridor toward the exit sign. "That's wiring," he said. "Has to be." "From where?" I asked. "Could be anything. Old ballast, light fixture overheating." "Or something worse," Mara said. Ben shot her a look. "Let's not jump." But we were already moving faster. The corridor opened into the harbor history room, a dim, staged dock scene with nets draped over fake pilings, and a wax fisherman mid-cast, his line frozen in midair. The spotlights above him flickered once, twice, then steadied. The smell was stronger here, sharp enough that it made the back of my throat feel raw. "Okay," Ben said, voice flattening into work mode. "If something's overheating, it'll be near a junction or panel. Museums don't just have random wires in walls." Mara's eyes tracked the ceiling. "Panels are usually in staff areas." "Yeah," which meant the staff-only hallway, the obvious door. Mara hesitated. "What if Frank's already handling it?" "Then great," Ben said. "We find him and leave." "And if he's not?" Ben didn't answer. A light above the fisherman blinked again. This time it didn't recover fully. It stayed dimmer, a sickly yellow. "Okay," I said, because my brain had started running numbers without permission. Old building. Electrical fire. Closed museum. No service. Rain outside. We were the only ones who knew something might be wrong. That part landed hard. Mara's flight was at 7:10 a.m. She joked earlier that she'd probably oversleep because I lived too far from the airport and she hated early mornings. Now I imagined her stuck here until dawn while something smoldered in the walls. And my private flaw vanishing into places, letting time slip, suddenly felt less like a quirk and more like negligence. We stayed. I'd lingered. If we hadn't, Jordan. Mara's voice snapped me back. "Yeah, focus, right." We pivoted toward the staff-only corridor. The door was heavier than it looked. Ben tried the handle first. Locked. Mara pulled the orange keychain from her pocket. It made a small, cheerful splash sound when it swung. "Please work," she muttered. She tried the brass key. It slid in smoothly. We all leaned closer, like proximity could influence outcome. The lock turned with a soft, decisive click. Ben exhaled. Good. The hallway beyond was narrow and utilitarian concrete floor, exposed pipes overhead, fluorescent strips that hummed louder than the exhibit lights. The smell hit us harder here. "Yeah," Ben said quietly. "That's not a light bulb." It was coming from farther down. We moved carefully, not because of fear, but because the floor was uneven and cluttered with stacked boxes labeled gift shop and seasonal display. Mara brushed a stack by accident, and one box tipped, thudding to the floor. We all flinched. "Sorry," she whispered unnecessarily. At the end of the hall was a metal door with a red sign, electrical. Ben stopped short. "Okay, nobody touch anything stupid." "That's comforting," Mara said. Ben shot her a quick, tight look. "I mean it. If there's active heat in there, we don't just fling it open." "Do we call someone?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "With what?" Mara said. Ben leaned close to the door without touching it. He hovered his hand near the surface. "Warm," he said. "How warm?" "Warmer than it should be." My stomach tightened. "Fire alarm?" Mara asked. "Shouldn't there be one?" "There is," Ben said, "probably tied to a central system. If it was triggered, we'd hear it." As if summoned by the word, a faint chirp came from somewhere overhead. Not a full alarm, just a single electronic peep. Then silence. Mara's eyes widened. "Was that low battery?" Ben said quickly. "Smoke detector battery." Low battery in a museum, she said. That's not reassuring. Another chirp, slightly louder. The smell sharpened again, unmistakable now. Insulation, melting plastic. Ben stepped back from the door. Okay, here's the deal. If something's cooking in there and it spreads, this place fills with smoke fast. We need to know what we're dealing with. You just said don't fling it open. I didn't say never open it. Ben, he turned to me. Jordan, you good? It was a simple question, but it landed wrong. Because no, I wasn't good. My pulse was loud in my ears. My hands felt too aware of themselves, but I nodded. Yeah, okay, he said. We crack it, slow. If there's flame, we shut it. If it's just heat, we see if there's a breaker we can kill. You know what you're looking at? Mara asked. Enough. The third chirp came. Ben gripped the handle. I realized, suddenly, how much I hated enclosed spaces with bad air. Not because of claustrophobia exactly, more because of that trapped feeling, like the walls were making decisions for you. Ben pulled the door open a few inches. Heat rolled out, not roaring, not dramatic, but enough that I felt it against my face. Okay, he said quietly. He opened it wider. Inside was a cramped utility room with 2 large breaker panels mounted on the wall and a tangle of conduit running upward. One of the panels had its door slightly ajar, and from inside it came a faint, angry buzz. There was no visible flame, but there was smoke. Thin, gray, curling lazily upward. Shit, Mara breathed. Ben stepped in just enough to peer closer. It's arcing, he said. Loose connection, maybe. It's burning something. Can you turn it off? I asked. He scanned the panel labels. If I kill the main, the whole building goes dark. Is that bad? It's a museum full of trip hazards and glass cases, he said. And we're in it. Another chirp overhead. Louder. Mara wiped her palms on her jeans. If you don't kill it and it catches, I know. He reached toward the main breaker, then paused. Once it's off, we lose the exit lights. Emergency ones might kick in, might, I echoed. He looked at me sharply. Do you want smoke or dark? That wasn't fair. But it was accurate. I thought of the exhibit rooms. The wax figures mid-gesture. The narrow corridors. The fact that we'd already lost cell service and the landline. Dark meant isolation. Dark meant deeper in. Smoke meant choking. Mara said. Ben pulled the main breaker down. The building exhaled. Every light died at once. The hum vanished. The fluorescent strips flicked out. The exhibit spotlights blinked into nothing. For half a second, there was true black. Then, scattered along the ceiling, small green emergency lights blinked on, casting everything in a dim, underwater glow. The smoke detector chirped again, then went silent. The burning smell remained, but it didn't intensify. Ben let out a slow breath. Okay, I asked him, echoing his earlier question. Yeah, he nudged the panel door closed with careful fingers. That should stop it from feeding. Should, Mara repeated, her favorite word tonight. We stepped back into the hallway. Without the main power, the building felt different. Smaller. The emergency lights were placed far apart, creating pockets of shadow between them. The green glow flattened everything, made faces look wrong. We started back toward the exhibit corridor. That's when we heard it. A door, somewhere beyond the staff hall, toward the lobby. Not a slam, not violent, just the distinct sound of a door closing. All 3 of us froze. Frank, Mara called too quickly. No answer. Ben's jaw tightened. That wasn't us. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. Not supernatural, just the sudden awareness that we might not be alone. Could be the front door, I said. If the magnet. It's not a magnet lock, Ben said automatically. What? He didn't respond. Moved back toward the lobby, slower now. The harbor history room looked wrong in the green light. The fisherman's wax face was flattened, eyes dull. Nets cast strange shadows that looked like grasping hands until you got close enough to see the rope. Mara stayed close to me. "Okay," she whispered. "New rule." Ben didn't look back. "What? We don't assume we're alone." That was already implied. Not enough. We reached the corridor that led to the lobby. The front desk was visible from here, bathed in green. The glass entrance door was still closed, but it wasn't empty beyond it anymore. A shape stood outside in the rain, human, still, close enough to the glass that water streaked down around the silhouette. I swallowed. "Is that?" Mara began. The emergency light flickered once. The shape moved, not dramatically, just a shift of weight. And then a hand lifted, pressed flat against the glass. Not pounding, not waving, just there. Ben's voice was low and controlled. "That's not Frank." The rain outside intensified, drumming against the glass. The figure's outline blurred. My heart hammered so hard I felt it in my throat. "Do we open it?" Mara asked. Ben didn't answer immediately. The hand on the glass slid slightly downward, leaving a faint streak. We couldn't see the face clearly, just the outline of a hood or a hat. "Maybe they're trying to get in," I said, hating how thin my voice sounded. "Maybe they need help." "In a blackout," Ben said. "In a closed museum." The figure knocked once. Soft, deliberate. Mara looked at me. "If we ignore them and they need help, and if we open it and they do," Ben countered. Another knock, this time harder. The orange keychain felt suddenly heavy in Mara's pocket. The burning smell lingered behind us. The building was dark, the rain kept falling, and we had to decide whether the greater risk was inside with us or waiting just outside the door. The knock came again. 3 taps this time, evenly spaced. Ben didn't flinch, but I saw the muscle jump in his jaw. "Nobody opens that," he said quietly. Mara didn't answer. She was staring at the hand on the glass. The rain ran over it in wavering lines, distorting the fingers until they looked too long, too thin. "Maybe they're soaked," she said. "Maybe people don't just show up at a closed museum in a blackout," Ben cut in. "And if they do, they can go somewhere else." The emergency light above the front desk flickered once. The figure outside tilted their heads slightly, like they were listening. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice to stay level. "We don't open it. We don't engage. If they're real trouble, they'll escalate. If they're not, they'll leave." "Escalate how?" Mara asked. I didn't have an answer for that. The hand slid off the glass. For a second, the figure stepped back, swallowed by rain and shadow. Then they were gone. Not in a horror movie blink. They just moved out of the narrow slice of visibility the emergency lights gave us. Ben waited a full 10 seconds before he exhaled. Good, Mara said. "We don't know where they went." "Outside," he said, "where they belong." But the front door was still locked. The magnetless, old-fashioned, heavy glass door with a manual lock we couldn't access from here. Mara pulled the orange keychain out again. "This is probably the front key." "Probably," Ben said. "That's not comforting." Moved toward the desk, hands shaking slightly now. I noticed because Mara's hands didn't usually shake. She prided herself on being composed. She reached under the counter, found the interior lock cylinder. The key fit. She turned it. Nothing happened. She tried again, harder. The key rotated, but the door didn't unlock. Ben stepped closer, shining his flashlight at the frame. "It's double locked. There's a deadbolt at the top, manual." "Where is that controlled from?" I asked. Inside, he said. But not here, meaning the top lock is probably set with a key from outside. Mara stared at him. So we can't unlock it from here. Not unless we break it. We all looked at the glass. It was thick, reinforced, not decorative. A museum-grade front. Breaking it would take effort and make noise. And if we break it, Mara said slowly, we're standing in a dark building with no power and an unknown person outside who now knows exactly where we are. Correct, she swallowed. Okay, so we don't break it. That's attempt one, Ben said quietly. Failed. The rain softened slightly, shifting from heavy drumming to a steadier hiss. Outside, the harbor wind pushed water in diagonal streaks across the pavement. I forced myself to think about the map of the building. Front lobby, harbor history to the right, film icons beyond that, true crime gallery at the back left, gift shop tucked behind the lobby wall, staff hallway behind the desk leading to electrical and storage. Exit signs had pointed deeper, not forward. Emergency exit, I said. There has to be one. Ben nodded. Usually in the back, near loading. Mara hesitated, glancing once more at the glass. And if that person is circling the building, then we'd hear them, Ben said. It's pouring. Would we? He didn't answer. We moved. From the lobby, we cut right through harbor history again. Nets brushing our shoulders. The wax fisherman's frozen grin, now more grotesque under green light. The room opened into film icons, red carpet rope barriers, cardboard backdrops painted to look like premieres. In the dim, the wax figures were disorienting. A famous actor mid-wave, a singer with a microphone frozen near her lips. Our flashlights carved narrow lanes through the gloom. Outside those beams, faces hovered. Okay, Mara said under her breath. Rule number 2. No sudden movements. That's not how movement works, Ben muttered. Halfway through film icons, a shape shifted in the dark to our left. I felt it before I saw it. That sense of motion just outside vision. Ben, he swung his light. The beam caught a figure standing between velvet ropes. Tall, shoulders squared, head slightly tilted. The light flickered over a face that looked wrong. Not human wrong, just off. Mara sucked in air sharply. The figure leaned forward, and then stopped, because it wasn't leaning. It was suspended slightly on a base, and the base had rolled an inch on uneven flooring. Ben stepped closer. The light revealed the placard, Local Heroes, Firefighter Captain Robert Dale. The wax figure's eyes were glassy, one slightly misaligned. In the green glow, it had looked like it was moving. It's on wheels, Ben said, crouching. They probably repositioned displays. Mara let out a shaky breath. Great, so they can move. That was misdirection, Ben said dryly. Not malicious. But my pulse didn't slow immediately. We continued. The film icon's room opened into a narrower corridor lined with framed photos and small spotlights that were now dead. The exit sign at the end glowed faintly, pointing left. Left led toward the true crime gallery. Of course it does, Mara muttered. We turned left. The true crime gallery had been almost theatrical earlier, yellowed newspaper clippings, chalk outlines painted on floors, mannequins staged in scenes meant to replicate famous local cases. Now, under emergency light, it was oppressive. The air felt heavier here. Halfway through, a loud bang echoed from behind us. All three of us spun. Front, Mara whispered. Maybe, Ben said, or something settling. The bang didn't repeat. But now the burning smell was gone, replaced by a colder scent. Damp concrete, old carpet. We reached the end of the true crime gallery and found a metal door marked exit with a push bar. Ben tried it. It didn't move. Locked, he said. From the inside. I asked. Yeah, that's illegal, Mara said automatically. It's a museum, not a nightclub, Ben snapped. They probably alarm it. He examined the frame. There's a magnetic sensor. It might have disengaged with the power cut. So push harder, Mara said. He shoved. The door rattled but didn't open. Alarm's mechanical, he said after a second. It's latched, probably keyed from the outside. So both exits are locked from outside, I said. Looks that way. Mara's composure cracked slightly. Why would you design it like that? For security, Ben said. To stop theft. Great, so we're secure. Her voice trembled on the last word. Ben stepped back. We can try the loading dock. It might be separate. Where's that? I asked. He gestured vaguely. Usually behind storage. Staff hallway probably connects. We retraced our steps through true crime, past wax mannequins posed mid-confession, mid-arrest. My legs felt heavier now. Adrenaline was burning off, leaving a shaky residue. Halfway through, Mara stumbled. She caught her toe on the edge of a raised display platform, pitching forward into a velvet rope. The rope snapped free from one stanchion with a metallic clink. She hissed in pain. You okay? I asked, grabbing her arm. Ankle, she said through her teeth. I twisted it. Ben shone the light down. Her ankle was already swelling slightly above her sneaker. Can you walk? He asked. She tested it, winced. Yeah, I think. We slowed. The museum felt bigger now. Longer. Every room an obstacle. Back in harbor history, another sound came from the staff hallway. A dragging noise. Slow, deliberate. Ben froze. That's not structural. My mouth went dry. Frank, I called, because that was still the easiest explanation. No answer. The dragging sound came again. Closer. Ben moved toward the staff corridor, shoulders squared. Careful, Mara whispered. We reached the entrance. The green emergency light at the hallway's midpoint cast long shadows over stacked boxes. At the far end, near the electrical room, something lay on the floor. A shape. Ben moved forward cautiously, beam steady. It was a metal step ladder. On its side, one leg bent slightly. Probably fell when we cut power, he said. Does ladders drag themselves? Mara asked. He pointed the light at the concrete floor. There were faint scrape marks leading from the electrical room toward the center of the hall. Fresh, my chest tightened. Someone was in there, I said. Or the vibration when the breaker shut off knocked it, Ben countered. But his voice lacked conviction. We edged toward the electrical room door. It was closed now. Ben hadn't closed it fully before. He glanced at me. I shook my head slightly. He opened it. The room was empty except for the panels. No visible smoke, but the panel door we'd nudged shut earlier was open again. Just slightly. A thin gap. Ben stepped in carefully, shining his light across the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Nothing. He stepped back out slower. Okay, Mara said quietly. New information. We're not alone in the building. That's not confirmed, Ben said. She gestured at the scrape marks. It's not unconfirmed either. A loud crash exploded from the front lobby. Glass. All three of us flinched. That, Ben said, is escalation. We ran. Ankle or not, Mara ran. Through harbor history. Through film icons. As we neared the lobby, the sound of rain intensified, unfiltered now. The front glass door had shattered, not completely, but enough. A jagged hole near the center where someone had struck it repeatedly. The lower panel was spiderwebbed with cracks. Cold rain blew inward. The front desk was soaked on one side, and the silhouette from earlier was gone. Ben stepped forward, scanning outside. The street was empty, but the deadbolt at the top of the door now hung loose, twisted. "They broke it," Mara whispered. "Yeah, so they're gone?" I asked. Ben didn't answer. He crouched, inspecting the broken glass. "Rock," he said, "or something heavy." "Why break it and leave?" Mara said. The rain gusted harder, blowing water across the tile floor toward the exhibits. The emergency lights flickered again. And then slowly, one by one, they began to dim. "Backup battery," Ben said. "It's dying." The green glow weakened. The museum sank toward darkness. "We have maybe minutes," he said. "And the front door is open," Mara said. "Anyone can walk in." As if on cue, from somewhere beyond the shattered entrance, a shape moved. Not clearly visible, just a darker outline against rain. Ben stood. "Back," he said sharply. "Now." We stepped away from the lobby, deeper into the museum. Behind us, the rain and wind pushed the broken door inward, banging it softly against the frame. The emergency lights went out. Total darkness swallowed the space. And somewhere between the lobby and harbor history, footsteps entered the building. Retreat was no longer an option. The footsteps didn't hurry. That was the worst part. They came in slow, careful, crunching lightly over broken glass in the lobby, then softening as they reached carpet. A pause, another step. We were halfway between harbor history and film icons when the emergency lights finally died. Total black. For half a second, none of us moved. Then Ben's flashlight clicked back on. A narrow beam. "Weak already?" "Conserve it," he whispered. "Conserve it for what?" Mara breathed. "For when we need it." We backed into the film icon's room because it had the most cover: velvet ropes, cardboard cutouts, those wheeled bases. If someone was inside, we needed obstacles between us and them. My heart hammered so hard it felt structural. The footsteps continued, not rushing, not calling out, just moving through harbor history. The nets brushed softly as the intruder passed. I heard the faint rasp of rope shifting. Ben angled the flashlight off, pointing it at the floor instead of ahead. Less obvious, less inviting. Mara leaned against a display wall, weight off her twisted ankle. Her breath came fast and shallow. I could hear it. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, we don't know their intent." "Glass-breaking intent," Ben said. "Maybe they thought someone was inside in trouble." "Then why not shout?" We all fell silent at that. The footsteps entered film icons. Closer now. A beam of white light cut across the far wall. Not ours. Brighter, steadier. A second flashlight. The beam moved slowly across a wax figure of a singer, paused on her face, then slid on. Whoever it was searching. My mouth went dry. Ben leaned close to us. "On 3, he whispered. We moved toward true crime, narrower corridors. We can control space. "Control how?" Mara asked. "Just trust me." The other flashlight swept again. 1, 2, 3, we moved. Mara bit down on a hiss as her ankle protested. I grabbed her arm, steadying her as we slipped between 2 velvet ropes. One rope snagged on my sleeve and clattered loose. The intruder's beam snapped toward the sound. "Hey," a male voice called out. Not panicked, not friendly, just alert. We ran through the narrow corridor toward true crime. Ben's light flicked off entirely now. Darkness swallowed us. We turned left into the true crime gallery, hugging the wall. The room smelled faintly of old fabric and something metallic from the broken door draft. Behind us, footsteps quickened. "They're following," Mara whispered unnecessarily. Ben grabbed one of the wheeled wax mannequins, one staged mid-arrest, arm extended, and shoved it sideways into the corridor. It rolled with a squeal and toppled, crashing across the floor. The intruder cursed. Footsteps stumbled, a thud. Jesus. We gained a few seconds. Not much. The true crime gallery opened into two branching paths, one toward the back exit door we tried earlier, one toward a small alcove display. Ben dragged us toward the exit again. It's locked, I hissed. Not the door, he said. He shone the flashlight upward. Above the exit sign was a small red box. Fire alarm pull. We can trigger it manually, he said. Will it work without power? Mara asked. Should, separate battery. Should, she echoed. Footsteps entered true crime. Second flashlight beam cut across walls, catching headlines and mannequin faces. Ben yanked the alarm. For one endless second, nothing happened. Then a deafening shriek. The building exploded with sound. Not subtle, not low battery, full alarm. Strobing red emergency lights kicked on, powered separately from the main system. The museum was suddenly a nightmare carnival of flashing red and shadows jerking to life. The intruder shouted, startled. We staggered back from the noise. Hands clapped over ears. Mara yelled over it. Very good, Ben shouted back. The alarm meant attention, police, fire. But it also meant we were visible. The strobing lights made everything disorienting. Wax figures seemed to move in the pulses. Shadows jumped. The intruder stepped fully into view for the first time. Mid-30s, hooded jacket soaked dark, scruffy beard. No mask. His eyes locked on us. For a split second, he looked as surprised as we were. Then his expression hardened. Shut that off, he shouted. Call 911, Mara yelled back reflexively. I can't, I shouted. He advanced, not sprinting, but determined. Ben grabbed a stanchion post from the velvet rope barrier and swung it into the corridor between them. Stay back, Ben barked. The man didn't slow. He shoved the stanchion aside. He wasn't huge, but he was strong enough. He lunged. Ben met him halfway. They collided hard. The impact knocked Ben backward into a display case. Glass cracked, but didn't shatter. I grabbed the nearest object, a wax figure base, and shoved it toward the man's legs. He stumbled. Mara, despite her ankle, swung her crutchless leg in a desperate kick. It connected with his knee. He grunted, lost balance. Ben tackled him low. All three went down in a tangle. The alarm shrieked on. Red lights flashed. I dove in. The man thrashed, elbow catching my cheek. Pain flared bright and sharp. He reached into his jacket. For a second, my brain screamed knife. But he pulled out a screwdriver. Long, flathead, he swung it blindly. It sliced across Ben's forearm. Ben hissed, blood immediately dark in the strobe. Drop it, I shouted. The man scrambled up, shoving Ben off. He bolted not toward the front, but deeper, toward the staff hallway. Electrical, Ben gasped. Understanding slammed into me. The panel, the overheating, the scrape marks. He was in there, I said. He's trying to kill the alarm, Mara said. We ran after him. The alarm's echo distorted direction. The strobe lights made it hard to judge distance. We hit the staff corridor just as he reached the electrical room. He yanked the door open. Stop, Ben shouted. The man ignored him, darting inside. I reached the doorway in time to see him shove the screwdriver into the open panel. Sparks exploded. White hot. He screamed. The screwdriver jerked from his hand, clattering to the floor. He collapsed backward, smoke curling from the panel again. The alarm didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder in my skull. Ben pulled me back instinctively. The man lay half in, half out of the electrical room, groaning. His jacket sleeve was scorched. He tried to move, failed. Mara reached us, breath-ragged. "Is he alive?" Ben said. We stood there, stunned, as red light strobed over everything. Smoke began to build again from the panel. "Okay," Ben said, snapping back to himself. "We can't leave that." "You can't touch it," I said. "I'm not." He grabbed the fallen metal ladder. "Help me." We dragged the ladder over and used it as a barrier, hooking it around the panel door and pulling it shut without touching live components. The sparks subsided. The smoke thinned. The alarm kept screaming. Sirens began faintly in the distance. Real ones, police or fire, hard to tell yet. The man groaned again, trying to push himself up. Ben stepped forward, breathing hard, blood running down his arm. "Don't," he said flatly. The man stared up at him, eyes unfocused. "You don't get to trap people in a building," Ben said. The man's voice came out ragged. "Just needed time." "For what?" Mara demanded. He didn't answer. Sirens grew louder. The red strobes kept flashing. My hands were shaking so badly I had to brace them against the wall. Ben sagged slightly, adrenaline draining. "You're bleeding," I said. "Yeah." Mara leaned heavily against me, ankle swelling visibly now. Within minutes, though it felt longer, boots pounded through the broken front entrance. "Police!" Someone shouted. "Back here," I yelled. Flashlights cut through red strobe. Officers flooded the staff hallway, weapons drawn, voices sharp and controlled. They took in the scene fast, the collapsed intruder, the smoking panel, the bleeding arm. "Step away," one officer ordered. We did, hands up. The intruder was cuffed, hauled to his feet despite his protests. Paramedics followed. Questions started immediately. What happened? How long we'd been inside? Who he was? We didn't know his name, but we knew enough. As they led him past us toward the lobby, he met my eyes briefly. Not defiant, not remorseful, just exhausted. Like we were an inconvenience in a plan that had gone wrong. When the alarm finally stopped, the silence that followed felt heavier than the noise had. Ben sank onto a box in the staff hallway, pale. Mara slid down the wall, cradling her ankle. I stood there, breathing in the acrid scent of burnt insulation and rain. The museum lights flickered back on in sections as firefighters checked systems. Everything looked ordinary again. Just a building. Just wax figures. Just a rainy night. But my cheek throbbed where the elbow had hit. Ben's arm needed stitches. Mara's ankle would need a brace. And the knowledge settled in slow and cold. He hadn't been there to rescue anyone. He'd been inside before. He'd caused the electrical fault. He'd locked the exits. And if we hadn't triggered that alarm, I looked down the corridor toward true crime, where wax mannequins still stood frozen mid-gesture under normal light. The rules we'd made up on the fly weren't jokes anymore. They were the only reason we were standing. The conflict was over. The museum was quiet again. But it would never feel like a place you could just wander into to kill an hour. Not to me. Not ever again. By the time the rain thinned to a mist, the museum looked like any other building after an incident, bright with temporary floodlights, ringed with yellow tape, and humming with low, procedural voices. The red strobes were gone. The alarm had been silenced. Firefighters had pried open the electrical panel fully and were inspecting scorched wiring with gloved hands and headlamps. The smell of burnt insulation lingered, layered now with wet pavement and diesel from the trucks parked out front. We were sitting on the curb across the street, not dramatically, just there because someone told us to wait. Ben had gauze wrapped tight around his forearm. The cut from the screwdriver wasn't deep enough for surgery, but it needed stitches. A paramedic had cleaned it quickly in the back of an ambulance, while Ben tried not to wince and insisted he'd had worse on job sites. He hadn't had worse inside a wax museum at night. Mara's ankle was swollen to the size of a small grapefruit. They'd given her a compression wrap and an ice pack, the kind that crackled when you shook it. She sat with her legs stretched out on the curb, sneaker loosened, hands folded over the pack like she was holding it in place with sheer will. She hadn't cried, not when she fell, not when the glass shattered, not when the man lunged at us. But now her face looked hollowed out, like someone had gently scooped something from behind her eyes. I touched my cheek absently. It was already stiff where the intruder's elbow had caught me. The skin would bruise dark by morning. Across the street, the Harbor City Wax Museum sign flickered once before going steady again. Just a lighthouse logo and cheerful block letters. The banner about the new true crime gallery hung half detached, rain-soaked and sagging. An officer approached us. Late 30s, calm expression, notebook in hand. "Jordan Hale?" he asked. "That's me," he nodded. "We'll need a full statement from each of you, separately." Ben gave a short, humorless laugh. "We were trapped in there. I understand," the officer said evenly, "but we need timelines." He looked tired, not skeptical. They'd already taken the intruder away. He'd been conscious, barely. His sleeve was charred where the screwdriver had caught a live connection. Paramedics had treated him too, carefully and without comment, then loaded him into a different ambulance. We didn't see his face clearly when they moved him. I wasn't sure if that was deliberate or not. The officer guided me to the back of a squad car for privacy. Inside, it smelled faintly of vinyl and coffee. He asked me to walk him through everything: the music cutting out, the locked door, the electrical smell, the ladder scrape, the figure outside, the broken glass, the screwdriver. I heard myself telling it in sequence, the way a story wants to be told, linear, clean, but it hadn't felt clean. He wrote quickly, occasionally glancing up to clarify a detail. "You said the electrical panel door was open when you returned." "Yes." "And you believe he'd accessed it before you shut the main breaker?" "Yes." He paused. "We found tool marks consistent with forced access. He likely disabled the panel intentionally." "Why?" I asked before I could stop myself. The officer gave a small, practical shrug. "Opportunity, darkness, security cameras cut. Could have been theft. Could have been trying to create a situation to exploit." "Exploit how?" He didn't speculate. Instead, he flipped to a new page. "You pulled the fire alarm." "Ben did," he nodded. "That's likely what saved you." The word saved lodged somewhere uncomfortable in my chest. When he finished, he thanked me in a tone that suggested paperwork more than gratitude. Across the street, firefighters wheeled out a small cart with charred wiring sealed in a plastic evidence bag. The museum director arrived just after midnight. Mid-50s, raincoat thrown over pajamas, hair plastered flat from the weather. She stood staring at the shattered door for a long time before speaking to anyone. I watched her from the curb. This place had probably been her project, her pride. Now it was a crime scene. Eventually, she approached us, careful, like we were fragile. "I'm so sorry," she said. I don't understand how." "It wasn't your fault," Mara said automatically. The director's eyes flicked to Mara's ankle. then Ben's bandage. "We will cover medical costs," she said quickly. "Of course." Ben nodded once. No one mentioned the irony of a true crime gallery becoming part of an actual case. Around 1 a.m, they allowed us to leave. Not because everything was resolved, just because we weren't needed anymore. Ben insisted on driving despite his arm. I didn't argue. The car ride was quiet, windshield wipers ticking in a steady rhythm. Mara stared out the window. "You're missing your flight," I said softly. She blinked like she'd forgotten that was a thing. "Yeah," she said, "I guess I am." There was no frustration in it, just a fact. Ben's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "He was inside before we noticed," he said suddenly. "Probably," I replied. "No," he said. "He was inside before we even smelled the wiring." Mara turned her head slightly. "You don't know that." "I saw the tool marks," he said. "That panel wasn't just overheating. It was tampered with." "So he was in there while we were walking around," I said. "Yeah." The idea settled between us. We de-wandered through exhibits while someone else had been in the staff corridors. Maybe watching, maybe waiting. Back at my sublet, we didn't sleep. We sat at the kitchen table under harsh overhead light, the kind that makes everything too sharp. Ben cleaned his arm again. Mara elevated her ankle on a stack of old textbooks. I made tea no one drank. At 3 a.m, Mara said, "We need to write them down." "Write what down?" I asked. "The rules." Ben let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "You're serious?" "Yes." She looked at both of us, eyes clear now in a way they hadn't been all night. "Rule 1, she said quietly. When something feels off, you don't rationalize it." I thought of the music cutting out, of the register drawer left open, of the dead landline. I nodded. 2, Ben said, staring at the bandage on his arm. "You check the exits first, before you wander." Mara gave a faint, crooked smile. "That's practical." "Rule 3, I said slowly. If you have a way to call for help, you use it early." She added, "Even if it feels embarrassing." We wrote them down on a scrap of paper. It felt almost absurd in the fluorescent kitchen light, like we were debriefing a camping trip. But it wasn't absurd. It was anchoring. Around 4, exhaustion hit hard. Ben stretched out on the couch. Mara dozed sitting up, ice pack long since melted. I lay awake on the floor, staring at the ceiling. Every small sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of pipes, felt loaded for a moment before resolving into ordinary. By morning, the world looked normal again. News vans had gathered outside the museum. A small headline ran online: "Local museum break in foiled BY quick-thinking visitors." It sounded tidy, brave. It left out the part where we'd nearly frozen in the dark, the part where the screwdriver had flashed inches from Ben's face, the part where the museum had felt like a trap designed specifically for us. Ben went to urgent care for proper stitches. Mara rebooked her flight for 2 days later. I walked past the museum once that afternoon, alone. The shattered glass had been boarded up temporarily. A plywood sheet covered the door. A sign taped to it read "Closed until further notice." The Harbor City logo looked oddly small against the wood. I stood across the street, hands in my pockets. In daylight, the building was unimpressive. Brick facade, narrow windows, nothing ominous, just a place. A maintenance worker was sweeping up leftover glass fragments near the entrance. He glanced at me once, then went back to his task. I turned to leave. That's when I noticed something subtle. On the sidewalk near the edge of the taped perimeter, half hidden under damp leaves, lay a small metal object. I stepped closer. It was a key, brass, simple cut, not attached to any bright orange float, just the key. I stared at it for a long moment. It could have been anything. A spare dropped by a worker, an old leftover from before the break-in. But it looked clean, recent. I didn't pick it up. I left it there. By the time I reached my apartment, the feeling had dulled. Almost ordinary again. Almost. That night, when I turned off my bedroom light, I hesitated before the dark settled in. Not because I expected footsteps. Not because I expected a hand at the glass. Just because now I knew how thin the line was between wandering through a room and being trapped in it. The museum would reopen eventually. New glass, rewired panel, fresh exhibits. People would come for an hour to kill time. They would laugh at the wax figures. They would linger. And most nights, nothing would happen. Most nights. But I don't think I'll ever walk into a quiet building again without mapping the exits first, without noticing the air, without listening for the music to cut out. And that's the end of today's first chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. Let's move on to the next story, titled as I Woke Up in a Coffin, and I have full battery on my phone. As usual, for your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed wasn't the dark. It was the buzz. A soft, lazy vibration against my thigh, like a moth trapped under cloth. A familiar insistence. The kind of signal my body knew before my brain did. Phone, notification, battery, life continuing. I tried to shift my leg and my knee hit something hard. Not a dashboard, not a chair arm. Something flat and close, like the underside of a table. I blinked and nothing changed, because there was nowhere for light to come from. I took a breath. It went in. It came out. The air tasted wrong, but not chemically wrong. Not movie poison. More like the stale breath of a closet that has been shut for a long time, with a sweet note under it, like cheap flowers in warm water. I moved my fingers. The first move was small, wiggling my thumb against my palm. The second was bigger, pushing my hands outward. I met resistance on both sides. Narrow, tight, wood. It had that faint, fibrous grab to it when my fingertips scraped. I swallowed and heard it. A thin click of saliva that sounded loud, only because everything else was muffled. Not silent. Muffled, like being under a pile of heavy coats. Okay, the buzz again. Another vibration. And then the little ghost of a chime, faint through fabric. My phone was still on me. That was the undeniable break, the thing that didn't belong. I shouldn't be getting notifications in a place where I couldn't even sit up. Yet the sensation was so normal, it almost soothed me. Almost. I forced my brain to do the dumb inventory it always tried when panic came calling. Fingers, toes, ribs. I flexed my toes. Yes. Ankles, knees sore, hips sore. My shoulder complained when I tried to roll it. There was a tightness across my forehead like I'd bumped it. No screaming. Not yet. Screaming was for when you knew there was someone on the other side of the door. Right now, all I knew was enclosed space, wooden sides, air that wasn't circulating, and a phone that was apparently at full charge because the vibration felt strong. Not a dying, weak tremor. A confident one. My left hand slid down my jeans and found the phone in the front pocket. I pulled it out carefully because the pocket edge fought me and the phone scraped my knuckles on the way out. It was warm from my body. The screen lit up immediately when I touched it, a rectangle of cold brightness that didn't illuminate the whole space so much as make my own fingers glow. My breath fogged it for a second. 100%. I stared at that number like it was a joke I didn't understand. No service bars. Of course not. Just the empty little ladder icon with an X, but the phone wasn't dead. It wasn't even low. It was full, like I'd set it on a charger overnight. A banner notification floated at the top, no service, as if I needed the reminder. I swiped down because doing something familiar made my hands less likely to shake. Time, 3:12 a.m. Date, Saturday. I tried to remember what Saturday meant in terms of my life, and my mind offered me nothing but a smear of impressions, rain on a windshield, a smell like bleach, someone laughing too loudly in a tiled room. I wasn't drunk. Drunk had a texture. This felt like someone had peeled the last few hours off my memory and thrown them away. I tapped the flashlight. A cone of white light hit the surface inches from my face and revealed wood grain. Pale, unfinished, with little dark knots. My beam wobbled across the inside lid and caught tiny flecks of something. Sawdust, dried mud. The edges of the boards were joined neatly enough, but not professional. I could see where a staple had gone in crooked and been hammered flush. My stomach turned in a slow, steady way, like a boat leaning. This wasn't a shipping crate, not with this shape. It was a coffin, a cheap one, or something meant to look like one. I tried to sit up and slammed the top of my head into the lid. The impact wasn't dramatic, but it flashed white behind my eyes and made my teeth click. I breathed through my nose to stop myself from doing something stupid, like yelling my own name into a box that couldn't care. "Okay," I whispered, because my voice had to exist outside my skull, or I'd start believing I didn't. My name is Evan Mercer, and I'm 33, and the last thing I remember clearly is thinking I'd gotten good at not being scared of small spaces because of the MRI I had 2 years ago. I remember lying still while the machine hammered around me like someone trying to break into the room. I remember telling myself, "It's just a tube, it's just a tube, it's just a tube." This was not a tube. This was wood against my shoulders and my hips and my skull. This was no room to turn. This was the smell of flowers dying in a jar. This was my own breath coming back to me a second later. The flashlight beam shook as I tried to angle it down my body. My jacket, black hoodie, was half zipped. My shoes were on. That felt important. People who bury you don't leave your shoes on. I had my keys in my pocket. I felt them with my hand. Metal teeth, a small fob, my wallet, back pocket. I twisted enough to check. Yes, it was there. This wasn't a robbery. Or if it was a weird one. My phone buzzed again, but this time it wasn't an alert. It was my thumb accidentally pressing the edge of the screen and making the haptic feedback pulse. I nearly dropped it. My hands were clammy. My mouth was too dry to swallow properly. I opened the dialer anyway. Habit, no service. I tried 911. The phone did that thing where it pretends to make the call, then stops and tells you it can't connect. I stared at the screen and felt something in me begin to slide toward despair, because that's what the lack of a simple function does. It turns a modern miracle into a polished rock. Then my phone vibrated in a different pattern, longer, insistent. An incoming call. The screen lit with a name. Lena. My heart gave one hard beat that hurt my sternum, like it had been waiting for permission to panic. I answered without thinking. Lena, there was a brief hiss, like the call was struggling to find a path through interference. Then her voice came through anyway, thin and compressed. Evan. Oh my God, Evan, are you? She swallowed audibly. Where are you? My own voice sounded too close, trapped in my chest. I don't know. What do you mean you do know? You just left. You walked out of the kitchen like you were going to the car, and then her breath hitched. You didn't come back. I thought you were being dramatic. And then, Lena, I said, trying to keep her from unraveling, because if she unraveled, I would. Listen, I can barely move. I'm in something, like a box. A box, a coffin, I said, and hated how calm it came out, like I was telling her I was in an Uber. Silence on her end, but not silence. I could hear wind and faint traffic, which meant she wasn't indoors. That's not funny, she said, and the words trembled. That's not, Evan, please. Not joking, I said. My phone says full battery. No service. But you're calling me. How are you calling me? I don't know. Her voice got sharper with the effort of trying to stay functional. I called like 20 times. It wouldn't go through. Then it did. I'm outside. Outside where? Our Airbnb. She said it like saying it would make me remember. Joshua Tree. The little place off the highway with the stupid painted cactus on the mailbox. Joshua Tree. That landed with a dull thud in my head. Desert, California. A weekend trip we'd planned because Lena wanted stars without the city trying to compete. And I'd said yes, because saying yes was easier than talking about the thing I didn't want to talk about. What time is it for you? I asked. What do you mean, what time is it? Evan, she looked, maybe at her own phone. It's 3:13, same as wait. How do you know? I can see it, I said. Lena, can you hear me okay? Is there anyone with you? A pause. The wind sound changed, like she turned her head. Mark's here, Mark. That made sense. Mark had driven down separately because he couldn't miss his call window for work, even on a trip. Mark always had a call window. Mark was the kind of guy who said things like call window and deliverables, and somehow still got invited places because he made himself useful. Put him on, I said. Mark, she hissed. He's on the phone. A shuffle. A breath closer to her microphone. Then a man's voice, lower, clipped. Evan. Yeah. Okay, Mark said immediately, as if his brain had been running in the background. You're saying you're confined, physically? Yes. You can't move much. No, you have your phone. Yes, full battery, which makes no sense. Is there light? Only my flashlight. It's wood. I'm in a coffin. Mark exhaled through his nose. All right. Don't waste battery. But keep it on speaker if you can. Evan, can you tell if you're underground? I froze, because the question made my skin crawl in a slow, clinical way. I don't know, I admitted. It's muffled. I can hear my own breathing. Try tapping, Mark said. Knock on the lid. Listen, I did. I made a fist and knocked twice, hard enough to sting my knuckles. The sound was dull, swallowed quickly. No echo. Anything? Mark asked. No. Can you smell dirt? I breathed in carefully through my nose. The air was stale and sweet and woody. Flowers, I said, like funeral flowers, or air freshener trying to be flowers. Lena made a small sound, almost a sob, caught and clipped. Evan, she said, coming back on. This is insane. We're calling 911. Do it, I said, but tell them where. Tell them Joshua Tree. Tell them the Airbnb address. Tell them. My throat tightened. Tell them I'm not there. I don't know where I am. Mark cut in. We're already on it. Lena's phone has reception. Mine too. We can call. But Evan, you said you walked out. Do you remember anything after that? I tried. I really did. I dug into the soft mud of my memory and pulled up fragments that didn't connect. Lena in the kitchen, hair up in a messy knot, holding a lighter to the stove because the igniter kept failing. Me saying, I'll go grab the cooler, and her saying, don't forget the ice, like it mattered. A knock at the front door. Or maybe that was the wind. A bright wash of light in my eyes, too close, and someone saying, hey man, sorry, like you say when you bump into someone in a grocery aisle. Then nothing. I don't remember, I said, and I hated how that made me sound like a child. Mark's tone softened just a fraction. Okay, that's fine, don't force it. We need practical things. Evan, feel along the inside. Any seams, hinges, latches. I shifted my shoulders, using the tiniest movements to slide my hands along the edges near my chest. The lid met the sides with a narrow gap. My fingers found staples, their heads pressed into the wood. There was no latch on the inside. Of course there was. Whoever built it assumed you wouldn't be able to open it. But at the top near my face, the wood felt slightly uneven. I angled the flashlight and saw a tiny crack where two boards met. It looked like the end piece wasn't perfectly flush. It's stapled, I said, but there's a seam at the head end, like a weak spot. Can you push? Mark asked. I put my palms against the lid and tried. The lid didn't move, but the seam creaked. A faint, complaining noise. Something, I said, breathing harder now. It gives a little. Okay, Mark said. That's good, that's good. Evan, don't hyperventilate. Small breaths. Lena, call 911 now. Put it on speaker so we can coordinate. I already did, Lena said, voice high. It's ringing. A moment later, a click. Calm voice that sounded like it belonged to someone sitting under fluorescent lights. 911, what is your emergency? Lena tried to speak, and her words came out tangled. Mark took over, the way people like Mark always did in chaos, because it gave them something to hold. This is Mark Denning. We're in San Bernardino County near Joshua Tree. Our friend Evan Mercer is missing. He's on the line with us and states he is confined inside what he believes is a coffin or wooden box. He has no idea where he is. We need immediate assistance and guidance. There was a pause as the operator's training kicked in. Sir, what is your location right now? Mark gave the address. Lena's breathing was loud on the line, like she was holding the phone too close. Okay, the operator said. Is Evan injured? My head hurts, I said, and my voice sounded distant even to me, like I was listening from another room. I think I hit it. I'm okay. I can breathe. Evan, the operator said, shifting her attention to me with that gentle authority they use. Can you tell me anything about your surroundings? Any sounds, smells, temperature? I almost laughed at the normality of the questions. Wood, I said, stale air, smells like flowers. It's not cold, maybe a little cool. Can you move your arms and legs? Barely. Do you have any tools on you? She asked. Anything metal, my keys. The thought clicked in with surprising clarity. Metal teeth, hard edges. Yes, I said, keys, I have keys. Okay, she said. Evan, I want you to conserve your energy and your phone battery. Stay on the line as long as you can. Mark, Lena, I'm dispatching deputies and search and rescue to your location. They will start from where you last saw him. Do you have any recent photos or location history on Evan's phone? Any way to track it? I looked at my own screen. No GPS indicator, no bars, but the call was happening. Somehow. Mark answered. We can check his Find My. But if he has no service, check anyway, the operator said. Sometimes the last known location can help. Lena, do you know what Evan was wearing when he left? He's wearing, she choked. He's wearing the black hoodie. The one with the tear on the pocket. I can see it, Mark. He's literally describing. I'm wearing it, I said softly. And that seemed to break something in Lena because she made a sound like she'd been punched. Evan, she whispered, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have pushed you. Earlier what? There it was, that private fear I never said out loud, that I was always one argument away from being left behind, that I'd learned to smooth everything over, to say yes, to not take up too much space, because the moment I became difficult, I'd be abandoned. I hadn't told Lena that. I just lived it, quietly, like a habit. Now, trapped in a box, the fear was no longer philosophical. It was physics. I need you to listen, Mark said quickly, keeping Lena from spiraling into guilt. Evan, can you use your keys to pry at that seam you mentioned? Not full force, just test. We don't want you to injure your hands. My fingers fumbled with the keyring. The metal felt slick with sweat. I chose the thickest key, the one from my apartment back in Seattle. It had a squared shoulder. I wedged it into the crack near my head and pushed. The wood protested with a squeak. The seam opened a hair so small I might have imagined it, but the change in airflow was real. A faint shift, a cooler thread of air. I sucked in that new air greedily before I could stop myself. Okay, I said, voice tight. It moved, a little. Good, the operator said. Evan, stop if you feel pain. We need you conscious and able to communicate. Mark's voice returned, steadier now that there was something to do. Lena, do you have a head count of who was around tonight? Neighbors? Anyone who knew you were here? Anyone you talked to? Lena sniffed hard. No, we got groceries. We stopped for gas. There was a guy at the pump who asked if we were heading to the park. I didn't, her voice broke. Oh my God, I don't remember his face. Okay, Mark said, that's okay. We'll tell deputies. We'll get receipts, cameras. I kept working the key in the seam, little movements. Pry, relax, pry. Each time the wood gave, the air thread got slightly stronger, and with it came a new smell. Not just flowers, dust, dry earth maybe, something mineral. It was a clue, and it was also a warning. If I opened it and there was dirt pressed against the lid, that meant something very specific. The operator kept talking, asking me to describe sensations, keeping me anchored. Mark kept coordinating, already thinking about cell towers and last known locations. Lena kept saying my name like it was a rope. And all the while, my phone stayed at 100%, bright as an insult. At the end of the call, the operator gave them a choice that felt like one of those forks in a trail where both paths look harmless until you're far from the map. Evan, she said, if you can create an opening, even small, we might be able to locate you through sound or airflow if someone is nearby. But forcing it could also make your situation worse if you're underground or in an unstable environment. I need you to decide. Do you continue prying, or do you stop and conserve until help arrives? Mark didn't answer for me. Lena didn't either. They both waited, breathing, listening to my shallow inhales and the tiny creak of wood. I stared at the seam in the flashlight beam, at the key wedged like a lever, and felt the choice settle into my hands. Open it and risk learning something I couldn't unlearn, or wait in the dark and trust that someone could find a box in a world full of boxes. I tightened my grip and didn't move yet. The seam gives another millimeter. Not much. Just enough that when I inhale, the air tastes different. Less trapped, colder. And that's when I realize the new problem. It isn't just stale air. It's air that's getting colder. Mark, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. The air changed. What do you mean? He asks immediately. It's cooler, like outside air. And there's dirt. I can smell dirt now. There's a pause on their end. I can hear Lena breathing too fast, wind scraping across her phone's mic. Somewhere nearby, a car passes, faint rush of tires on highway asphalt. That means they're still outside the air. Okay, Mark says carefully. Cooler air is good. It means there's a gap. Unless it means the gap is too, He doesn't say the word, underground. The key slips in my sweaty hand. I wipe it against my hoodie and wedge it back into the seam. The wood is soft pine, I think. Cheap. There's a rough edge where the board meets the end panel. Evan, the 911 operator, says, still calm, still present. How long have you been awake? I don't know. 5 minutes, 10. Do you feel dizzy? Yes, I say honestly. But that could just be everything. Okay, keep your breath slow. Deputies are en route. We're also notifying park rangers in case you're somewhere in Joshua Tree National Park or the surrounding area. Joshua Tree National Park. That's not small. That's not walkable grid search small. That's open desert and rock formations and miles of nothing. A thought pushes up, ugly and persistent. If someone wanted you to disappear, that's where they'd do it. Mark, I say, because the fear is starting to leak into my voice. How long would it take them to find me if I'm not near the house? He hesitates. I hear it. He's calculating and editing at the same time. It depends, he says. But we're not assuming worst case. We're starting from last known point, which is the kitchen, Lena says, and there's a sharpness to it now. You walked out of the kitchen. Did I lock the door? I ask. I don't know, she snaps. Then softer, like she's ashamed. I don't know, we were fighting. There it is again, the argument, the thing I didn't want to talk about. What were we fighting about? I ask, because I genuinely can't remember. There's a small, disbelieving laugh on her end. You don't remember that either? No. It was about Seattle, she says. About you going back early. About you not wanting to stay the full week. I close my eyes, which makes no difference in the dark. Right. I told her I had work, that I couldn't take more time off, which was technically true, but also not the whole truth. The whole truth was that I hate being away from places I know. I hate not having exits mapped out. I hate feeling dependent on someone else's plan. I hate deserts. Too open. Too exposed. No cover. And yet here I am, inside a box. That you felt trapped, she continues, voice trembling but steadying with anger. You said you didn't like being out here with no signal and no neighbors, and no way out if something went wrong. The irony makes me want to laugh, but it catches in my throat instead. Lena, Mark says gently, this isn't helping. It matters, she insists. It matters if someone heard us, if someone saw him walk out upset, or if someone took advantage of that, Mark finishes. The word took lands heavy. I push the key harder. The wood creaks louder this time. There's a faint crack, not a break, but a stress sound. And then something shifts above me. A soft, sliding whisper. I freeze. Did you hear that? I whisper. Hear what? Lena asks. Something moved on top. Silence. Then there it is again. A faint granular sound, like sand shifting, or dirt settling. My stomach drops. Mark, I say, and now I can't keep the edge out of my voice. I think there's something on top of this. Like what? He asks. Like wait, the operator cuts in. Evan, If you believe there is soil or debris above you, do not force the lid upward aggressively. It could cause collapse. The word echoes inside the box and makes the air feel thinner. Okay, I say quickly. Okay, I won't. But the problem has already shifted. If there's weight above me, if there's dirt or sand pressing down, then the coffin isn't just a container. It's a support structure. And prying it open could let everything in. Can you tap again? Mark asks. Lightly, I knock with my knuckles, softer this time. The sound is dull, no hollow echo, just a thud that seems to get swallowed immediately. Evan, the operator says, try listening for ambient sound, anything beyond your own movement. I turn off the flashlight to conserve battery. The darkness becomes absolute again. I hold my breath. For a moment, there's nothing but my pulse in my ears. Then, very faintly, I hear something else. Not close, not right above me, but there, a distant hum, low, mechanical, like an engine idling. Do you hear traffic? Mark asks, almost at the same time. No, I whisper. It's steady, like a generator or a truck. Is it moving? The operator asks. I listen harder. The hum fluctuates slightly, then steadies. I don't think so, I say. It's constant. Could be highway noise carried through soil, Mark offers. But the highway near Joshua Tree isn't that close to the airbimb. And highway noise has rhythm, cars passing, gaps between. This hum is continuous. My chest tightens. If there's a vehicle nearby and it's not moving, what does that mean? Evan, Lena says, her voice smaller now. What if whoever did this is still there? The idea snaps into place so fast it makes my fingers tingle. The hum, the weight, the floral smell that isn't just flowers. It's like those air fresheners they hang in work trucks. I swallow. Operator, Mark says quickly. Can deputies get cell pings on Evan's phone even without service? We're attempting to triangulate, she replies. But without active data connection, it's limited. Evan, is your Bluetooth on? I fumble for the screen again, shielding the light with my hand. Yes, Bluetooth is on. So is Wi-Fi, I say. Okay, she says. Sometimes devices will attempt to handshake with nearby networks even without full service. If there's a known network nearby, we might get a trace. A known network, like an airbimb router or someone's hotspot. The phone vibrates in my hand. Not a call, a notification my breath catches. Evan, Mark says sharply. I just got something. What? I look at the banner. Wi-Fi network available, Denning Mobile. I stare at it. Mark's last name is Denning. Mark, I say slowly, do you have a hotspot on? Yes, he says immediately. For my laptop. Why? It says your network is available. Silence. Then Lena's voice, thin and frightened. That's not possible. Mark swears under his breath. Evan, how strong is the signal? I tap it. 1 bar, weak, flickering. Barely there, I say. Okay, he says. And now his voice has that tight, analytical edge. My hotspot is on, but we're at least, a quarter mile from the highway. And you're not at the house. No, I say, I'm not. Hotspots don't reach that far, he says. Especially through structures. Especially if you're... He stops himself before he says underground. The operator speaks again, voice firmer now. Mark, what is the approximate range of your hotspot? Maybe 100 feet, 200 at best in open air. And there are no other devices using that name, she asks. No, it's unique. My skin prickles. If my phone can see his hotspot, then I'm within a couple 100 feet of him, which means I'm not miles away in the desert. I'm close. Very close. Evan, Lena says, her voice trembling. Are you near us? I don't know, I say, and my brain is racing now. Mark, move, walk around, see if the signal changes. I hold the phone close to my face and watch the tiny Wi-Fi icon. It flickers, drops, comes back. Okay, Mark says. I hear footsteps on gravel through Lena's phone. I'm walking toward the road. The Wi-Fi bar disappears. Back, I say quickly. Go back. Footsteps, reverse. The bar flickers back to one weak line. Stop, I say. He stops. The bar holds. You're closer now, I whisper. Closer to what? Lena asks. To me. The hum above me shifts slightly, louder now. Or maybe I'm imagining it because everything feels sharper. Mark, I say, heart pounding, turn your hotspot off. Why? Just do it. There's a brief pause. The Wi-Fi network disappears from my screen, and the hum above me stops. Not gradually, not fading, just cuts off, like someone turned a key. The silence that follows isn't poetic or dramatic. It's practical. It's the absence of a machine that was there a second ago. Mark, Lena whispers. That wasn't me, Mark says quietly. I didn't touch anything yet. Cold slides down my spine. The hotspot was visible. Then the hum stopped when the network disappeared. That means whoever or whatever that hum belonged to was using a device named Denning Mobile. Or spoofing it. Or no, not supernatural. Not impossible. Human. Someone nearby has equipment. A generator, a vehicle. A device configured with Mark's hotspot name. Someone close enough that my phone can see it. And they just turned something off. Operator, Mark says, and now even his composure is cracking. We may have an active suspect near our location. Deputies are approximately 8 minutes out, she replies. Stay where you are, 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, someone who knows we're onto them could move. Or worse. Above me, there's a faint crunch. A footstep. Not sand settling. A deliberate shift of weight. I press my free hand against the lid and feel the vibration through the wood. Subtle, but real. They're here, I whisper. Evan, Lena's voice breaks. Don't come looking, I say quickly. Don't leave the road. Don't. The lid above my head shudders as something heavy hits it. Once. Twice. Not hard enough to break it. Hard enough to test it. My breath comes too fast now, and I force myself to slow it because if I hyperventilate, I lose. There's a scraping sound. Metal against wood. A staple being pried from the outside. They're opening it, I say, and the words feel unreal. Evan, listen to me, Mark says urgently. If they open it, you fight. You hear me? You fight. I grip my keys so hard they dig into my palm. The wood creaks again, louder this time. And then the faint wail of sirens in the distance. Far, but coming. The scraping above me pauses. A second of stillness. Then rapid movement. Footsteps. Gravel scattering. And the sound of an engine roaring back to life. This time, it doesn't hum. It accelerates. The coffin jolts, not from above, from below. The entire box shifts under me, tilting slightly. A metallic clang reverberates through the wood. And then I feel it movement. Forward. I am not buried. I am in something being transported, and it's picking up speed. The first thing I do when the coffin lurches forward is slam my shoulder into the side wall. It isn't brave. It's reflex. Box tilts again, hard left this time, and my temple smacks wood. A flash of white pops behind my eyes, and I taste copper at the back of my tongue. Evan, Lena's voice is high and distorted in my ear. I realize I've wedged the phone between my cheek and the coffin wall to keep my hands free. I'm here, I manage. The movement is steady now. Rolling. There's vibration under my spine, metal rattling somewhere beneath me. I'm inside something with wheels. Vehicle, I say, breathing fast. I'm in a vehicle. Which direction? Mark asks. asks immediately. He's all edges now. Can you feel turns? The box hits a bump, and my teeth snap together. Gravel. The sound of small stones pinging metal filters through the wood. We're not on pavement yet. Gravel road, I say. Rough, not highway. Lena's breathing shudders. There's only one gravel access road near the airbimb. The dirt service road behind the property. It connects to Park Boulevard. Joshua trees layout flickers into my mind like a map I half remember. Park Boulevard runs east-west through the national park. Smaller roads branch off toward campgrounds and trailheads. We're about 5 minutes from the west entrance station. Open desert, scrub, rock formations. Operator, Mark says, voice tight. If the suspect fled north from our airbimb on the service road, they'll hit Park Boulevard in about 2 minutes. Deputies are approximately 6 minutes from your location, the operator replies. I'll update responding units to monitor Park Boulevard. 6 minutes. We hit pavement. The shift is immediate smooth, higher pitch from the tires, less rattle, more hum. Acceleration presses me back against the coffin. I angle the phone in front of my face again. Battery still reads 100%. No service. The call hasn't dropped. How is this call still connected? I whisper. Don't worry about that right now, Mark says. Evan, listen carefully. We need a marker. Something that tells us where you are. Like what? Lena asks. A sound, he says. A sign, a curve, anything. I close my eyes and listen beyond my own panic. Wind rushing. Engine revving harder. There's a rhythmic thump-thump under the chassis, like something loose in the bed of a truck. We pass something that makes the engine downshift briefly. A long, metallic rumble. A cattle guard. There's a cattle guard, I say quickly. Metal grate, just now. Lena sucks in a breath. There's one at the entrance to the park. If he went north on the service road, he'd cross it right before the main intersection. Operator, Mark says. That puts him heading into the park on Park Boulevard. Copy, she says. I'm relaying that. The vehicle takes a hard right. My body slides inside the coffin, ribs scraping wood. I brace my knees, but there's nowhere to anchor. Right turn, I grunt. From Park Boulevard, right would take you toward Hidden Valley Campground, Lena says automatically. She's been here before. She loves this place. Or Barker Dam. Hidden Valley is closer, more isolated at night. Evan, Mark says, first attempt. You need to get out before he gets too deep. Before he gets too deep, I repeat, and something inside me laughs hysterically at the phrasing. I shove the key back into the seam and push with everything I've got. The lid groans. Staple pops loose with a sharp crack. Fresh air knifes in, colder and cleaner than before. Sand trickles down onto my face. I cough. Careful, the operator says sharply. If you destabilize, another staple tears free. For one wild second, I think I've done it. The lid shifts up half an inch. Then the weight comes down. A heavy slam from above, like a body thrown against it. The coffin compresses slightly. My chest tightens as sand and dirt pour through the gap, filling the space around my forehead. He knows, he felt it. Stop, Mark says urgently. Stop pushing. But I can't help it. Panic is louder than reason. I drive my shoulder upward again. The lid bows. And then something metallic scrapes across it from the outside, followed by a sharp, percussive bang. My ears ring. What was that? Lena cries. Gunshot, I breathe. Silence crashes down on the line. The ringing in my ears fades slowly. I wait for pain. None comes. Then I hear it again, clearer this time. A sharp crack. A metallic clatter. And then a high whining squeal. Not a gunshot. A tire, blown. The vehicle fishtails violently. The coffin skids sideways, slamming me against one wall so hard my shoulder pops with a hot, nauseating pain. We spin. Gravel sprays. The engine roars, then chokes. Finally, stillness. I gasp for air. Evan, Mark's voice is ragged. What happened? Tire, I say hoarsely. He blew a tire. The misdirection drains out of me in a wave of relief so intense I almost sob. It wasn't a gunshot. It was physics. The vehicle rocks once as the driver exits. I hear a door slam. Boots crunch on gravel. We're off pavement again. I can tell by the texture of the sound looser, more isolated. He's out, I whisper. Evan, stay quiet, Lena says urgently. Maybe he thinks you're unconscious. Bootsteps approach the back of the vehicle. Metal clanks. A latch. The entire coffin shifts, as if something else in the truck bed is being moved. Then the lid above me vibrates with a sharp knock. Testing. My heart slams so hard I think it might be audible. Evan, Mark says, voice low and controlled. If he opens it, you go for the eyes. Or throat. Use the keys. I nod even though they can't see me. The latch outside scrapes. The lid lifts a fraction. And then voices. Not just his. Another voice, distant but approaching. Park ranger, someone shouts. Step away from the vehicle. Sirens closer now, not distant wails but near, bouncing off rock. The lid slams shut again. Boots sprint away from the truck. A door slams. An engine turns over, struggling. Evan, Lena breathes. I can hear sirens. They're near Hidden Valley. Mark, that's less than 10 minutes from us. The truck jerks forward again, despite the blown tire. The ride is rougher now, unbalanced. Every rotation sends a violent thud through the chassis. He's running. Second attempt, Mark says quickly. Evan, you need to signal them. Make noise. I bang on the lid with my fists, over and over. The pain blooms across my knuckles. Here, I shout, voice raw. Here, the engine revs louder, drowning me out. Flashlight, Lena says suddenly. Can you flash your light? Maybe through cracks. I angle the phone toward the seam and turn the flashlight on, pressing it against the gap I've created. A thin beam slices out into whatever darkness exists beyond. The truck swerves again. The coffin tips violently, and the beam vanishes as the lid shifts back into place. We hit something hard. The vehicle stops with a jarring crunch that snaps my head back. Airbags deploy somewhere up front with a muffled whump. The engine dies. For a moment, everything is still except my own ragged breathing. Then I hear it, wind through open desert, closer sirens, doors slamming. Stay in the vehicle, a voice commands outside. Hands where we can see them. Another voice yells something I can't make out. I bang again. I'm in here, in the back, no response. My chest tightens. What if they think the vehicle's empty? What if they're focused on the driver and don't check the bed? Evan, Mark says urgently, describe exactly what you're hearing. Multiple voices, I say. At least 2 officers, they're up front. Okay, he says. They may not know you're in the back. Keep making noise. I kick as hard as I can. Pain explodes up my shin. It shifts a fraction. Outside, someone shouts, clear. Footsteps approach the rear. Metal clangs. The truck bed door drops open. Real light seeps in around the edges of the coffin. Hey, a male voice says. There's something back here. My lungs feel too small for my body. The coffin jolts as hands grab it. Careful, another voice says. It's nailed shut. Nailed, the first voice echoes. I hear the scrape of metal as someone tests the staples. Sir, I yell. I'm inside. I'm alive. A pause. Jesus, someone breathes. Tools clatter. A pry bar wedges under the lid. The wood creaks. And then the entire coffin shifts sideways. Not upward, sideways it tips. I roll inside as gravity changes direction. Watch it, someone shouts. The coffin falls off the truck bed and hits the ground with a bone-jarring crash. Something inside my shoulder gives again, sharper this time. My vision spots. Careful, a different voice barks. We don't know what's rigged. The word slices through the haze. Back up, someone orders. Footsteps retreat rapidly. Silence, except for wind and my own ragged breathing. Why did they back up? Lena asks, her voice shaking. I hear a new sound, a faint ticking, not from my phone, from outside, slow, mechanical. Oh no, someone outside whispers. Bomb squad, another voice says urgently into a radio. We've got a suspicious device attached to the container. Container, device. My heart stutters. Evan, Mark says, his voice suddenly thin. Do you hear anything else? The ticking grows louder in my ears as panic amplifies it. Tick, tick, tick. And then I realize it's not a timer. It's the cooling engine, metal contracting after heat. A completely normal sound. But they don't know that. They think the coffin might be booby-trapped. Sir, I shout desperately. There's no bomb. It's just wood, please. Stay calm, an officer yells back. We need to assess. Time stretches. If they wait for bomb squad, if they treat this like a device, I could suffocate before they open it. Mark, I whisper, voice cracking now, tell them. Tell them I don't hear anything. Tell them it's just engine noise. I'm relaying, he says rapidly. Operator, can you patch me through to responding units? I'm attempting, she replies. Outside, boots circle me at a distance. No one touches the coffin. No one opens it. My air feels thinner again, or maybe that's just fear tightening my chest. Evan, Lena says softly, breaking through the chaos. I'm here. I'm not leaving. Her words hit harder than anything else tonight. I have spent years trying not to be the difficult one, not to be the burden, not to ask for help twice. Now I need them to fight for me, to insist, to make noise on my behalf. The ticking fades as the engine cools completely. An officer's voice crackles through a radio. Bomb tech is 30 minutes out. 30 minutes. The point of no return settles into my bones. If they treat this as an explosive device, they won't open it until specialists arrive. If they wait 30 minutes in a sealed coffin, in desert night air that's turning colder, my breaths come faster despite myself. Sir, I shout hoarsely. I can't wait 30 minutes. No answer, just distance, procedure, caution. And me inside the box, with full battery, no air circulation, and the realization that rescue has arrived. But they are too afraid to touch me. Air isn't a dramatic thing when it's leaving you. It's not a countdown clock on a screen. It's not a villain. It's just thinner. Each breath feels like you're drinking through a straw that's pinched. Your lungs start doing more work for less reward. Your body gets loud about it. My throat burns first, like I've been whispering in smoke. Then my fingers start tingling. I'm still on the line. Somehow. The phone is warm against my cheek. The battery still reads 100%, which feels like a personal insult now, like the universe giving me the wrong kind of full. Evan, Mark says, and his voice has changed. Less clean, more human. Listen to me. You cannot wait 30 minutes. I know, I rasp. My tongue feels too big for my mouth. Outside, boots crunch. Radios chatter. But nobody touches the coffin. They're keeping a respectful distance, like I'm a suspicious suitcase at an airport. Bomb tech is en route, someone says again, louder this time, as if volume makes it safer. Evan, Lena whispers. I'm in the car, I'm coming. No, Mark snaps at the same time. Lena, stay put. I'm not staying put, she says, and there's a crack in her voice that sounds like a bridge finally breaking. They have him. They're standing right there, and they won't open it. I'm not going to lose him because someone's scared of a box. Lena, the 911 operator, says firmly, do not approach the scene. Responders have a perimeter for a reason. Then tell them it's not a bomb, Lena pleads, and the words come out messy. Tell them there's a person. Tell them he's talking. He's on the phone with us. How can it be a bomb if he's... Lena, I say, voice thin. Don't. My words dissolve into a cough. It hurts my ribs. My shoulder, bad shoulder, pulses with hot pain every time I move even an inch. The coffin is angled slightly now, lying on uneven ground. I can feel it because my weight keeps sliding toward one corner. Sand has sifted through the seam and grits between my eyelashes. Every blink scratches. Mark is speaking fast to the operator, trying to get patched through. If you have a unit on scene, I can tell them. There's no device. The ticking is engine cooling. We need them to open it now. There's a seam at the head end. Staples. He loosened them. Sir, the operator says, voice taut. They have to follow procedure if there's a suspicious package. Procedure is going to kill him, Mark snaps. A short lull. Wind slides over the wood like a hand. Then I hear something else, faint at first, then clearer. A dog barking once, twice, then a sharp, eager whine. K9 unit. My heart lifts a fraction, then sinks. Dogs mean search. Dogs mean distance and caution. I try to move my hands again. They feel clumsy, like my brain is sending signals through wet cotton. I fumble my keyring out of my pocket. Metal against skin. The keys, the seam, the staples. Earlier, I had stopped because of weight, dirt above, risk of collapse. But I'm not buried. I'm on the ground. The dirt was camouflage in the truck bed. A layer, not a ton. If I can widen the seam enough to get air, I can buy time. If I can make noise loud enough to convince someone to break protocol, maybe they'll take the risk. My private fear, the one that's been sitting under every I'm fine, every whatever you want, is screaming now. Don't be a problem. Don't force people. Don't make them angry. Don't make them regret helping you. But that fear is useless in a coffin. I press the key into the seam again and twist. Wood squeals. A staple bites, then gives with a sharp little pop. Fresh air slips in, thin, cold desert air, smelling of creosote and dust, and something faintly sweet that might be juniper. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. I breathe it in and my lungs shudder like they're remembering what they're for. Evan, Lena says. What was that noise? I'm prying, I whisper. I'm making a gap. Okay, Mark says, and he's trying to keep his voice steady for me. Good, good, keep it controlled. Don't crack it wide and freak them out. My hands shake so hard the key slips and scrapes my knuckle. Blood wells instantly, warm and slick. I don't care. I push again. The seam opens to maybe half an inch now, enough that I can angle the phone flashlight toward it. A blade of light leaks out, thin and bright. Light, Mark says sharply. Evan, flash the light. Make it obvious you're alive. I do. I turn it on and off, pressing it against the gap. It's ridiculous, like Morse code from a trapped animal. Outside, someone shouts, Hey, did you see that? Footsteps approach, then stop short. Stay back, another voice warns. Could be a trigger. It's a phone light, someone argues. That's a phone light. A new voice, older, calmer. You said there's a live voice inside. Yes, sir, someone replies. We heard him yelling. Then it's not a device meant to explode, the older voice says, impatience creeping in. It's a kidnapping container. Treat it like a rescue. Relief hits me so hard I almost start crying, but the tears won't come. My body is too focused on breathing. Another voice says, protocol can answer to me later, the older voice snaps. Get me a pry bar. And a shield now, a shield like riot gear. They're going to open it. My hands go weak with relief and I almost drop the keys. Then the wind shifts, and through the gap I smell something sharp. Gasoline, not faint, not distant, close, too close, my stomach knots. Mark, I whisper, and my voice is suddenly pure instinct. I smell gas. What? He says. Gas, like fuel. Strong. Outside, an officer says, we've got a leaking tank. The truck S still dripping. Another voice, and there's dry brush everywhere. A third, watch the sparks. Nobody drag metal. The desert isn't just sand and rocks. It's brittle plants, dry grass, dead twigs, a place that wants to burn. My breath speeds up again. Evan, the operator says, stay as calm as you can. They are initiating extraction. Extraction. It sounds clean, like a procedure. But everything I hear outside is messy. Radios, boots, metal clinking. Someone swearing under their breath. The pry bar slides under the lid above my head with a metallic scrape. The coffin shudders. I brace instinctively, palms flat against the inside wall. Sir, an officer calls. If you can hear me, we're opening it. Stay still. We don't know your condition. I try to answer, and it comes out as a strangled cough. Okay, I croak. Okay, the pry bar bites. Wood groans. Staples screech as they tear out. A sudden burst of air hits my face, and it's so cold and clean it makes me gasp. Light floods in blinding after darkness. White flashlight beams, the pale wash of headlights. Stars above, sharp and indifferent. A face appears at the crack, eyes wide behind clear goggles. A deputy, maybe late 20s, female. Her voice is steady, but her hands tremble as she works the bar. I've got him, she says to someone. He's alive, alive. Like that's still a question. The lid lifts another inch. And then everything changes. A high, thin beep. Once, twice, my heart seizes. Outside, someone shouts, "What's that sound?" Another voice barks, back. For a fraction of a second, everyone freezes. In that instant, my mind supplies the worst thing, a detonator, a trap. The whole scene exploding in dry brush and gasoline. Then the beep repeats, closer now, and I recognize it with a sick, absurd clarity. A car alarm, not a bomb. The suspect is nearby, and he's unlocking something. He's close enough that his key fob is setting off the truck's alarm, or another vehicle's alarm, or the ranger's unit. Panic makes people hit buttons. Gun, someone yells, boots pound, radio chatter spikes. The pry bar jerks, the deputy's grip slips. The lid drops back down a fraction, jarring my skull. Pain flashes. Don't drop it, the older voice shouts. Keep working. But half the responders peel away toward the sound. Because they're human, because there's fuel leaking, because nobody wants to get shot over a coffin. And in that split focus, the central threat shows itself. Not the box, not the desert, but the man who put me here and is now deciding whether to finish the job or disappear. Mark, I whisper, voice shaking. He's close. I know, Mark says, and the anger in his voice has an edge now. Stay with me. They're opening you. The lid rises rises again, slower. Careful. A hand reaches in gloved and grips my forearm. "Sir," the deputy says, leaning close, "I need you to stay calm. We're going to pull you out. Can you move your legs?" Yes, I lie. My legs are pins and needles, dead weight from being cramped. But I can wiggle my toes. That counts. The lid finally tilts up enough that I can see the coffin's outer edge, the dirt sprinkled over it, the staples half ripped out. And then, above the responders' heads, I catch a glimpse of something moving between the Joshua trees. A silhouette, a man. He's not a ghost, he's not a monster. He's just a person in a dark hoodie, keeping low, moving with purpose. He stops, sees the lights, sees them opening the coffin, and I watch him make a decision. He raises something in his hand, a small object, not a gun, too small. He throws it. It arcs through the air in a lazy curve, almost graceful. Down, someone screams. The object hits the ground near the truck and shatters. Liquid splashes. The smell of gasoline spikes, sharp as a slap. Not supernatural, not magic, a bottle, a Molotov without the flame, a threat without the fire yet. The older voice roars, "Get him out now, now." Everything becomes clipped, hands yank. The coffin shifts. My shoulder screams as they pull me by my arms. My body catches on the coffin lip, my hips scrape, my knee bangs wood. I cry out. It's involuntary. Raw. "Are you sorry?" the deputy says, not stopping. "We have to move." They drag me onto the cold sand, onto scrubby ground that bites through my hoodie. Air hits my whole body and I gulp it like it's water. My vision swims. Somewhere, a gunshot cracks, not close, but real. A ranger fires into the air or into the ground. I don't know. I only know the sound is too sharp and everyone flinches. "Suspect fleeing west," someone shouts. "Don't chase into the boulders." Another voice counters. "Contain. Contain. Always contain. Always procedure." Even now, someone throws a fire extinguisher toward the truck. Another officer sprays foam over the spilled fuel, white and frantic. The deputy who pulled me out presses her gloved hands against my chest. "Look at me," she orders, voice fierce. "Look at me. Stay awake. Breathe, slow." I try. My lungs obey, but my body shakes violently now, adrenaline dumping out in tremors. The older officer sergeant, I realize by his voice, and the way people respond, crouches beside me. "You Evan Mercer?" he asks. I nod, and the motion makes my head throb. "You know who did this?" he asks. I try to speak. My throat makes a dry sound. I shake my head. The sergeant's jaw tightens. "All right, we'll get him." But even as he says it, I hear the distant engine of another vehicle starting. A different pitch than the truck. Something smaller. The suspect had a second car. A backup. He planned for this. And then, like the desert itself is trying to underline the lesson, the wind gusts hard. It pushes the smell of fuel across the scene. It rattles the Joshua tree branches. It lifts grit into the air. Somebody yells, "Fire risk." Another voice, "Get him to the ambulance." They hoist me up, and my legs fold under me like wet paper. I try to stand, and my knees give. Pain lances my ankle. My whole lower body has forgotten how to be mine. I'm not a hero stepping out of a coffin. I'm a man who's been bent wrong for too long. They half carry, half drag me toward flashing red lights parked along the dirt turnout. Headlights carve the rock piles into harsh shapes. As they move me, I catch one more glimpse of the coffin, splintered lid, loose staples, dirt scattered like an insult. And I see something attached to the outside near the head end. A cheap little Bluetooth tracker, the kind you stick on keys. The kind people used to find lost luggage. It's taped on with duct tape, crooked and ugly. That's why my phone stayed on. That's why the call worked. That's why the hotspot name mattered. Someone nearby with a signal relay, a router, a booster, a cheap setup that kept the line alive just enough. Not magic, just preparation. The sergeant sees where my eyes go and follows my gaze. His face hardens. Bag that, he snaps to someone. Don't touch it barehanded. My chest tightens, and this time it's not lack of air. It's the knowledge that someone thought about this. Someone planned it like a job. And I did what I always do when things get ugly. I tried to be small. I tried not to make a scene. It almost killed me. In the ambulance, the paramedic, male, maybe 40, calm hands, wraps a blood pressure cuff around my arm. My shoulder, I say weakly. It's out, or something. He palpates gently, and I hiss. Possible dislocation, he says. Will immobilize. You've got abrasions. Maybe concussion. Lena's voice is suddenly closer, not through a phone, but through the open ambulance door. Evan, she cries. A deputy blocks her. Ma'am, stay back. I'm his partner, she insists, voice ragged. Please. The paramedic looks up, meets the deputy's eyes, then nods once. Let her in for a minute. Lena climbs in, and the second her hand finds mine, everything I've been holding back punches through. I start shaking harder. My teeth chatter. I'm here, she says, and her voice is steady in a way it wasn't before. I'm right here. Mark appears behind her, face drawn, eyes bright with something like guilt. He doesn't climb in. He just looks at me like he's trying to memorize that I'm real. I'm sorry, I manage, and it's the stupidest thing to say. Lena's grip tightens until it hurts. Don't, she says. Don't you dare apologize. Outside, sirens continue. Radios chatter. Somewhere in the dark, a person is running or driving away. The conflict is resolved in the narrow, practical sense. I'm out of the coffin. I'm breathing. I'm in medical hands. The responders aren't afraid to touch me anymore. But the cost sits in my shoulder, in my bruised ribs, in the raw scrape of my throat. It sits in Lena's eyes, wide and wet and furious. It sits in Mark's clenched jaw. And it sits in the detail that won't leave me. My phone still says 100%. As if nothing happened. As if the whole night was just an app that never drained. As if someone wanted me to be reachable the entire time, just not free. The ambulance smells like antiseptic and hot plastic. It's a clean smell, a controlled one, not like the coffin, not like gasoline and dust and panic. The paramedic straps my shoulder into a temporary sling and tapes a gauze pad over my scraped knuckles. He talks the whole time in a steady, low rhythm, the way you talk to someone who might float away if you stop anchoring them. You're lucky, he says at one point, not unkindly. Another 10, 15 minutes in that position, and we'd be talking hypoxia. Lucky. The word sits strangely in my chest. They don't take me far, just to the small medical center in Yucca Valley, fluorescent lights, scuffed tile, a vending machine humming in the hallway like it's been there since the 90s. The desert outside is turning gray-blue by the time they wheel me in. Dawn always feels indifferent. It doesn't care what happened overnight. Lena stays glued to my side until a nurse in blue scrubs gently nudges her back. Let us get some vitals, she says. Lena nods, but her hands hover, like she's afraid if she lets go completely I'll vanish. Mark stands a few feet away, phone still in his hand, thumb working through messages, emails, something procedural. He's already in problem-solving mode. I recognize it, because I do the same thing when I don't know how to sit with something. A doctor confirms what I already know. Partial shoulder dislocation. They sedate me lightly and reset it. The pain is white and absolute for a second, then dull and distant. I wake up with my arm immobilized and my head heavy. You've got a mild concussion, the doctor says. You'll be foggy. You need rest. No driving. No decision-making for a few days. No decision-making. I almost laugh. A deputy comes in before they discharge me. He's younger than I expected. Close-cropped hair, careful expression. Carries a small notebook, but doesn't open it right away. I'm Deputy Ramirez, he says. I know this is a lot. We'll keep this short for now. Short sounds good. He asks me what I remember. I tell him about the kitchen, the argument, the knock I'm not sure about, the bright light too close to my eyes, a voice saying sorry, then nothing. Any enemies, he asks. I shake my head. The movement makes the room tilt. Work issues, he presses. I'm a project manager for a logistics company, I say. My enemies are spreadsheets. He doesn't smile. We found a tracker on the coffin, he says. Low-cost Bluetooth device. Serial numbers scratched off. There was also a signal booster rig in the truck bed, homemade. Someone knew enough to extend range without drawing attention. The hotspot, the full battery. He wanted me reachable, I say slowly. Not free, but reachable. Ramirez studies me. Why? I open my mouth and nothing comes out. There's no satisfying answer. No ransom call. No manifesto. Just logistics and planning, and a man in a hoodie moving between Joshua trees. We're reviewing camera footage, Ramirez continues. Gas station near your Airbnb park entrance. We have partial plates on the truck. It was stolen out of Palm Springs 2 days ago. Did you catch him? Lena asks from the corner, her voice tight. Ramirez hesitates just long enough to be honest. We found footprints leading west into the boulder field. After that, it's rock. No clear trail. We have units searching. We'll follow up, follow up. The phrase hangs there like an unfinished sentence. They discharge me mid-morning. The desert is fully awake now, bright sun, brittle shadows. It looks like a postcard. You could take a picture and never know what happened in the dark. We don't go back to the Airbnb. Lena refuses. I can't sleep there, she says flatly. Mark doesn't argue. He's already canceled the rest of the reservation on his phone. We pack in silence, clothes shoved into bags, groceries abandoned in the fridge. The kitchen looks exactly the same as it did before. The lighter on the stove, the cooler by the door. I stand in the doorway for a long moment, trying to force my brain to bridge the gap between this room and the coffin. There's no visible line, just missing time. Evan, Lena says softly from behind me. I'm trying to remember, I say. She steps closer. Maybe you don't have to. We drive back toward the west entrance. Park Boulevard stretches ahead in harsh daylight. We pass the cattle guard. I flinch when the tires rumble over it. Hidden Valley comes into view briefly. To the right, rock formations stacked like frozen waves. Somewhere out there, my coffin lay open on the sand for a while before they bagged it as evidence. Ordinary tourists are already hiking. People with water bottles and sun hats. A couple poses for a photo under a Joshua tree, smiling wide. The world didn't stop. In the car, Lena reaches across the console and rests her hand on my thigh. Not gripping, just there. I'm sorry, she says quietly. For what? I ask. For pushing. For making it about the trip when you were trying to tell me something else. I look out the window at the endless, stubborn land. I didn't tell you, I say. I said I was fine. I always say I'm fine. Mark clears his throat from the backseat. You almost died because some guy decided to play engineer, he says. Not because you didn't communicate your vacation preferences. He means well. He always means well. But he's wrong in a small, important way. I almost died because I didn't push harder when it mattered. Because I was willing to sit in discomfort quietly. Because I didn't want to be difficult. In the hospital, when they hesitated to open the coffin, I had to shout. I had to insist. I had to be a problem. It saved me. Back in Seattle, the air feels different. Wet, heavy, familiar. The police contact me twice over the next week. They show me still frames from security cameras. A man at the gas station pumped the same time we were there. Baseball cap low. Face partially obscured. He looks like anyone. That's the problem. They recover the stolen truck owner's information. It's clean. No connection to me. The tracker brand is common. Sold everywhere. No ransom demands, Ramirez says over the phone. No digital chatter connected to you. We're exploring the possibility of a thrill abduction. Or someone testing a method. Testing. The word makes my skin crawl. Was I random? I ask. We don't know, he says honestly. I start therapy the second week back, not because I'm brave, because I can't sleep without feeling wood against my shoulders. I wake up with my fists clenched, nails digging into my palms. The therapist asks me what the worst part was. Waiting, I say immediately. When they were there and wouldn't open it. Nods like that makes sense. Lena sleeps with a lamp on for a while, not bright, just enough to soften the dark. She doesn't apologize for it. Mark throws himself into research. He sends me articles about Bluetooth trackers, about signal boosters, about how criminals repurpose consumer tech. It's his way of regaining control. One evening, a month later, I sit on the edge of our bed with my phone in my hand. It still works perfectly. The battery drains normally now. 90%. 80. 70. No anomalies. No phantom networks. I scroll through my call log and find the timestamp from that night. The call with Lena. It shows as a standard call. No dropped connection. No glitch. I check the Bluetooth history out of habit. Nothing unusual. But when I open my Wi-Fi list, something catches my eye. A remembered network. Denning Mobile. Of course it's there. Mark's hotspot. I've connected to it before. There's nothing strange about it being saved, except for one small detail. Under it, in faint gray text, it says, last connected, 3:11 a.m. Not 3:12, not when the call came through. 3:11, 1 minute before I woke up. I stare at it, trying to make it align with the story I've built in my head. Maybe my phone auto-connected briefly when I was still near the airbump. Maybe the timestamp is off by a minute. Maybe it's nothing. Probably it's nothing. I close the settings. The world outside our window is ordinary. Cars passing. A dog barking. Someone laughing 2 buildings over. Lena walks in from the kitchen with 2 mugs of tea. She hands me one carefully, mindful of my healing shoulder. You okay? She asks. I look at her, at the lines of worry that haven't fully left her face, at the steadiness she's trying to rebuild. Yeah, I say, and this time it's not automatic. I'm not fine, not entirely. But I'm here. The horror doesn't live in a coffin anymore. It lives in small pauses, in the way I check exits when I enter a room, in the way Lena's hand finds mine in parking lots without thinking. It lives in that 1 minute on my phone, and in the knowledge that somewhere out there, someone tested a method and almost succeeded. The battery icon drops to 69%. For the first time since that night, it feels honest. that's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I live alone. But my phone keeps unlocking with Face ID is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. At 2:13 a.m., my phone unlocked itself. Not all the way, not to the home screen with my stupid, little weather widget, and the Slack notifications I pretended I didn't see. But far enough that the lock icon at the top flipped open, and the flashlight button brightened like it had just recognized me. The screen glow slid across the ceiling in a soft rectangle, pale and wrong against the dark. I hadn't touched it. My hands were under the duvet, curled around the hem of my t-shirt, because my apartment always ran cold at night, no matter what the thermostat said. The phone was face up on the nightstand where I always put it, plugged into the cheap braided cable I'd bought at Walgreens when my old one frayed. I could see the cable's little LED dot, steady red, like a tiny eye. The phone made that almost silent click it makes when Face ID succeeds. Then it went still again. For a second I lay there and listened, trying to decide whether I'd dreamed the click. The building had its usual soundtrack, the fridge cycling in the kitchen, an elevator cable sighing somewhere behind the walls, a distant car hissing through wet streets. My upstairs neighbor's radiator knocked twice like it was clearing its throat. Nothing else. I sat up slowly, because some part of my brain was treating the phone like an animal you don't want to spook. I leaned over it, squinting. The screen was still on. It wasn't asking for my passcode. It wasn't doing the red face not recognized thing. It was awake. There was a notification banner at the top that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. Face ID unlocked. It wasn't a notification, not really, but one of those subtle system messages that blinked and faded if you didn't look fast enough. I caught the tail end of it like you catch a glance at someone turning away. I picked the phone up. The glass was cool. The camera array at the top stared back at me, black and glossy, centered like a pupil. I turned the brightness down, then up, then down again like that would fix it. I swiped down to the control center and stared at my own reflection in the screen. My face looked like a stranger's face, swollen with sleep, hair sticking in a stressed halo, one cheek creased from the pillow. "Okay," I whispered, because the room felt too big for no sound. "Okay, that's fine." I tried to be reasonable. Phones do weird things. True depth cameras have false positives. There are edge cases. There's always an explanation for a thing that doesn't make sense at 2:13 a.m. when you're half asleep and your brain is still in dream logic. I pressed the side button to lock it. The screen went black. I waited. Nothing happened. I put it back down and lay flat again, eyes open, feeling ridiculous. There was no one else here. I lived alone. I always lived alone. That was kind of the point. My name is Mara Bennett. I'm 32, and I moved into this one bedroom in North Seattle because it was close enough to my job and far enough from my last relationship that I could breathe without checking my reflection in every window. The building was a squat, newer thing with gray siding and a lobby that smelled like lemony floor cleaner. I paid too much for it, and the management company sent emails like they were written by a robot that hated you. I told myself the Face ID thing was a glitch and forced my eyelids down. 2 minutes later, the phone clicked again. This time the screen lit up brighter, like it was sure of itself. I sat up so fast the duvet slid off my legs. The cold air hit my thighs and raised little bumps. I snatched the phone before it could dim. On the lock screen, there were tiny text lines near the top, the sort you only see if you're looking for them. Face ID unlocked below that. A message bubble preview hovered from an app I'd installed months ago and never used. A home security camera service I'd convinced myself I needed, and then forgot about because paying rent felt like juggling knives. The preview read, "Motion detected." I stared at it until the words went a little fuzzy. My thumb hovered. If I tapped it, I'd open it. If I opened it, I'd have to deal with whatever was on the other side of that notification. It was a stupid thought, like a child thinking if you don't look under the bed, nothing can grab your ankle. I tapped it anyway. The app opened with the little spinning wheel and a stock photo of a smiling family in a living room that looked nothing like mine. Then it loaded to my single camera feed. I'd stuck the camera on top of the bookshelf in my living room, angled toward the front door and the slice of hallway that led to my bedroom. It was meant to be peace of mind, a cheap eye. Feed showed the living room, empty. The shadows were in the wrong places because the only light came from the street lamp outside my window and a faint glow from the microwave clock. The couch sat like a dark block. The plant by the window drooped like it was tired too. My front door was closed. The chain wasn't latched because I never latched it. I told myself it was because it was annoying, but really it was because I'd once locked myself out and had to sit in the hallway in socks until a neighbor let me in. I watched the feed for movement. Nothing. Then, in the top corner, the app put a small timestamp and a tiny event log. 2:13 a.m. motion detected. 2:15 a.m. motion detected. 2 little red dots. My throat felt dry. I swallowed and tasted toothpaste and sleep. Maybe the radiator, I said, though the camera couldn't hear me unless I hit the microphone button. The radiator hadn't moved. The plant hadn't moved. Dust motes didn't trigger motion detection. The air felt still. I backed out and opened settings instead, like a person choosing to reorganize a drawer while the kitchen is on fire. I went to Face ID and passcode. I stared at the toggles. iPhone unlock. On, require attention for Face ID. On, attention aware features. On. I toggled require attention off, then on again. It felt like flicking a light switch. I checked set up an alternate appearance and stared at the little oval outline on the screen that wanted my face. Alternate appearance. I'd read about it, how you could add yourself with sunglasses or a mask. People used it for identical twins. For other people, my mouth did something small and involuntary, like it wanted to smile, but couldn't figure out why. My private fear, the one I didn't say out loud, was never about ghosts or killers or anything dramatic. It was simpler. It was the idea that someone could be inside your life without you noticing, that you could be observed and managed and guided like a shopping cart by invisible hands. I'd had a boyfriend once who could unlock my phone because he'd watched me type the passcode over my shoulder by accident enough times that he knew it. He'd used it to scroll through my messages while I slept. When I'd confronted him, he'd acted hurt, like my privacy was the betrayal. I stared at the Face ID setup screen and felt that old heat creep up my neck. My phone clicked again. Not the unlock click. A softer sound. A message arriving. I flinched hard enough to almost drop it. The message banner slid down from the top. Unknown accessory detected. A Bluetooth pairing request. The name was a string of letters and numbers that meant nothing. BT A3F9. My brain reached for logic like a hand grabbing for a railing. A neighbor's headphones, someone's car, a speaker, a glitch. A lot of things in apartments bleed through walls. Wi-Fi networks, laughter, arguments, sometimes the smell of frying onions. Still, at 2:16 in the morning, the word unknown felt personal. I hit cancel. The banner disappeared. The room didn't change. The same dim ceiling. The same faint car hiss outside. But my body was different. My heart had started doing that tight, hard beat that makes your ears feel full. My fingers were cold, and I realized I'd been gripping the phone too tightly, like it could run away. I got out of bed. The floor was colder than I expected. I stood for a second, letting my eyes adjust. My bedroom door was open a crack, as it always was. I liked being able to see the sliver of hallway and the shadowed edge of the living room. It made the apartment feel less like a box. Tonight, that sliver felt like a cut in paper. I walked barefoot to the door, phone in my hand, and listened. No footsteps, no whispering, no TV murmurs from another unit. Just the building's low, indifferent noises and my own breath. I flicked on my bedside lamp. Warm light spilled out, turning my room into something normal again. Laundry chair, paperback on the floor, the mug I'd promised myself I'd bring to the sink. I stepped into the hallway and flipped on that light too. The living room was exactly how I'd left it. Shoes by the door, mail on the counter, a half-empty bottle of dish soap beside the sink. The camera on the bookshelf sat in its little plastic cradle, pointed at the door like a patient animal. I walked toward it slow. I reached up and touched the camera's housing. Smooth plastic, still, no obvious tampering. The little indicator light was off. It only lit when streaming. I turned it slightly, just to be sure it wasn't angled somewhere else. The feed on my phone showed my own arm entering the frame, pale and goose-bumped. Okay. That meant the camera was telling the truth. It was pointed where I thought it was. I took a breath and tried to slow my thoughts down into something I could hold. Motion detected could mean anything. It could mean a shadow shift from the street lamp outside because a car passed. It could mean my neighbor slammed a door and the vibration shook the bookshelf. It could mean my plant leaf moved. Face ID unlocking itself was harder. But maybe the phone had woken and tried to scan, and in the dim light, it mistook something for my face. Maybe it saw a photo. Maybe it saw my reflection. People on the internet would have explanations. People always did. I glanced at the window. Outside, the street lamp glowed through thin rain. My reflection hovered faint in the glass. I stared at it and felt my stomach tighten at how easy it was to imagine someone watching from below, or from across the street, or from the hallway. I walked to the door and checked the deadbolt. It was locked. I twisted the knob anyway. Solid. Then I checked the chain latch out of habit and felt annoyed at myself for not using it. The chain hung slack like an accusation. I took my phone back into my hands and opened the event log again, scrolling. 2 motion events. No video clips saved, because I turned that feature off to avoid paying extra. Of course, I tapped Live View. The living room feed showed me in the middle of the room, hair messy, shoulders hunched, phone glow in my hand. I didn't look like someone in danger. I looked like someone about to spiral in her own apartment at 2:17 a.m. over a phone notification. I set the phone down on the counter and stared at it like it might confess. My hands wanted something to do, so I opened a drawer and took out my spare key ring. I did that sometimes late at night when anxiety needed an object. It was a stupid little ritual. Check keys, check wallet, check stove. Proof of control. The keys jingled softly. The sound traveled too far in the apartment. I froze. I hadn't heard it before because I'd been moving. Now, still, I caught a different sound underneath everything. A faint, intermittent buzz, like a phone vibrating against wood, except it wasn't mine. Mine was on the counter, silent. The buzz came again, thin and brief. I turned my head toward the living room. The camera sat on the bookshelf. Still, but the bookshelf had a drawer at the bottom. One of those fake drawers that was actually just a panel covering the power strip and cable mess. I'd left it slightly ajar because the camera's cord didn't fit well, and I was lazy about making things tidy. The buzz came again. It wasn't loud. It was familiar. A specific kind of vibration, softened by distance. My skin prickled, not with cold, but with that alertness you get when you realize your assumptions might be wrong. I walked toward the bookshelf, slow enough that the floorboards didn't creak. The buzz happened once more, closer now. Definitely from the bottom of the shelf. Crouched and put my fingers on the edge of the panel. The wood was painted white, slightly rough where it had been chipped by past tenants. I pulled gently. The panel shifted. A small gap opened wider. Inside, there was a tangle of cables, the power strip, and half hidden under a coil of Ethernet, I didn't remember owning something dark and rectangular. A second phone. Or something that looked exactly like one, face down, with a thin case. It buzzed again, just a whisper of movement against the wood. My throat made a small sound I didn't recognize as mine. I reached in. My fingers brushed cold glass. I slid it toward me, the case scraping softly. The object came out into the light. It was a smartphone, not mine, bigger than mine, in a black case with a cracked corner. The screen was lit with a notification, but it was too angled to read until I lifted it. The top of the screen said Face ID. My brain did a weird, stumbling thing, like it couldn't parse the phrase in this context, like it was a sign on a road where no road should be. Then the screen dimmed, and before it went dark, it flashed a lock icon that opened. It unlocked as soon as it faced me. I stared at it, crouched on the floor in my own living room, holding a phone that wasn't mine, watching it recognize my face like I belonged to it. I sat back hard enough to knock my shoulder against the bookshelf. The camera wobbled slightly in its cradle. I didn't scream. I didn't do anything dramatic. My body went very still, and my thoughts piled up behind my eyes, loud and chaotic. I forced myself to breathe, one inhale at a time, like I was trying not to hyperventilate in public. My mind offered options, rapid fire. Call the police. Don't call the police. They'll say it's a misunderstanding. Run into the hallway. Don't run, you'll look crazy. Throw the phone out the window. Keep it, it's evidence. Unlock your own phone and record. Your phone is the problem. I looked at my own phone on the counter, glowing softly from where I'd left it. It felt suddenly untrustworthy, like a person who'd been lying to my face and smiling. I held the unknown phone up again, angling it away from my face. The screen stayed unlocked. That meant it had just used Face ID to get in, which meant someone had set it up to recognize me. Or it was my phone, somehow. But it was. I knew my phone. I knew the scratch near the volume button. I knew the cheap pink case. This was not it. I stood slowly, my knees popping. I glanced at the front door. Still locked, still closed. The deadbolt stared back. There was no supernatural explanation. There couldn't be. That wasn't how the world worked. That wasn't the kind of story my life got to be. So the explanation had to be human. And that was worse. I picked up my own phone, then stopped. My fingers hovered over it. If my phone was unlocking itself, and this other phone was unlocking to my face, then my phone, my identity, my face, my daily routine, was part of something I didn't understand yet. I looked down at the second phone again. It was unlocked. It was in my hand. It might contain answers. It might also be a trap, a way to know I'd found it, a way to pull me deeper. I could do one of two things right now. I could leave it alone, lock everything, and call 911 with trembling hands and hope the dispatcher took me seriously. Or I could scroll through what was on this phone first, just enough to know what I was saying when I asked for help, just enough to not sound like a sleep-deprived woman accusing the walls. My thumb hovered over the screen. The unknown phone buzzed again, a soft, impatient purr, as if someone somewhere was trying to reach it. I stood in the middle of my living room, the rain ticking faintly against the window, two phones in my hands, and felt the weight of choosing wrong. The unknown phone buzzed again in my hand. Not a text tone, not a call, a vibration, steady, deliberate. Whoever was trying to reach it wasn't giving up. I forced myself to look at the screen. It was unlocked. No passcode prompt. No home screen cluttered with apps. Just a messages thread already open, like someone had left a book face down mid-sentence. Contact name at the top wasn't a name. It was a single letter. M, the most recent message. You there? Sent 2:18 a.m. 3 gray dots appeared, then disappeared. My throat tightened. I wasn't sure what frightened me more, that someone was texting this phone right now, or that they expected a response. I didn't type back. I didn't move. I just stood there in the living room, rain ticking against the glass, my own reflection hovering faintly in the window behind the screen. Another message came through. She asleep, my body reacted before my mind caught up. I stepped back like the words had heat. They weren't texting me. They were texting someone about me. The phone buzzed again. Camera triggered twice. You sure it's set right? The camera. My eyes snapped to the bookshelf. The little plastic lens stared blankly across the room. It had sent those motion alerts. The timing lined up. I felt something cold and precise click into place in my head. Whoever owned this phone knew about my camera, and they knew it had detected movement. I thought about calling 911 again, about running into the hallway in bare feet and pounding on someone's door. But the hallway was a closed system at this hour. Most people in this building worked tech or healthcare. Night shifts, late hours, doors stayed shut. Another message, answer me. The 3 dots reappeared. I did something reckless. I typed, "Who is this?" My fingers were shaking so hard I mistyped the first time. Deleted and retyped, trying to keep it neutral. Not confrontational, not panicked. The dots stopped. A long pause, then, what? I stared at that one word. My heart was thudding loud enough that I could hear the pulse in my ears. I typed again, slower this time. You texted me. I almost added a period, then deleted it. I didn't want to sound sharp. I didn't want to sound like anything. Another pause. Longer this time, then. Is this funny? My skin felt tight. I typed. I found this phone. The dots appeared instantly. Whoever was on the other end was staring at their screen, waiting. Then nothing. No response. The silence stretched. My brain filled it with images I didn't want. Someone sitting in a parked car outside, looking up at my windows. Someone in another apartment, watching through a peephole camera I hadn't noticed. I walked to the window, staying low without meaning to, and parted the curtain just a sliver. The street below was almost empty. One sedan idled at the curb half a block down, headlights off. It could have belonged to anyone, or no one. My phone, my real phone, buzzed on the counter. I flinched and almost dropped the other one. The notification banner slid down. Face ID unlocked again. I hadn't even picked it up. The screen lit, showing my home screen like it had just recognized me from across the room. I felt exposed in a way that didn't make sense. The camera on my phone was facing the ceiling. It couldn't see me, unless it could. I grabbed it and flipped it over so the screen was against the counter. The unknown phone vibrated again. A new message. Don't touch anything. My stomach dropped. The next one came before I could process the first. Put it back. The words were simple, not threatening, not angry. That was what made them worse. I typed back before I could stop myself. Who are you? 3 dots. Stop. Start again. Then, you're not supposed to see that. The phrasing hit something in me, that old private fear of being managed without my knowledge, being the subject of something instead of the author. I took a breath and tried to think like a person who wasn't spiraling. Okay, facts. There was a second phone in my apartment, hidden in a place I hadn't checked in months. It was set to unlock with my face. It was being actively monitored by someone who knew about my security camera. They were aware I'd found it, which meant one of 2 things. The phone had location services on, and they could see it had moved. Or there was someone close enough to see me take it out. I forced myself not to look at the door. Not yet. Another message. This isn't how this was supposed to go. I typed, go where? No response. Instead, the phone screen flickered. Not dramatically, just a subtle shift, like an app switching in the background. Then the camera app opened, rear facing. I was staring at my own living room through the lens of the unknown phone. The view was angled slightly upward, as if the phone had been propped inside the shelf facing outward. My breath caught. That meant this phone hadn't just been hidden. It had been positioned. The image on the screen showed the couch, the plant, the front door. The angle was slightly different from my security camera, lower, more intimate. It felt like someone kneeling on the floor watching. I scrolled up, heart hammering. The camera roll. Hundreds of thumbnails. Most were dark, blurry shots of the room at night. The couch empty, the hallway dim. Some were daytime, sunlight cutting across the rug. Me walking through frame in leggings and an old college sweatshirt, hair in a bun, holding a coffee mug. I felt a weird detachment watching myself like that, like it was surveillance footage from a case I wasn't part of. I scrolled further back. Weeks. The timestamps went back at least 3 months. 3 months of my life in grainy stills. My private routines. The way I paced when I was on the phone. The way I left the kitchen light on if I was coming back. There were no images of me sleeping. The angle didn't reach into my bedroom. That was the only small mercy. I heard a sound then, a soft metallic click, not from my phone, not from the bookshelf, from the front door. It was subtle, the kind of sound you only recognize because you've lived with it. The faint movement of a handle being tested. I froze. The unknown phone was still in my hand, camera open, showing the room. In the frame, the door didn't move, but I had heard something. Another click, slightly firmer. Someone was trying the knob. My brain snapped into something colder and clearer. I stepped back from the door, keeping my weight off the floor as much as possible to avoid noise. The deadbolt was locked. I had checked it, but the chain wasn't latched. I moved forward slowly and slid the chain into place with as little sound as I could manage. The metal scraped softly against the bracket. The handle turned harder this time. The deadbolt held. A voice came through the door, low, male. Hey, it wasn't shouted. It wasn't aggressive. It was the tone someone uses when they don't want to wake neighbors. Maintenance, he added. At 2:24 a.m., my mouth felt dry. Who? I called back, keeping my voice steady. Not too loud, not too scared. Building maintenance. We got a water leak report from your unit. I almost laughed. The absurdity of it. The sink was dry. The bathroom was dry. I hadn't run anything. There's no leak, I said, a pause. We need to come in and check. My eyes flicked to the unknown phone screen still glowing in my hand. The messages, the camera roll, the texts about motion detection. This wasn't random. I'll call the office in the morning, I said. You can come back then. Silence on the other side. Then, more quietly, closer to the door, open the door. Not maintenance tone anymore. Flat. I took a step back. My own phone buzzed again on the counter. Face ID unlocked again. I picked it up and realized something that made my stomach flip. The unknown phone was still unlocked, camera open, facing the room, which meant whoever was connected to it could see the door, could see me, could see that I hadn't opened it. I did the only thing I could think of. I hit the side button and powered the unknown phone off. The screen went black. Instantly, my own phone vibrated in my hand. A call. Unknown number. I didn't answer. It stopped, started again. The handle on the door rattled once more, harder this time. The chain clinked. Last chance, the voice said, no longer pretending. I backed up toward the kitchen, scanning for something heavy. My eyes landed on the knife block. I grabbed the largest chef's knife, my hand slick on the handle. I hated that this was happening. Hated that I was barefoot on cold tile, holding a knife in my own apartment. I dialed 911. The call rang once, twice, then connected. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone trying to get into my apartment, I said, forcing the words out clean. They say they're maintenance. It's 2:25 a.m. I didn't call anyone. What's your address? I gave it. Are they inside? No, they're at the door. They tried the handle. There was a thud against the door then, not a kick, more like a shoulder checking the strength. The dispatcher's voice shifted, sharper. Officers are en route. Stay on the line. The man outside didn't try again immediately. Instead, I heard footsteps retreating down the hallway. Then silence. I didn't lower the knife. I stayed where I was, heart pounding, listening for the elevator. A minute later, I heard it, the faint mechanical whine as it descended. My phone buzzed again. Not a call, a text, from the unknown number that had just tried to call. You shouldn't have done that. The message arrived even though I had powered the other phone off, which meant they had my number too. My own screen flickered. Face ID unlocked. And before I could react, my phone opened the home app, the one I never used, and the live feed from my security camera filled the screen. Except the angle was wrong. The camera wasn't on the bookshelf anymore. It was on the floor, pointed up. And in the corner of the frame, just for a second before the feed cut to black, I saw a boot step into view inside my apartment. The dispatcher was still talking when the feed cut to black. "Mara, stay with me. Are you in a secure room?" I couldn't answer right away. I was staring at my own phone screen, at the reflection of my face in the glass where the camera feed had just been. The last image, boot, black sole, scuffed toe, looped in my head. Inside. My voice came out thin. I swallowed and tried again. My camera. It just showed someone in my apartment. "Are you certain?" The dispatcher asked, voice steady but sharpened now. "Yes." I looked toward the living room from the kitchen. The apartment layout was simple. Front door straight ahead from the living room, couch against the left wall, bookshelf with the camera to the right of the door, kitchen behind me with a narrow hallway leading to my bedroom and bathroom. There was nowhere to hide that wasn't obvious. "I didn't hear anyone come in," I said. "The deadbolt's locked. The chain's on." "Officers are 2 minutes out," she said. "Can you move to a room you can lock?" "My bedroom," I said automatically. But that would mean turning my back on the living room, on the door, on whatever was or wasn't out there. The apartment was silent, too silent. I stepped forward carefully, knife still in my right hand, phone pressed to my ear with my left. The tile gave way to the softer give of the living room rug. I could see the front door clearly from here. Deadbolt horizontal, chain taut. No one standing there. The bookshelf was in its usual spot, flush against the wall to the right of the door. The camera, though, was not where I'd left it. It was on the floor, not angled up at me like in the feed, just lying on its side near the baseboard, cable still plugged in. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The boot. The boot could have been mine. The feed could have been delayed or buffered, or the app could have switched to a saved clip from earlier when I crouched near the shelf. "You're not inside your bedroom," the dispatcher said gently. "I can see the camera," I whispered. "It's on the floor. I think it fell." "Did you hear it fall?" "No, that didn't mean it hadn't." The buzz of adrenaline had been loud in my ears. I approached the camera slowly. It was a small white cylinder with a pivoting base. The base was still clipped to the shelf. The camera itself had detached from the magnet and dropped. I crouched and picked it up. The magnet clicked back into place easily when I set it against the base. The angle was off now, pointing slightly downward instead of across the room. When I opened the app again, the live feed returned grainy, stable, showing the couch and the door from a lower angle. No boot, just me, pale and shaking, holding a knife. I closed my eyes briefly. Misdirection. My brain had filled in the worst-case scenario from a split-second image. The boot could have been from earlier when I moved near the shelf, and the camera captured my own shoe. Or the app could have glitched, but the door handle had rattled. That part was real. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder. "Officers are pulling up now," the dispatcher said. I felt my knees wobble with relief and something like humiliation. I pictured them arriving to find a woman in an oversized t-shirt clutching a kitchen knife because her phone had glitched. "Stay on the line until they knock," she said. A firm knock came at the door, authoritative. "Seattle Police," a voice called. I set the knife on the counter and approached the door. I peered through the peephole first. 2 uniformed officers stood in the hallway under the fluorescent light. 1 male, 1 female. I slid the chain off and opened the door. The male officer stepped forward slightly. He was tall, late 30s, white, clean-shaven, hair buzzed short. His badge read Officer Daniel Ruiz, 38, male. His posture was steady, controlled. Behind him stood Officer Kayla Morgan, 29, female, black hair pulled tight into a bun, eyes sharp and assessing. "Ma'am," Ruiz said, "you called about someone trying to enter." "Yes." My voice trembled more now that the immediate threat had passed. "He said he was maintenance. It's 2:30 in the morning." Morgan stepped inside first, scanning the room with quick, efficient movements. Ruiz followed. "Doors intact," Ruiz said after checking the lock. "No visible damage." He tried the handle. I insisted. "I heard it. Anyone you know with a key?" Morgan asked. "No. Maintenance sometimes does after-hours leak checks," Ruiz said, though his tone suggested he doubted it. "There's no leak," I said, and I hesitated. The hidden phone was on the counter, powered off. I picked it up and held it out. This was inside my bookshelf. They both looked at it. "You found it tonight?" Morgan asked. "Yes." It unlocked when it saw my face. Ruiz's eyebrows lifted slightly. "You sure it's not yours?" "It's not." He took it from me, turning it over in his hands. "Power S off." I turned it off. Morgan glanced around the room again, then at the bookshelf. "Mind if we take a look?" I nodded. They crouched near the shelf, inspecting the panel I'd opened. Morgan shone her flashlight inside. "Wiring's a mess," she said. "Could have been tucked in there a while." "It has months of photos," I said quietly. "Of me." That made them both pause. "Photos how?" Ruiz asked. "From here," I gestured to the living room. The camera app was open. It was pointed at the room. Morgan stood and looked at me carefully. "Okay, we're going to take this device as evidence. We'll log it, see if we can pull a serial number." Relief washed through me at that. Someone else would hold it. Someone else would decide what it meant. "Do you have any exes?" Ruiz asked gently. The question felt invasive and obvious at the same time. "Yes," I said. "But he lives in Portland. We haven't spoken in a year." "Anyone with access to your phone recently?" Morgan added. No, that wasn't entirely true. I'd handed my phone to coworkers before to show them pictures, to take group shots, but that wasn't access. They took my statement there in the living room. I stood barefoot on the rug while Ruiz wrote in a small notebook, and Morgan occasionally glanced toward the hallway. As they spoke, exhaustion began to seep in around the edges of my adrenaline. My hands were still shaking. My mouth felt cotton dry. "We'll have patrol do an extra sweep of the building," Ruiz said finally. "Talk to management in the morning about maintenance logs. Change your locks if you can." "I will." They handed me a card with a case number. "If anything else happens tonight," Morgan said, "call us again." They left. The door closed. The apartment felt smaller after they were gone. Quieter. The kind of quiet that isn't relief but aftermath. I locked the deadbolt, latched the chain. Then I leaned my forehead against the wood and let out a slow breath. Attempt 1, call the police. Partial success. The immediate threat had retreated. The hidden phone was gone, but the trap didn't feel looser. It felt rearranged. I walked back into the living room. My own phone lay on the counter where I'd set it, screen dark. I picked it up. Face ID unlocked instantly. Too instantly. I hadn't even raised it fully. I opened settings again, this time with more purpose. Face ID and passcode. There was no alternate appearance set. I scrolled further down. Devices. There were 2 devices listed under my Apple ID, my iPhone, and another iPhone. Same model, same storage capacity. Last active, now. My stomach dropped. That meant the hidden phone hadn't just been recording video locally. It had been signed into my account. Mirroring. I tapped the second device. It showed a map location, not my apartment. A blue dot about 3 blocks away, near the small park by Greenwood Avenue. Active. I stared at it, heart pounding. They hadn't taken the hidden phone far. Or I felt something click into place again, something colder. The officers had taken the phone. If it was still active, that meant either it wasn't actually off when I handed it to them, or there was a third device. I grabbed my coat from the chair by the door and slipped it on without thinking. My feet were still bare. This was stupid. But if there was another phone logged into my account, if someone was still watching, then staying still felt worse. I opened the Find My app. The second device pulsed on the map, moving slowly toward the park. I pictured Ruiz and Morgan walking back to their cruiser, the evidence bag in hand. If the phone was powered off, it shouldn't be pinging live location, not unless it had battery and data, which meant it wasn't the same phone. There was another one. Attempt to trace the device myself. The dispatcher had told me to stay put. The officers had told me to call again if anything happened. This counted as something. But if I waited, whoever had this second device could log out, wipe it, disappear. My private flaw, the one that had always got me into trouble, was that I needed to see things through myself. I didn't trust systems to protect me. Not after the last time I'd trusted someone to handle something quietly. I slipped my shoes on without socks and unlocked the door. The hallway was empty. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The carpet smelled faintly of old cleaner and something metallic. I locked the door behind me and walked quickly to the elevator. As I waited, my phone buzzed. A new notification from my email. Apple ID sign and attempt. Location: Seattle, WA, time now. I stared at the allow and don't allow options. The elevator dinged. I hit don't allow. The doors slid open. I stepped inside, heart hammering. As the elevator descended, my phone vibrated again. A text from an unknown number. "You're making this harder." I didn't respond. The elevator doors opened to the lobby. The lemon cleaner smell was stronger down here. The glass doors at the front showed the street beyond, wet and reflective. I pushed outside into the cool air. The park was visible at the end of the block, dark except for a single lamppost near the playground. The blue dot on my screen moved again, then paused. Right under that lamppost, I started walking. Every footstep felt too loud on the sidewalk. My pulse was a constant drum in my ears. Halfway down the block, my phone screen flickered. Face ID unlocked, without me lifting it. The screen shifted to the camera app, front facing. My own face filled the frame, pale under the streetlight. Then the screen split, picture in picture. In the corner, a small live feed appeared, not from my apartment, from somewhere else. The angle was low, pointed up at the lamppost in the park. I slowed. The blue dot pulsed, and in the tiny live feed, I saw a shadow cross the grass. Not a ghost, not a monster, a person, waiting. The moment stretched thin. Behind me, the building doors clicked shut. Ahead, the park opened dark and wide. I realized, too late, what the point of this had been. Not to get into my apartment, to get me out of it. I was halfway to the park when my phone buzzed again. A new text, "Come alone." And in the live feed window, the camera angle tilted slightly, as if someone had picked up the device and aimed it toward the sidewalk, toward me. There was no going back to my apartment without passing that park entrance. No way to pretend I hadn't seen the live feed. No way to unknow that whoever had been inside my digital life wanted me physically present now. I stood on the wet sidewalk, breath visible in the cold air, and understood that the choice to step outside had already committed me to something I couldn't undo. The live feed in the corner of my screen tilted. The lamppost in the park wobbled out of frame and then steadied again, angled lower now, closer to the ground. The camera wasn't fixed somewhere. It was in someone's hand. I stopped walking. The sidewalk was slick from the rain. My breath came out shallow and fast, fogging in front of my face. The park entrance was 20 yards ahead. A break in the low iron fence, concrete path curving toward the small playground, and the single lamppost. The blue dot on my Find My app pulsed directly under that light. My phone buzzed. Almost here. My stomach dropped. I hadn't texted back. I hadn't confirmed anything. He could see me. I lifted the phone higher, angling it so the front camera would show less of my surroundings. The split screen still showed the lamppost, the grass, the empty swings moving slightly in the wind. A shadow crossed the frame again. I forced myself to think. If this was about control, about getting me to move, to respond, then the worst thing I could do was follow instructions. I stepped sideways, off the direct path to the park entrance, and ducked behind a parked SUV halfway down the block. The metal was cold against my shoulder. The live feed jittered. The lamppost was still in view. No sign of me. My phone buzzed harder this time, a call from the unknown number. I declined it. Immediately, my screen switched. Face ID unlocked. The phone opened messages on its own. Don't do that. My chest tightened. He wasn't just watching my location. He had access to my phone, not physically, remotely. The Apple ID login attempt. The second device. I opened settings fast, fingers slipping. Apple ID, password, and security. Change password. It prompted for my current passcode. I typed it in. Then it asked for two-factor authentication confirmation. A code popped up on the screen. At the same time, the unknown phone in the live feed vibrated visibly in the corner window. He was getting the same code, because the device in the park was still signed into my account. I hit Remove from Account on the second device listing. A warning popped up. Removing this device will erase it. Erase it. I hesitated for half a second. Then I hit Confirm. The live feed flickered, and post image glitched, pixelated. The blue dot on the map froze. My heart slammed against my ribs. Then the feed went black. The split screen disappeared. My own reflection filled the display again. Silence. For a full 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then my phone vibrated violently in my hand. Incoming call, not unknown, blocked. I let it ring once, twice. Then I answered. Stop, the voice said, not loud, not frantic, flat, male, close enough that I could hear his breathing through the speaker. You're not listening, he said. You're not supposed to fight it. My throat felt tight, but I forced words out. You broke into my apartment. No, he said immediately. You let me. The words landed harder than they should have. You signed into your account on open Wi-Fi. You reused passwords. You set up Face ID and never checked alternate appearance. You installed that cheap camera and didn't secure it. His tone was clinical, like he was listing mistakes on a report. "I never touched you," he continued. "I never even stepped inside." The image of the boot flashed in my mind. "That was you," I said, "at my door." Silence, then softer. "I just wanted to see if you'd open it." My stomach churned. "You don't get to test me," I said. He exhaled, almost amused. "You live alone," he said. "You order groceries at the same time every Sunday. You leave the chain off because you forget. You keep your blinds half open at night." Every sentence was a photograph from the hidden phone. I felt something inside me go cold. "You've been watching me for months," I said. "Learning," he corrected. There it was, the private fear, being observed, managed, studied. I glanced toward the park entrance, empty, but the lamppost still stood there, casting a dull circle of light on wet concrete. "You erased it," he said. There was strain in his voice now. "You didn't have to do that." "I did." "You don't understand," he snapped, for the first time losing that careful tone. "It was harmless, harmless. You were inside my account," I said. "You put a camera in my apartment. It was just data," he insisted. A car door slammed somewhere behind me, not close, but enough to make me flinch. "Where are you?" I demanded. A pause, then footsteps. Not through the phone, on the sidewalk, behind the SUV. My body reacted before my brain did. I spun around. He was closer than I expected. Mid-30s, maybe. White, dark jacket, hood up, average height. The kind of face you wouldn't remember in a lineup, not because it was forgettable, but because it was so normal. He held a phone in his right hand. My phone buzzed in my left. We stared at each other across 6 feet of wet pavement. "You weren't supposed to come out here," he said. "You told me to," I shot back. His mouth twitched. "Curiosity," he said. "You always had it." I didn't recognize him, which somehow made it worse. "You don't know me," I said. "I know enough," he replied. He took a step closer. I stepped back and nearly slipped on the wet concrete, catching myself against the SUV's door handle. He noticed. "You're shaking," he said. "So are you," I said, and he was. Slightly. His hand holding the phone trembled just enough that the screen light wobbled. Stood there, 2 strangers in the middle of a Seattle block at almost 3 a.m, both holding phones like weapons. "You could have just left," he said. "Changed your passwords. You didn't have to make it a thing." "You made it a thing." He shook his head. "You posted your life everywhere, stories, photos, check-ins. You left your digital door wide open." "That's not consent," I said. He flinched slightly at that. "I wasn't going to hurt you," he said, "but you tried to get into my apartment. I just wanted to see if you'd notice." The statement hung in the damp air between us. Behind him, the park stretched quiet and empty. "You're done," I said. My voice surprised me, steady low. "I removed your device. The police have the other phone." His eyes flickered. "The police?" Yes, that was the crack. A tiny shift in posture, a flicker of calculation. "You told them?" he asked. "Yes." For the first time, he looked unsure. "That wasn't necessary," he muttered. "You hid in my apartment," I said. "It was necessary." "I didn't go inside," he insisted. "Then how did the phone get there?" He hesitated. "I sublet that unit 2 years ago," he said finally. "Before you, the bookshelf, the panel. It could have been there since then." "You left it?" I asked. "I forgot about it," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. 3 months of photos," I said. "You forgot about that too." He didn't answer. Instead, he lunged. Not dramatically. Not like in a movie. A sudden step forward, hand reaching for my phone. Instinct kicked in. I jerked back, but my heel slid on the wet pavement. I went down hard, my hip slamming against concrete. Pain shot up my side. My phone skidded across the sidewalk, screen flashing. He moved toward it. I grabbed his ankle without thinking. He stumbled, cursing, and his own phone flew from his hand, clattering onto the street. Headlights flared at the end of the block, a car turning the corner. He looked toward it, panicked. I scrambled to my knees despite the pain in my hip and reached for his fallen phone instead of mine. He realized too late what I was doing. I snatched it up. Face ID prompt flashed. I angled it toward him. The lock icon flipped open. His face, recognized. The irony hit both of us at once. I swiped to settings and hit airplane mode. He lunged again, but I was already scrambling backward, dragging myself toward the SUV's far side. The car that had turned the corner slowed. A driver's silhouette visible behind the windshield. He froze. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance. Not right here yet, but closer. He looked at me, then at the approaching car, then down at his now disabled phone in my hand. "You don't get it," he said, breath ragged. "You'll just do it again. Someone will." "That's not your job," I said. He took one last step toward me, then stopped. The car honked once, sharp, confused. He swore under his breath. Then he ran. Not toward the park, away from it, down the block, disappearing between two apartment buildings. I stayed where I was for a moment, chest heaving, the cold seeping through my jeans. The sirens grew louder. My own phone lay a few feet away, screen cracked from the fall. I crawled to it, wincing as my hip protested. The screen still worked. Face ID unlocked again. But this time, it was just my face. Just me. I sat on the wet pavement, holding his phone in one hand and mine in the other, and felt something collapse inside me. Not relief exactly, but the end of a particular kind of not knowing. When the patrol car pulled up, I was still there, still shaking, still breathing, still alive, but not untouched. The patrol car lights washed the wet street in alternating red and blue. I was still sitting on the pavement when they got to me. The passing driver had slowed enough to ask if I needed help, then drove on when he saw the cruiser turning the corner. I don't remember answering him. Officer Morgan was the first one out of the car. "Ma'am," she said, kneeling down beside me. "Are you hurt?" "My hip," I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "I fell." She glanced at the phone in my hand. "Is that his?" "Yes." Ruiz came around the other side, scanning the block with his flashlight. "Which way did he go?" I pointed down the street, between two brick apartment buildings with narrow alleys that led nowhere good at 3 a.m. He ran. Ruiz swore softly into his shoulder radio and relayed a description. Morgan helped me to my feet. When I stood, the pain flared hot and sharp along my left side. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from making a sound. "You're going to have a bruise," she said. "Maybe more. We'll get you checked out." "I'm okay," I insisted automatically. She gave me a look that said she'd heard that 100 times from people who weren't. They put me in the back of the cruiser, while Ruiz took the phone from me carefully, like it was fragile. I hated letting it go, but my fingers had started to cramp around it. The car smelled faintly of coffee and vinyl. My reflection in the partition glass looked smaller than I felt. Morgan turned in her seat. "You did the right thing removing the device from your account," she said. "That probably cut his remote access." "Probably," I echoed. "That was smart," she added. "It didn't feel smart. It felt impulsive. It felt like something I'd done because I couldn't stand the idea of him having even one more second of access. Ruiz came back a few minutes later. "Units are canvassing," he said. "We'll pull traffic cam footage at the corner. He might not have gotten far, might." They took me to the hospital for a quick evaluation. It wasn't dramatic. No stretcher, no sirens, just fluorescent lights and paperwork, and a nurse who asked if I'd hit my head. The X-ray showed a deep bruise and a hairline fracture in my pelvis. "You're lucky," the doctor said, scrolling through the images. "Could have been worse." That sentence stuck with me more than anything else. Could have been worse. It always could. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost 5 in the morning. The sky had started to lighten at the edges, turning the city into something gray and almost innocent. The front door looked the same. The hallway smelled the same. But when I unlocked my door and stepped inside, it didn't feel like my apartment anymore. Ruiz and Morgan had already been through it with a forensic tech while I was at the hospital. They'd dusted around the bookshelf, checked the door for prints, taken my laptop to scan for spyware. "Locks will be changed this morning," Ruiz said, standing near the doorway. "Management's cooperating." "They confirmed he sublet the unit 2 years ago," Morgan added. "Name S. Daniel Hargrove, 34, Daniel." The normal face on the sidewalk had a name now. "He didn't list any forwarding address when he moved out," Ruiz continued. "We'll find him." It sounded like a promise and a possibility at the same time. They handed me a thicker packet this time. Protective order paperwork, victim services information, a number to call if I noticed anything unusual. Unusual. The word felt inadequate. When they left, the apartment felt too quiet. I walked slowly through each room as if I were seeing it for the first time. The bookshelf panel was open, evidence of the techs having inspected it. The camera was back in place, but I unplugged it anyway. I couldn't look at it. In the kitchen, the knife I'd left on the counter was exactly where I'd dropped it earlier. In the bedroom, the duvet was twisted from where I'd thrown it off. Nothing had been physically destroyed, but everything felt disturbed. I sat on the edge of my bed and picked up my phone. The screen was cracked diagonally from when it hit the sidewalk. The fracture cut across the camera notch. Face ID unlocked. It felt almost insulting in its simplicity. Just my face, recognized. I went into settings. Apple ID, devices. Only one listed now. Mine. I changed the password again. Longer this time. Random. I enabled additional authentication. Turned off anything that felt optional. I set up Face ID from scratch, deleting the old profile entirely. When the oval appeared on the screen, asking me to move my head in a slow circle, I hesitated. I'd always liked the convenience of it, the seamlessness, the way the phone responded to me without effort. Now, as I rotated my head to map my features, I felt exposed in a way that was hard to articulate, as if I were volunteering pieces of myself to a system that had already proven porous. The setup completed. Locked the phone, unlocked it. It worked. Just me, just my face. Later that morning, management replaced the locks. The maintenance supervisor, a tired woman in her 40s named Angela, apologized 3 separate times, even though none of this was technically her fault. "We're reviewing all former tenant access," she said, "and we're checking common area cameras for when he might have been here." Might have. I nodded and thanked her. My hip throbbed every time I shifted my weight. The pain was grounding in a way. It reminded me that this had been physical, real, not just digital shadows. I didn't go to work that day. Instead, I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop borrowed from a neighbor while mine was being scanned, and Googled things I wished I didn't have to know. How long can someone access your Apple ID without you knowing? How to tell if your home Wi-Fi is compromised? How common is digital stalking? The answers were clinical and unhelpful. Statistics, steps, bullet points. None of them addressed the part where you feel like your walls are made of glass. Around noon, Morgan called. "We picked him up," she said. The words landed heavily. "Where?" "Bus stop on Aurora." He didn't resist. I closed my eyes. "Did he say anything?" "He asked if you checked your blinds." The room seemed to tilt slightly. That's it. They found no weapons on him, just a phone, a backup battery, a notebook with times and dates written in careful columns. He'd been methodical. He'd been patient. Charges would be filed: trespassing, harassment, computer crimes. The process would take time. When I hung up, I stood up slowly and walked to the living room window. The blinds were half open, just like he'd said. I reached up and pulled them shut. The slats clacked together with a flat, final sound. The apartment dimmed. For a moment, the darkness felt safer. In the days that followed, things returned to something like normal. I went back to work. I answered emails. I told a sanitized version of the story to coworkers who reacted with wide eyes and too much sympathy. At night, I double-checked the chain latch. Every time, I unplugged the security camera and boxed it up. I replaced my Wi-Fi router. I deleted apps I didn't recognize. The bruise on my hip turned deep purple, then yellow, then faded. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time my phone screen lit up in the dark, even for a calendar reminder, my body jolted awake. Every Face ID unlock felt like a small test. Recognize me, or don't. One evening, about a week later, I was brushing my teeth when my phone buzzed on the counter. Just a normal notification. A news alert. I rinsed my mouth and picked it up. Face ID unlocked. The screen opened to my home screen. Nothing unusual. But for a split second, so brief, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. The lock icon at the top didn't flip open smoothly. It hesitated, just a fraction of a second longer than usual, like it was thinking. I stood there, toothbrush still in my hand, staring at my own reflection in the dark glass. It unlocked, just me, just my face. I set the phone down slowly. Across the room, the blinds were fully closed. The chain was latched. The new deadbolt clicked firmly into place when I tested it. Outside, a car passed, tires hissing on damp pavement. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary night. I went to bed with the lights off, but the phone face down on the nightstand this time. Not because I thought it would unlock on its own again, but because I didn't want to see it try. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found a second set of footprints following me in fresh snow, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing that didn't fit was the spacing. Not the size, not the shape, just the distance between each step, like whoever made them had a longer stride than mine, or they were in a hurry, or they were trying to match me and kept getting it slightly wrong. I stopped at the bend where the trail drops toward the frozen creek, my breath making a small white pulse in front of my face. Snow had come down clean and steady since late afternoon, the kind that makes everything look newly packaged. No grit, no footprints at the parking lot except mine. No tire tracks except the ones from my Subaru that were already starting to soften at the edges. My prints were there in a single line boots, left, right, left, the little crescent where my heel bit in harder because I favored my right ankle when it got cold. And then, just to the left of them, a second set. Not overlapping, not crossing, just alongside, following the same curve of the trail with enough distance that someone could be walking behind me and still stay out of my peripheral vision. If I turned my head too quickly, all I saw were trunks and snow and the weak winter light. Okay, I said out loud, because the sound of my voice kept my brain in the world. Okay, that's probably someone came in after me. But that didn't make sense either. Fresh snow tells on you. That was the whole point of why I liked coming out here when it snowed. It made the trail honest. It made the usual mess of the world trash, noise, old footprints, dog tracks disappear. I heard nothing except a faint rushing that could have been wind moving through pine needles or water under ice. The kind of sound you can't locate. No crunch of snow behind me. No cough. No clink of a zipper pull. No whisper of fabric. When I turned and looked back up the trail, the two lines of prints disappeared around the next curve in the same direction I'd come from. Like the trail itself had made them and was now pretending it hadn't. My phone was in my pocket, screen dark, battery at 62%. I knew that because I'd checked it at the trailhead out of habit, the way you check the stove twice, even though you watched the flame turn off. I pulled it out anyway, and the cold made it sluggish, the screen dimmer than it should have been even with the brightness up. The map app spun for a second, and then settled, showing the trail like a thin scribble through a big green block. No signal bars, just SOS in the corner. The kind of comfort that isn't comfort at all. I didn't like being without a signal. I told myself I did, that it was good for my head, that it was why I came. But the truth was I liked the idea that I could reach someone if I needed to. I liked the illusion of a line tethering me to other people, even if I didn't use it. I forced myself to breathe slower. I took one step forward, then another, listening for any change in the snow. The sound of your own boots is a weird thing. It's intimate. It's a little too loud, like you're doing something wrong just by existing. 2 minutes earlier, my biggest worry had been whether the flask of coffee in my pack would still be warm when I got to the overlook. That's what I'd told myself anyway. That, and whether the clouds would open up enough to give me a view of the valley. Now I couldn't stop counting. 1, 2, 3, stop, turn, look. The second set of prints didn't change. They stayed beside mine, always beside. And that made my stomach feel like I'd swallowed something small and sharp. I'm not someone who panics easily. I work in a place where you can't afford it. My name is Maya Klein, 32, female, and I live in a split-level rental outside Bellingham, Washington, where everything gets wet in the winter, and the cold sneaks up on you because it isn't dramatic about it. I do scheduling and dispatch for a small company that handles plumbing and emergency restoration, floods, broken pipes, that kind of thing. The people I talk to are usually either annoyed or terrified. I'm good at being the calm voice. I'm good at asking the right questions and keeping my own feelings in a drawer. My private flaw, if you want to call it, that is I don't like asking for help until I'm already in trouble. I grew up learning how to be fine in a way that became reflex, and even now, when I know better, I hesitate. I'll sit with a problem and try to solve it quietly, alone, because the idea of needing someone makes my throat tighten, which is why, standing there on that trail with 2 sets of footprints in fresh snow, my first impulse wasn't to call anyone. It was to prove to myself I was misunderstanding what I saw. I crouched down. The snow squeaked under my knees. I brushed away the soft top layer with the edge of my glove, exposing the compressed print underneath. My boot tread wide grooves and little chevrons was clear. Next to it, the other print was narrower, the tread pattern different. Not a dog, not a deer, not a kid, adult shoe, maybe a hiking boot, maybe a work boot. The edges were crisp, new. If someone had walked there hours ago, it would have already softened, the way the other tracks at the trailhead were starting to. These looked like they'd been made minutes behind me. I stood up too fast, and my pack shifted. The weight reminded me what I'd brought, like inventorying could anchor me. Water, coffee, a headlamp, a compact first aid kit. Because I'd promised my mother I would always carry one after she found out about the time I sliced my palm on broken glass and wrapped it in a dish towel like an idiot. A small folding knife, a whistle on a cheap orange lanyard I'd never used. I didn't carry a gun. I didn't carry bear spray because it was winter and the bears were supposed to be asleep. And besides, it was always the supposed to that got people hurt. I started walking again, more quickly now, trying to keep it casual like my body wouldn't betray me. The air had that metallic cold smell, like damp pennies. The forest wasn't silent. It was full of small noises that didn't mean anything until you decided they did. Branches ticking, snow settling, the faint creak of a trunk shifting in wind. Every so often a chunk of snow slipped from a limb and fell with a soft thump that made me flinch anyway. I came around the next curve and saw something that should have comforted me. A signpost up ahead, one of the brown wooden ones with trail names burned into the plank. Civilization in the loosest sense. It meant I wasn't as deep as I felt, but it also meant there might be other people. The logical part of me tried to latch onto that. Maybe someone had entered from the other spur trail and was walking the same direction. Maybe they were just keeping to the side because they didn't want to step in my prints, the way hikers sometimes avoid stepping where others have packed the snow down. I could call out, "Hey, make it normal." I didn't, because I'd done this trail enough times to know that spur trail was half a mile back, and the snow between there and here had no crossing tracks. There was no place where the second set joined mine. It was simply there, like it had been with me from the moment I left my car. A memory came up, uninvited. My neighbor in the rental next to mine, telling me last month about someone stealing packages off porches in our subdivision. She laughed when she said it, but she'd also installed a camera the next day. I'd nodded and said I'd do the same. I hadn't. My phone buzzed once, which was so surprising my hands jerked, and I nearly dropped it. The screen screen lit up with a notification that didn't load. Something about trying to connect to emergency satellite. A little message that might have meant something useful if I'd been able to open it. I stared at the SOS in the corner again and felt a wash of annoyance that was mostly fear, trying to disguise itself. "Come on," I muttered, like the phone was being stubborn on purpose. The signpost came into view. The snow around it was untouched except for mine and the other set. The letters on the wood were rimmed with white. The trail names were familiar. Pine Ridge Loop to the left, Creek Spur down and right, overlook straight ahead another mile. I stopped at the signpost and turned slowly, giving myself the excuse to check directions while really scanning the trees. The light was already thinning, turning everything a blue-gray. My headlamp was still in my pack, and I could feel the first edge of that internal debate. Put it on now and admit I was worried, or wait and risk needing it later in a rush. I listened. Still nothing human. But the second prints stopped when I stopped, as if whoever made them had paused too. A tiny thing, a detail that wasn't even a sound, and it made my skin prickle across the back of my neck. I forced myself to do something I hate, not just think, but decide. Option 1, turn around, go back the way I came. Back toward the car, toward the parking lot, toward the road that leads back into town where there are lights and other cars, and a gas station with a bored teenager behind the counter. Option 2, keep going to the overlook. There's a small shelter there, a covered bench. Sometimes other hikers, sometimes families, even in winter. If someone is behind me and weirdly committed to staying hidden, heading toward a more open space might be safer, unless it makes me predictable, unless it puts me farther from my car. I pictured myself walking back down the trail with my back exposed and the second prints closing the gap. My throat tightened. My mouth tasted faintly of coffee and toothpaste. I pulled the whistle out of my pocket, rolled it between my gloved fingers. Cheap plastic. I'd bought it online in a pack of 3, the kind of purchase you make when you're trying to be responsible in the most minimal way possible. I looked at my phone again. No bars. The cold was making it lag. I could still dial 911, but that meant trusting the SOS and hoping the call would go through somehow. I almost laughed at myself. Almost. Because what would I even say? "Hi, I'm on a trail and there are footprints that might be following me." A dispatcher would ask if I saw someone, if I heard someone, if I was injured, if there was an immediate threat. I would have to admit I didn't know. I would have to admit it could be nothing. That's where my flaw lived, in the fear of sounding foolish. I stood at the signpost long enough that the cold started to bite through my gloves, and that physical discomfort made it easier. Pain is simple. It doesn't negotiate. I took a breath. I turned my head toward the straight path labeled Overlook, and then toward the left branch, Pine Ridge Loop, which would eventually circle back closer to the parking area, but would keep me in trees longer. The second set of prints beside mine didn't vote. They waited. I tightened the strap of my pack. I pushed my phone back into my pocket to keep it warmer. I reached into my bag and pulled out the headlamp, sliding the elastic over my beanie. I didn't turn it on yet. That felt like a line I wasn't ready to cross. At the fork, I stood still and let my mind run the 2 paths like a quick simulation, the way I do at work when someone calls with water pouring through a ceiling, and I'm trying to decide which crew can get there fastest. The loop would keep me closer to the car. The overlook might put me near other people, or it might put me alone on a ridge with a view and nowhere to go but back down. I made myself pick. And the moment my boot angled toward one trail, the moment I committed my weight and felt the snow compress under me, I understood something else that nudged the unease into something sharper. Whatever was making those other prints had been patient. And now it had a direction too. I chose the loop. It wasn't brave, it was practical. Pine Ridge would eventually arc back toward the parking lot without taking me as far out as the overlook. If someone was behind me, I wanted my car between us. I wanted doors and an engine, and the familiar smell of old coffee in the cup holder. The trail narrowed as it climbed, the trees pressing closer. The snow was still coming down in thin, slanted threads, not enough to blur the prints yet, but enough that I could imagine it doing so soon. That gave the whole situation a timer I hadn't asked for. If it kept up, the tracks would vanish, and then I wouldn't know if they were still there. I walked faster. The second set walked faster too, not by much, just enough that the spacing between the prints shortened slightly, like whoever made them had adjusted to match my pace. I stopped. They stopped. I turned slowly, forcing myself not to spin like prey. The trail behind me curved and dipped, the snow unbroken except for the 2 parallel lines of steps. My breathing was too loud in my ears. The forest didn't offer me anything, no silhouette, no shift of movement, just the layered trunks, black against white. "Hey," I called. My voice sounded small, swallowed almost immediately. "If you're behind me, I can hear you. You don't have to do this." The word hung there, inadequate. Nothing. I stood long enough that my toes began to ache inside my boots. I could feel the pulse in my ankle, the old sprain flaring under the cold. The smart move would have been to turn around and head straight back to the parking lot. No more experiments. But something else threaded through the fear, stubbornness, the need to understand. If someone was following me, why stay silent? Why not close the distance? Why not announce themselves? The prints were too clean to be accidental, too consistent to be random. And there was still no joining point, no place where they merged from another trail. My phone buzzed again. This time the screen loaded just enough to show a text from Ryan Mercer, 34 male, my neighbor across the street. We weren't close, but we shared a snow shovel and occasionally trash cans when the wind knocked them over. "You hiking today? Saw your car at Pine Ridge lot." I stared at it. The timing made my scalp tighten. I typed back with fingers that felt clumsy in the gloves. "Yeah, just started the loop." "Why?" The message spun. Sending, then nothing. I stepped off the packed center of the trail deliberately, into untouched snow, making a new line at a sharp angle. My boots sank deeper there, the powder colder against the sides. If the second set continued straight, I could tell myself I'd misread the spacing. If it turned with me, then I waited. The forest waited. Then, a few yards back, the other prints veered. Clean, deliberate, matching the angle I'd just taken. My stomach tightened so fast it almost hurt. "Okay," I said, but this time it wasn't for the forest. It was for me. "Okay, that's enough." I pulled the whistle up and blew. The sound cut through the trees in a sharp, metallic blast that startled even me. It bounced weirdly, thin and echoing. I blew again, 3 short bursts the way the little card that came with it had instructed for emergencies. Nothing answered, except, faintly, the crunch of snow. Not from directly behind. Off to my right, a few yards into the trees. I froze, every muscle locked. The crunch came again, closer this time. Not wind, not falling snow, a measured step. "Who's there?" I called, the question cracking at the end. There was a pause long enough that I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Then a voice, male, mid-distance, calm in a way that felt practiced. "Didn't mean to scare you." He didn't step onto the trail right away. The voice came from between trees, not from where the prints were. "I wasn't trying to scare you," he added, like that clarified anything. "Then why are you walking behind me?" I asked. My grip on the whistle tightened until the plastic edge dug into my palm. A rustle, the outline of a person shifting. Finally, he stepped into the open. He looked ordinary in the way that makes your brain stall. Early 40s, maybe. Dark jacket, gray knit hat, beard that had more salt than pepper. He wasn't out of breath. He didn't look embarrassed. "I wasn't walking behind you," he said, and gestured vaguely at the snow. "Trail's narrow. I stayed to the side so I wouldn't step in your tracks. That doesn't explain why they started at the same time as mine." He tilted his head slightly, like he was considering that as a puzzle rather than an accusation. "Snow can play tricks," he said. "I came in from the overlook side. Maybe you just didn't see where they joined." "That's not possible," I said, sharper than I meant to. "I know this trail." His mouth twitched at that. Not quite a smile. "Okay." The quiet that followed wasn't comfortable. It felt like we were both waiting for the other to make the next move. Up close, I could see his boots. Black, heavy tread. I looked down at the print near his foot, and then at the one I'd crouched over earlier. They matched. Same narrow cut. Same angular pattern. My throat felt dry. "I don't have service," I said, partly to fill the air, partly because it was true. "If you're going to keep walking this way, maybe just walk ahead of me." His eyes flicked past me, down the trail, calculating. "I'm actually headed back to the parking lot," he said. "Car won't start. Battery's dead. I was hoping someone would come along." There it was, concrete, mundane, the kind of problem that fits in the world. "You don't have a charger?" I asked. "No signal to call roadside," he said. "And my jumper cables are in my garage." Brilliant planning on my part. The words were self-deprecating, but his tone didn't quite match. It was too even. "So you were just waiting?" I asked. He shrugged. "Figured I'd see if someone came down from the other side. And instead you followed me." "I didn't follow you." We held eye contact a second too long. The wind shifted, carrying a faint smell of something chemical, gasoline, maybe, or oil. It could have been from the parking lot, drifting this way. Or it could have been my imagination latching onto the idea of a broken car. "What's your name?" I asked. "Tom," he said without hesitation. "Tom Keller." He didn't offer an age, didn't ask mine. I considered the math. If his car was dead at the lot and he needed a jump, that was reasonable. I had cables in my trunk. I'd bought them after my battery died in a grocery store lot last year, and I'd had to ask a stranger for help, which I'd hated. Here was my flaw, staring back at me in the shape of a choice. If I turned and walked away, I'd look paranoid. I'd leave someone stranded in the cold. If I agreed, I'd be walking back to a mostly empty parking lot with a man I didn't know who had already been comfortable staying out of sight. "You can walk ahead," I said finally. "We'll go back to the lot together." He nodded, like that was the most reasonable arrangement in the world, and stepped past me. I let him get 10 feet ahead before I followed. The walk back was quiet at first. The snow muffled our steps, but not completely. I could hear his boots compressing the crust. Steady, controlled, not the uneven rhythm of someone anxious. "Where you from?" he asked over his shoulder. "Here," I said, "Bellingham. Live alone." The question slid into the air too smoothly. I didn't answer right away. "Why does that matter?" "Just making conversation," he said. "Trail etiquette. Break the ice." "Let's not," I said. He gave a small chuckle. It didn't reach his eyes. As we rounded the bend where I'd first noticed the prints, I saw something that made my pulse spike all over again. There were more tracks now, not just ours. A third set, smaller, lighter. They crossed the trail from the trees on the left and then vanished into the woods on the right. Fresh enough that the edges were still sharp. Tom slowed when he saw them. "Looks like we're not the only ones," he said. "You said you came from the overlook," I said carefully. "Did you see anyone else?" "Nope." The third set didn't follow us. They cut across and disappeared. No sign of where they'd come from, no obvious destination. The snow was coming down harder now, softening everything at the edges. My phone buzzed again. This time Ryan's message went through. "My brother's up there too. Said some guy was acting weird near the lot." "You okay?" I stopped walking. Tom took 2 more steps before he realized I wasn't behind him. He turned slowly. "You good?" he asked. I didn't answer him. I stared at the screen, at the words, at the small blinking cursor in the corner. "Who's texting you?" he asked. I locked the screen and slid the phone back into my pocket. "Friend," I said. "He's on his way to the lot." A lie. I didn't know if Ryan was coming. I didn't know if his brother was even real. Tom's jaw tightened just slightly. A muscle flicked near his ear. "Well," he said after a beat, "that's convenient." We were maybe half a mile from the parking lot. The light was fading faster now, the trees swallowing what little glow the sky offered. If his car was really dead, we'd be standing in an empty lot with darkness settling in and no guarantee of help arriving soon. And now there was the third set of prints to consider. "I'm not sure it's safe to go straight back," I said slowly. Tom's expression shifted, confusion first, then something sharper. "What do you mean?" "I mean," I said, choosing each word, "if there's someone else out here and they're cutting across trails, maybe we shouldn't just assume the lot's empty." "You think someone else waiting there?" he asked. "I don't know what I think." He looked at me for a long second, weighing something. Then he glanced toward the trees where the third tracks had disappeared. "We could take the creek spur," he said. "Cuts down behind the lot. Come up from the side." The suggestion made sense geographically. It also meant stepping off the main trail into a narrower, less maintained path that dipped toward the frozen creek and out of sight of the open ridge. Deeper into trees, lower ground, fewer sightlines. "You know this trail well," he added, not a question. My headlamp was still off. The light around us was thinning to a dull blue. The snow was erasing edges, and somewhere between us and the parking lot, someone else had walked across our path. I realized something then, a small but important detail. If Tom had truly come from the overlook, his prints should have been facing toward the lot when I first saw them. They were. They had been aligned exactly with mine. I felt the weight of the choice settle again, heavier this time. Stay on the main trail toward the lot and risk whatever might be waiting. Or follow Tom down the creek spur into thicker trees, on the word of a man whose story didn't quite line up. The snow was coming down faster now, already softening the third set of tracks. Whatever answer the ground had, it wasn't going to hold it for long. Tom took a step toward the creek spur. "Well," he said, and I understood that whichever direction I chose, I wouldn't be walking out of this the same way I'd walked in. I didn't follow him down the creek spur. Not immediately. "Wait," I said, and my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Before we go anywhere, let's just try the lot. It's closer." Tom's mouth tightened, but he didn't argue. Fine. We stayed on Pine Ridge, heading downhill now. The parking lot sat at the base of the loop, a small clearing carved out of the trees, maybe 8 spaces wide. From there, a gravel access road ran half a mile to the main county road. I could picture it clearly. The wooden kiosk with the faded map, the metal trash can chained to a post, my blue Subaru angled near the far edge because I liked space around it. The snow thickened as we walked. It didn't fall in flakes anymore, it sifted. Soft, steady. The third set of prints we'd seen earlier were already losing definition. Tom walked a few paces ahead. Not too far, just enough that I couldn't see his face without speeding up. "You hike here often?" he asked without turning. "Sometimes. Alone. Sometimes." He let that sit. The sound of our boots pressing into snow had become hypnotic. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Every so often a branch snapped somewhere deeper in the trees, the wood brittle from cold. The trail curved left, and the trees thinned slightly. Through them, I could see a faint gray openness that meant we were close to the lot. My phone vibrated again. No new text, just a low battery warning. 40% now. The cold was draining it faster than it should. We stepped out of the trees into the clearing. The parking lot was almost empty. My Subaru was there. A dark pickup truck I didn't recognize sat near the kiosk, backed in close to the snowbank. Its bed was dusted white. No lights on. No exhaust from the tailpipe. Tom stopped walking. "That's not mine," he said. "Where's yours?" "Other side," he said, and pointed toward the far edge of the lot, partially obscured by trees. We crossed the clearing together. The snow in the lot was disturbed tire tracks that hadn't been there when I arrived, looping and messy. Footprints too. Multiple. Harder to read now because vehicles had churned the surface. Tom's car, a gray Honda Civic, sat crooked near the edge, nose angled slightly toward the woods like it had slid when he parked. The hood was closed. No obvious damage. "Battery's dead," he said again. I stood a few feet back. "Pop the hood." He hesitated a fraction of a second before pulling the latch and lifting it. The engine bay looked normal, cold. I wasn't a mechanic, but nothing seemed obviously wrong. I moved toward my Subaru slowly, unlocking it with the key fob. The lights blinked. The sound echoed too loudly in the clearing. My plan was simple: get the jumper cables, keep space between us, stay alert. But as I opened my trunk, I noticed something that tightened my chest. The snow directly behind my car was disturbed, not just from me unloading earlier. There were fresh prints there. Not mine. Not Tom's heavy boot tread either. These were smaller, lighter, like the third set we'd seen on the trail. They led up to the back of my car and stopped. "Did you come over here before?" I asked without turning. "No," I crouched, ignoring the way my knee protested, and examined them. The prints faced the rear hatch, close, almost touching the bumper. I straightened slowly. My trunk had been closed when I arrived. I was sure of that. I'd grabbed my pack and locked the car. But the hatch now sat not fully latched, just slightly off, like it hadn't sealed properly. A thin line of cold air brushed my face as I lifted it fully. Inside, everything looked normal at first glance: blanket, ice scraper, reusable grocery bags. Then I saw the small orange emergency kit I kept tucked into the side compartment. Unzipped. I hadn't touched it in months. "Something wrong," Tom called from near his car. I stared at the kit. The zipper teeth were uneven. Inside, the contents looked rummaged through. Flashlight slightly shifted. Road flares disturbed. "I think someone has been in my car," I said. He stepped closer. Too close. "Let me see." "I'm good," I said quickly, pulling the jumper cables out. My hands shook now, not from cold. "That's weird," he said. "You sure you closed it?" "Yes." He studied me for a second. "Maybe whoever owns that truck." We both looked toward the dark pickup near the kiosk. Its windows were tinted. No movement inside. The truck hadn't been there when I arrived. A sudden metallic thud made both of us jump. It came from inside Tom's car. We froze. The sound came again, louder. A hollow, resonant bang from the rear of the Civic. The trunk. Tom stared at it, eyes wide for the first time. "That's not funny," he muttered, though neither of us had laughed. Another bang, harder. For a split second, my brain leapt to the worst place. Someone trapped. Someone trying to get out. Tom stepped back. "Did you lock someone in there?" I asked before I could stop myself. He looked genuinely startled. "What? No." The banging grew frantic. My pulse hammered so loudly I could hear it. "Pop it," I said. He didn't move. "Pop it," I repeated, sharper now. He fumbled for his keys and hit the trunk release. The lid sprang up with a metallic snap, and a blur of gray and white exploded out. I screamed. Tom swore. A raccoon huge, fur matted with snow, launched from the trunk, scrambling across the lot in a frantic, hissing dash. It disappeared into the trees in seconds. We stood there, breathing hard. The trunk interior was torn, plastic lining clawed, a bag of something shredded. "Must have climbed in when I left it open," Tom said, still catching his breath. "I was unloading firewood earlier." It was a plausible explanation. The lot bordered dense trees, animals looking for warmth. My heart slowly began to settle, though my legs felt watery. That's good," I said weakly. "Better than the alternative." He let out a shaky laugh, but as the adrenaline faded, something else crept in. The raccoon had been locked inside his trunk, which meant he had, at some point, closed it with the animal in there. He said he'd come from the overlook side. He said his car battery was dead, but the interior light of the trunk had been on when it popped open. Bright enough to see clearly. "Try your car," I said. "What?" "Start it." He blinked. "It's dead. Just try." He hesitated, then slid into the driver's seat. The door shut with a solid thud. The engine turned over immediately. No hesitation, no sluggishness, just a clean ignition. The headlights came on. We stared at each other through the windshield. He killed the engine slowly and stepped out. "Must have been loose cable," he said. I didn't answer. Attempt 1 to simply leave together had just unraveled. "Look," he said, stepping closer again. "We're both a little on edge. Snow does weird things. Let's just..." The pickup truck's engine roared to life behind us. We both spun. The headlights flared on, blinding in the dim lot. The truck reversed slightly, tires crunching over packed snow. My stomach dropped. The truck had been empty, or at least it had looked empty. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. I couldn't see the driver clearly, just a shadowed outline. "Everything good?" a voice called out. Male, younger than Tom. Tom didn't answer. I stepped forward, raising my voice. "Do you know this guy?" The truck idled. The driver's silhouette shifted. Then, abruptly, the truck pulled forward and angled toward the exit road. For 1 second, relief flooded me. Then it slowed near the entrance and stopped, blocking the narrow gravel access road. Snow continued to fall thicker now, softening edges, muting sound. The lot suddenly felt smaller, hemmed in by trees and vehicles. "Probably just turning around," Tom said, but his tone had changed. Less certain. The truck didn't turn around. It idled. Exhaust drifted upward, visible in the headlights. "Get in your car," Tom said quietly. "Why?" "'Cause if they're blocking the road, we need to leave now." My brain tried to catch up. "You just said, get in," he snapped. There it was, the edge, the trap tightening. I stepped backward toward my Subaru instead of forward. My keys were still in my hand. Tom moved toward his Civic. For a second, I thought we might both just drive off two separate vehicles, two separate paths. But as I opened my door, I heard the sound that sealed it. The pickup shifted into gear and began creeping backward, toward us. Not fast, just enough to close distance. The access road was now completely blocked. The truck angled slightly, positioning itself between the lot and the only exit. Snow thickened, visibility dropping. My tires were already partially buried from sitting. I slid into the driver's seat, hands shaking. Turned the key. The engine started. Good. I threw it into reverse. The tires spun immediately, rubber whining against packed snow. I eased off, tried again slower. They caught briefly, then slid sideways. The truck kept creeping. Tom's Civic roared as he attempted to back up too. He fishtailed, correcting sharply. The truck's headlights flared brighter as it angled closer. "Drive," Tom shouted from somewhere to my left. I can't get traction. My car lurched sideways, the rear end sliding toward a snowbank. The truck stopped moving. Then the driver's door opened. A figure stepped out. I couldn't see his face clearly in the falling snow, but I saw something else. A second set of boot prints emerging from the driver's side. Narrow tread. The same pattern I'd seen beside mine from the beginning. The realization hit like a physical blow. There hadn't been one follower. There had been two. And now the only road out was blocked, the snow deepening, the daylight gone. Retreat wasn't an option anymore. The truck door hung open like a mouth. Snow blew into the cab in thin sheets. The driver stood with his shoulders slightly hunched against the cold, one hand on the edge of the open door, the other down near his pocket. Tom was 20 yards away by his Civic, half turned between me and the truck, like he couldn't decide which direction he belonged in. His headlights washed the lot in a harsh cone, turning the falling snow into a swarm. I kept my foot lightly on the brake. Engine running. Reverse engaged. Tires sunk and spinning had already polished a little patch of ice under them. If I punched it, I'd just dig deeper. Think, map. The lot was a shallow rectangle, trees on three sides. One narrow access road out blocked, kiosk at the entrance with a roof that shed snow in lazy slides. My Subaru at the far edge, backed toward a snowbank. Tom's Civic near the tree line. The pickup angled across the mouth of the road like a barricade. I reached down and killed my headlights. The sudden dimness made my eyes sting, but it also did something else. It took away the easy target, took away the stage lighting. In the truck's glare, my car was now just a dark shape. My headlamp sat on my beanie, still off. I could feel the elastic pressing into my forehead. My whistle was in my pocket. My folding knife was buried in my pack. My phone was in my jacket, 40% and dropping. No bars except that stupid SOS. I imagined dialing, and the call never connecting, imagined explaining footprints to a dispatcher in a warm room. My throat tightened around the old fear. Don't make a fuss. Don't look stupid. The truck driver took a step forward. Hey, he called, voice carrying in the cold. You're fine. We're not trying to hurt you. It was a ridiculous sentence. It landed wrong, too early in the conversation for that. Tom turned his head sharply toward him, like don't say that, but he didn't correct it. The driver tried again. We just need to talk. I laughed once, short and ugly, and surprised myself. Move your truck, I said loud enough that my voice felt exposed in the open lot. Move it, and you can talk from the road. The driver didn't move. Tom started walking toward me, palms up, his gait careful, like he was approaching a skittish animal. Don't, I said. He stopped. Listen, Tom said. His breath made a dense cloud in front of his face. It got weird. I know it looks weird, but this doesn't have to escalate. You lied about your battery, I said. You lied about where you came from. His eyes flicked down, then up. I didn't, you did, I cut in. My voice was louder now, sharper. You were following me. The driver shifted behind him, watching, not rushing, like he had time. Time was the thing they had, and I didn't. The snow was still falling. It was already filling my tire treads, packing in where rubber needed grip. The longer I sat, the worse it would get. I forced myself to look at the access road itself. The truck blocked it, yes, but it was gravel beneath snow. A slight slope down toward the county road. On either side were shallow ditches, not deep ravines, just low cuts to guide water in spring. If I could get momentum, maybe I could angle around the truck. Maybe I could bump into the ditch and still make it past. Maybe I'd high center and be stuck worse. The other option, go deeper into the trees, on foot, back onto the trail network. But that meant leaving the car, leaving the only real shelter and warmth I had. And it meant being hunted among trunks. I grabbed my phone and unlocked it, hands trembling. I hit the emergency call. The screen froze for half a second, then showed emergency SOS connecting. The sound from the speaker was not a reassuring ring. It was a thin chirp and then silence. Come on, I whispered. Tom saw the glow of my screen and his expression changed, something tight and annoyed. The truck driver took 2 quick steps forward. Don't do that, he said. The command snapped something in me, the part that always tries to smooth things over, always tries to avoid making a scene. I shoved the door open and stepped out, leaving the car running. Cold slapped my face. Snowflakes stuck to my eyelashes instantly. I lifted the whistle and blew hard. The sound stabbed the air. It bounced off the kiosk roof, off the truck, off the tree line. It didn't just announce me, it owned the space for a second. I blew again. 3 blasts. The driver flinched and swore. Tom's hands flew to his ears, then dropped, angry. Stop, move the truck, I yelled over the whistle's echo. Now, the driver looked at Tom. Tom looked back. A fast exchange with no words. Then the driver did something that answered the question I hadn't wanted to ask. He reached into the cab and pulled out a crowbar. Not a gun, not a knife. Something you can explain away if you get stopped. Something you can use on a locked door. Something you can use on a person if you have to. My body reacted before my brain finished the thought. I backed toward my open driver's door, keeping the car between us. Tom started moving again. Maya, I froze. How do you know my name? His mouth opened, closed. For a beat, he looked genuinely caught. The driver's eyes narrowed. His grip tightened on the crowbar. My stomach turned. Ryan had texted me, saw your car at Pine Ridge lot. That meant someone else had seen it too. Someone who didn't need to know me to find me. Someone who could watch the lot and wait for a lone hiker to come back. My mind flashed to my trunk, not fully latched. The unzipped emergency kit. The smaller prints right at my bumper. They had been there while I was on the trail, while I thought the only danger was behind me. They'd checked my car, maybe looking for keys, maybe looking for something valuable, maybe looking for proof I was alone. I stopped trying to interpret motive. It didn't matter. What mattered was the practical reality. 2 men, 1 truck blocking the exit, snow falling harder, fading light. "Get back in your car," Tom said, voice low, urgent now. "Just let's calm down. We don't want to, I repeated. The word tasted like metal. The driver started walking toward my Subaru, crowbar hanging at his side like it weighed nothing. Tom angled to my left, cutting off the path between me and the open lot. They were splitting me. They weren't rushing. They didn't need to. They just needed me to panic and slip and fall and get tangled in my own fear. My right ankle pulsed, a warning. If I ran wrong, it would go. I forced myself to stop backing up and look. The jumper cables, they were in my hand. I'd pulled them out earlier and never put them away. Heavy clamps, thick rubber-coated wire. A stupid weapon, but a real one. Something with reach. Something that could buy a second. I yanked 1 clamp free and held it like a flail, cable coiled around my wrist. Tom's eyes flicked to it. "Don't," the driver laughed once short. "Seriously." I blew the whistle again, just once sharp. Not for rescue now, for focus. For the part of me that needed a cue to act. Then I moved, not toward the road, toward the kiosk. The kiosk wasn't safety, but it was structure. A roof, a post, a barrier. Something to put my back against that wasn't open air. The snow under my boots was slick where cars had compacted it. I felt my right foot slide and caught myself, adrenaline spiking. The driver lunged, finally abandoning patience, and I swung the clamp. It hit his forearm with a dull thud. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just bone meeting hard plastic and metal. He yelped and the crowbar dipped. I didn't stop to see how much it hurt. I kept moving. Tom came at me from the side, trying to grab my arm. He got a fistful of my jacket sleeve. The fabric pulled tight across my shoulder. Pain shot down my arm. "Stop," he hissed. I twisted, yanked, and the seam tore with a ripping sound that felt huge in the cold. My sleeve came partly free, leaving my forearm exposed to snow and air. I stumbled, caught the kiosk post with my shoulder, and slammed my palm onto the map board. The plastic cover over the trail map was cracked. The edge lifted slightly. Under it, paper swelled with moisture. There was a metal box mounted on the side of the kiosk, one of those emergency supply boxes some trailheads have, meant for brochures, and sometimes a little logbook. I'd never paid attention to it before. My fingers found the latch. It was locked. Of course it was locked. The driver recovered and charged again, crowbar up now, his face visible for the first time, young, flushed, eyes too bright with the kind of excitement that doesn't belong in a snowstorm. He swung. I ducked. The crowbar smashed into the kiosk roof support with a crack that vibrated through the wood. Splinters rained down. Tom grabbed me from behind, arms wrapping around my chest, pinning my elbows. My breath whooshed out. Panic surged so fast it was almost nausea. "Quit fighting," he said in my ear. "Just quit and you'll be okay." It was the same lie people tell when they're already doing harm. I tried to stomp his foot, and my ankle screamed. The old injury flared sharp, a hot line of pain that made my vision flicker. Tom tightened his grip, taking advantage. The driver stepped closer, crowbar raised, and in that instant, I understood what they were going to do. Disable me, quietly, get me down, then decide what came next. There wasn't going to be a clean negotiation. My mouth tasted like copper. I forced air into my lungs and screamed, not words, just sound. And I blew the whistle again, right beside my own face, the shriek so loud it felt like it cracked my skull. Tom jerked back instinctively, his grip loosening. I shoved backward hard, driving my weight into him. My shoulders slammed his chest. He stumbled. I turned and swung the cable clamp again, not at the driver this time, but at Tom's face. The clamp caught his cheekbone with a sickening pop. He made a noise that wasn't a shout, more like a grunt that got stuck halfway out. He fell to one knee, hands flying to his face. The driver surged forward, crowbar coming down. I threw myself sideways. The crowbar caught my shoulder instead of my head. Pain exploded white, immediate, not something you think through. It stole my breath. My arm went numb and then burned, like someone had poured hot water under my skin. I fell hard into the snow, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a second, the world narrowed to the sound of my own rasping inhale and the distant idle of the truck engine. The driver loomed above me. Tom was on his knees, blood dark against the snow, holding his face, eyes wild with rage and something like disbelief. The driver lifted the crowbar again. My fingers fumbled for something, anything at my waist. My pack. The strap was still across me. I yanked it open with my good hand, blind with pain, and my fingers hit the folding knife. I snapped it open. The motion was clumsy. My hand shook. The driver hesitated, recalculating. Not fear, just risk assessment. He took a step back, crowbar still up, and in that moment, I saw his forearm swelling where I'd hit it. Tom spat something red into the snow and stood, unsteady. "You stupid," he started. A sound cut through them both. A car horn. Not close, but close enough to snap heads. Then headlights appeared at the far end of the access road, down by the county road, where the slope dipped. A vehicle had stopped there, unable to come up the blocked path. Someone was there. The truck driver turned sharply toward the road. Tom turned too, eyes narrowing. Relief hit me so hard it almost made me cry, but it tangled immediately with fear because I saw what they saw. Whoever had arrived couldn't drive up because the pickup was blocking the mouth of the road, which meant they were on foot now. And if Tom and the driver reacted fast, they could intercept them before they ever reached the lot. The driver started moving toward the truck, quick. Tom looked down at me, blood running from his cheek, snow sticking to it, and his expression shifted into something cold and decisive. He stepped toward me, point of decision. No more bluffing. I lifted the knife, hand shaking so badly it was almost useless. "Back up," I rasped. He reached into his jacket. For a second, my heart seized, but it wasn't a gun. It was my phone, my phone. He held it up, screen glowing in the dim. Somewhere in the struggle, he'd taken it when he grabbed my sleeve, when he pinned me. I hadn't even noticed. He smiled, small. Then he threw it, not at me, away into the snowbank behind the kiosk, toward the trees. The glowing rectangle vanished with a soft thunk, and the light went out. The gesture was petty and cruel and efficient. It wasn't about the phone itself. It was about making me feel cut off again. My throat tightened around a sob that didn't come out. Tom leaned down, grabbed my wrist with the knife, and twisted. Pain shot through my arm. The knife slipped from my numb fingers. He kicked it away. Snow swallowed it. The driver yelled something from the truck, urgent. Time. Tom grabbed the front of my jacket and hauled me up halfway, dragging me toward the shadowed side of the kiosk, away from the open lot. My injured ankle buckled. My shoulder screamed. I clawed at his sleeve with my good hand, nails scraping fabric. He shoved me down again, hard, into the snow behind the kiosk, where the roof blocked the falling flakes and made the air feel oddly still. He crouched close, face inches from mine, blood smeared across his cheek, eyes flat. "You stay quiet," he said. "You stay here. You do not make this worse." And then, because the universe likes cruel timing, my whistle slipped from my pocket, the torn jacket fabric no longer holding it. It fell into the snow between us, bright orange. Tom's eyes dropped to it. A beat. Then he snatched it up, and for the first time, I saw something like panic flicker across his face. Because he knew what it meant. If I had it, I could keep calling attention, keep creating noise, keep owning space. Without it, I was just a person in snow. He stood, stuffed the whistle into his pocket, and turned to run toward the truck. He didn't even look back. The cost of my fight, my shoulder, my ankle, my phone, my knife, my whistle had bought me one thing, time. But time was still running. I lay behind the kiosk, gasping, trying not to black out, listening as footsteps crunched away. Listening to the truck door slam. Listening to the engine rev. Then another sound closer now, human and urgent, carrying from the access road. "Hello," a voice called male. Familiar in that vague way voices can be when you've heard them through walls. "Maya, Ryan." He'd come. I tried to shout. Only a croak came out. I scraped my good hand against the kiosk post and tried again. "Ryan," I managed, thin. The truck's engine roared louder. Tires spun. Snow sprayed. The pickup jerked forward, then stopped abruptly with a heavy jolt, like it had hit something or stalled. A loud curse from the driver. Then the truck backed up hard, tires fishtailing, and tore out down the access road, abandoning the blockade. Tom's Civic headlights flared, then went dark as he killed them. Footsteps sprinted away into the trees, Tom, cutting off toward the trail rather than the road. The central threat wasn't gone neatly. It fractured and scattered like animals when you kick a nest. Ryan appeared at the edge of the lot, breath puffing hard, holding his phone up like a flashlight. He saw the truck peeling away and froze, confusion on his face turning to alarm as his gaze landed on me. He ran. "What the Maya, Jesus?" He dropped to his knees beside me. "Are you hurt? What happened?" "I can't." My shoulder throbbed with each heartbeat. "My phone gone." "Call." He fumbled his own phone, hands shaking. "No service up here." I tried. "It wouldn't." "Your car," I rasped. "Drive down. Call from the road." He looked toward the access road where the truck was now retreating fast, taillights fading into snowfall. "I'm not leaving you," he said, voice cracking. "You have to," I said. He ran into the trees, 2 of them. "Please." Ryan swallowed, eyes flicking around the lot like he expected them to reappear. Okay. He helped me sit up. The movement made my shoulder scream so sharply I nearly vomited. He flinched. "Your arm." "It's my shoulder," I said, teeth clenched. "I think it's bad." He took off his jacket and wrapped it around me, clumsy but earnest, his own fear now spilling out in quick, useless movements. "Where's your car key?" he asked. "In my pocket." "Left," I fumbled with numb fingers. Ryan found it and handed it to me like it was sacred. "I'm going to drive down and call," he said. "I'm coming right back." "Don't come alone," I whispered. "Get police. Ambulance." "Don't I know," he said, and for a second he looked like he might cry. "I'm sorry. I should have come sooner. I saw the truck when I pulled in. I didn't want to, it's fine," I lied automatically, then hated myself for it, because it wasn't fine. Nothing about this was fine. Ryan sprinted back toward his car, which I now noticed parked at an angle near the county road. He'd been forced to stop there because the truck blocked the entrance. I lay back against the kiosk post, trying to keep my breathing even. Snow brushed my face in soft, indifferent touches. Somewhere in the trees, Tom had disappeared. The truck had escaped. My phone was buried somewhere in snow, dark and silent. My knife was lost. My whistle was gone. I'd won nothing clean. But the immediate threat, the immediate physical danger had broken, and the lot was suddenly too quiet again, the way it had been when I first arrived. Only now it didn't feel peaceful. It felt like a place where something had happened, and the world was pretending it hadn't. I stared up at the kiosk roof, at the splintered wood where the crowbar had struck, and tried not to imagine how close it had come to my head. My shoulder throbbed in waves. My ankle was already swelling, the boot too tight. I listened for footsteps, for an engine returning, for anything. And in the thin lull before sirens that might or might not come, the thought that kept pushing through the pain was simple and stupid and true. I had tried so hard not to be dramatic that I'd almost let myself be taken quietly. The first siren sounded thin and far away. For a second I thought I'd imagined it, the way you imagine phantom vibrations from a phone that isn't there. I was sitting, propped against the kiosk post, Ryan's jacket around my shoulders, snow building up on my boots. My right arm was held tight against my body because any movement sent a streak of heat through my shoulder that made my vision fuzz. Then the siren came again. Closer, real. Ryan's car had fishtailed halfway down the access road when he left, and he'd had to back down to the county road to get enough signal to call. He came running back up on foot before the police arrived, breathless and pale, saying he didn't want me alone again. He kept apologizing. "I should have just come when I texted you," he said over and over, as if there was a single moment he could rewind and fix. "You did come," I said. It felt important to say it. "You did." When the first patrol SUV pulled into the lot, it had to push through the snow where the pickup had been. The officer stepped out with a flashlight already in his hand, the beam slicing through the falling flakes. His name was Officer Daniel Ortiz, 41, male, Bellingham Police Department. He moved in quick, efficient lines, eyes scanning, posture alert without being frantic. "Ma'am, are you injured?" he asked, crouching beside me. "My shoulder," I said, talking made my jaw tremble, and I didn't know if that was cold or adrenaline finally draining. "And my ankle." There were two of them. He didn't interrupt. He didn't say calm down or you're safe now. He just nodded and asked, "Weapons?" "Crowbar," I said. "And they took my knife." "Through my phone." He absorbed that, then glanced toward the tree line where Tom had disappeared. Backup arrived in another SUV. Then an ambulance, tires crunching over snow that was already smoothing itself over like nothing had happened. The paramedics moved with quiet competence. One of them, Jillian Marks, 29, female, knelt and gently palpated my shoulder, while I bit down on the inside of my cheek to keep from making a sound. "I think it's dislocated," she said to her partner. possible fracture. We'll need imaging. She slid a splint under my arm and wrapped it tight to immobilize the joint. The pressure was awful and relieving at the same time. They helped me onto a stretcher, the metal frame cold through my layers. As they lifted me into the ambulance, I caught sight of the parking lot from a slightly higher angle. The snow was already filling in the scuffed patch where my tires had spun. The splintered kiosk post stood out like a small scar. Tom's Civic was gone. They'd found it abandoned a quarter-mile down the county road, keys still in the ignition, doors unlocked. The pickup was nowhere. Inside the ambulance, the world narrowed to antiseptic smells and soft, practiced voices. Ryan's face hovered near the open doors for a moment. "I'll follow," he said. "I'll meet you at the hospital." I nodded. My shoulder throbbed with every bump in the road. At St. Joseph's, fluorescent lights replaced snow glare. The emergency room smelled faintly of bleach and coffee. The doctor who examined me, Dr. Elise Hammond, 37, female, had steady hands and a low, unhurried voice. "You've got a fracture at the top of the humerus," she said after the x-rays came back, "and a dislocation we've already reduced. You're lucky the crowbar didn't land higher. Lucky." The word lodged somewhere uncomfortable. My ankle, swollen and angry, was a severe sprain. No break, but it would keep me on crutches for a while. They gave me something for pain. It made the edges of everything soften, but it didn't erase the images. Tom's face when I said my name, the driver's forearm swelling where I'd struck him, the way the truck had idled like it had all the time in the world. Officer Ortiz came by the hospital room before I was discharged. He stood near the door, not crowding the bed. "We searched the immediate tree line," he said. "Snow's making it difficult. K9 is en route, but the trail system's extensive." "I know," I said. "We recovered your phone," he added. It was partially buried behind the kiosk, screen cracked but intact. Something in my chest loosened a fraction. "They wiped it?" I asked. "We'll have tech look at it," he said. "You said one of the suspects handled it." "Yes," he nodded. "Your description of both men is helpful. We'll circulate it." There was a gas station camera about a mile down the road. We're pulling footage. He didn't promise they'd be caught. He didn't say this kind of thing never happens here. He just outlined steps, procedural and real. "Did you know either of them?" he asked. "No." He studied my face, maybe looking for hesitation. I shook my head carefully. It made my shoulder twinge. After he left, the room felt too bright. Ryan sat in the plastic chair by the bed, elbows on knees, staring at the floor. There was dried snow on the cuffs of his jeans. "They'll catch them," he said finally, as if convincing himself. "Maybe," I said. I didn't want to make promises I couldn't keep. When I got home 2 days later, the world looked normal in a way that felt obscene. The snow on my street had turned gray at the edges. Someone had shoveled their walkway in neat, precise lines. My mailbox was slightly tilted the way it always had been. Ryan had cleared my driveway. He'd brought my car back from the impound lot after forensics dusted it and took samples from the trunk. There were fingerprints, Officer Ortiz had told me. Partial, enough to enter into a database. My emergency kit was back in the trunk, zipped carefully. I stood in my living room, sling tight around my shoulder, and listened. The refrigerator hummed. A car drove by outside. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked, ordinary. I moved slowly through the house, turning on lights as dusk settled. The act felt deliberate now. Every shadow a thing to consider. In the bathroom mirror, I saw the bruising blooming under my collarbone and along my upper arm, deep purple fading to yellow at the edges. My ankle was wrapped stiff. I looked older than I had 3 days ago. The police called that evening. They'd identified the pickup as stolen from a lot in Everett 2 days before the incident. Plates swapped. VIN partially obscured. Tom's Civic was registered to a name that didn't match the one he'd given me. The address on file was vacant. Professional, Ryan asked when I relayed it. I don't know, I said. Maybe just practiced. That was worse somehow. The third set of prints, the smaller ones, turned out to belong to a teenage girl who'd cut across the trail earlier that afternoon. Her parents called after seeing a police notice online, worried their daughter might have witnessed something. She hadn't. She'd been wearing earbuds and had taken a shortcut to meet friends near the overlook. That thread closed neatly. Too neatly. A week later, the snow melted. The lot looked like any other trailhead again. Tire tracks, mud, litter caught under the kiosk. I didn't go back, not at first. Physical therapy became part of my routine. Twice a week, I sat in a bright room with resistance bands and mirrors, while a therapist guided my arm through small, controlled movements. Trust the joint, he said. It'll feel unstable before it feels strong. Trust. The word had new weight. I started locking my doors the second I stepped inside my house. I installed a camera over my front porch. I answered texts more quickly. Ryan stopped by most evenings for the first week, bringing takeout and sitting awkwardly on my couch, as if proximity alone could fix something. We didn't talk about the way Tom had said my name. We didn't talk about how easily they'd moved in the lot. One night, when the sling had come off and I could lift my arm almost halfway without pain, I took the whistle out of my coat pocket, where the police had returned it in an evidence bag. They'd found it in the snow near where Tom had run. The plastic was scratched. The orange dulled. I held it for a long moment. Then I looped it back onto a new lanyard and hung it by my door. Not because I thought it would save me again, but because I didn't want to forget that I'd used it. There was a knock on my door a month later. 3 quick raps. My heart kicked once hard. I stood in the hallway listening. No follow-up knock, no voice. I checked the camera feed on my phone. A delivery driver was walking back to his van, empty porch behind him. I exhaled slowly. Ordinary, but not untouched. Officer Ortiz called again 6 weeks after the incident. They'd matched a partial print from my phone to a man with prior arrests for theft and assault. A warrant was issued and hadn't been located yet. Tom, whatever his real name was, remained unidentified. Cases like this take time, Ortiz said. We're not dropping it. I know, I said, and I believed him. I went back to Pine Ridge in early spring, not alone. Ryan walked beside me, hands shoved in his pockets, scanning more than he needed to. The trees were green again at the tips. The ground was soft with thaw. We stood at the kiosk. The splintered wood had been replaced. The map was new, laminated, and bright. If you didn't know what had happened, you wouldn't see anything out of place. I walked a few yards down the trail, just enough to hear the crunch of gravel under my boots. No snow now. No clean canvas to tell you who had been there. I looked down anyway. For a second, in the shifting light, I imagined a narrow tread beside mine, perfectly aligned. Then a breeze moved through the trees, and the illusion broke. It was just dirt, just trail. Ryan cleared his throat. You good? I nodded. Yeah, I said. And I I meant it in the way you mean something that isn't entirely true, but isn't entirely false either. The world hadn't ended. The men hadn't won. But there was a new calculation in everything now, a small mental map of exits, of sight lines, of what could be explained and what couldn't. I still hike. I don't go without telling someone exactly where I am. And sometimes, when snow falls clean and untouched, I think about how honest it looks, how it promises to show you what's there, and how easily it can lie. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I was hired to moderate a forum that predicts missing persons is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing that felt wrong was the timestamp, not the post itself, not the title, just that small gray line of metadata under the username, the kind you usually ignore because it's always boring and always true. Posted 2 minutes ago. Except the system clock in the bottom right of my laptop said 3:12 a.m., and the forum banner at the top insisted the server time was 8:12 a.m. UTC, and the post claimed it had been edited yesterday. All of that can happen. Browsers glitch, VPNs hiccup, forums store edit times weird. I'd been awake too long, hunched over a sticky cafe table with my coat still on, because the heater in the place didn't work unless you sat directly under it. Still, the post wasn't about politics or crypto or whatever else people like to get banned for at 3 in the morning. It was a missing person report, not a link, not a screenshot, not a dramatic thread with a crying emoji, just a name, a city, a sentence that made my throat tighten in a way I didn't want to admit. Missing HOLLISKLINE, 22, female, Portland, OR. Last seen, 6:40 a.m. on SE Division near 34th. Blue rain jacket, bad left knee. Will try to walk it off anyway. I didn't know any Hollies Klein. I didn't live in Portland. I was in Boston, in a cafe that smelled like burnt espresso and lemon cleaner, watching the snow outside slide down the glass like the window was sweating. The detail about the knee, bad left knee, will try to walk it off, didn't read like a flyer. It read like someone who'd met her. I hovered over the remove button because that's what the job was. Remove posts that doxed, remove posts that incited, remove posts that harassed, remove posts that were unverifiable claims. There was a script in my head already, the one I'd practiced for the last 3 days since I got hired. We're not law enforcement. We can't host personal information. If you're concerned about someone's safety, contact local authorities. Only the post didn't include an address. No phone number, no photo, just enough to be human. My cursor trembled a little, which annoyed me. I wasn't the kind of person whose hands shook. I'd done content moderation before, video platforms, comment sections, the grim little corners where people put their worst selves because they thought nobody was watching. This was supposed to be easier. The cafe door opened with a tired bell and a gust of wet air. Someone stomped snow off their boots. A barista laughed too loudly at something behind the counter, the sound sharp and bright like tearing paper. I tried to click into the user profile. The page hung. I tried again. The icon spun. On the third click, the profile loaded, and my stomach did a small, reluctant dip. The username was Mod Welcome. It was supposed to be a system account, a placeholder we used for onboarding messages. Except the account history wasn't empty. There were 6 posts, all missing persons blurbs, scattered across different subforums, different states. One was in France in English, like someone couldn't decide which language to think in. And under each post, a comment thread, mostly skeptical, mostly cruel, mostly the kind of people who think human suffering is a puzzle box they deserve to solve. But there was always one comment pinned at the top by the same user. Thread allowed. Keep it factual. No vigilante behavior. That pinned comment was posted by me, or at least it carried my moderator badge. My stomach turned like it was searching for a position that didn't feel stupid. I checked the right-hand panel where your mod actions are listed. The log showed I had approved those threads. It listed my name. It listed the time. It listed an IP address I didn't recognize. I leaned back, and the cheap chair complained. A tired squeak that sounded too much like someone trying to say something with their mouth shut. The cafe's overhead fan made a soft, uneven ticking as it rotated, like a small clock losing patience. A simple explanation landed first. Someone had my password. Then the more embarrassing one. I'd done it myself and forgotten. Neither one fit. I'd been hired 3 days ago. I'd barely had access. I'd spent most of those days learning which admin panel button did what, still asking stupid questions in the staff chat like a new kid trying not to spill their tray in the cafeteria. My phone buzzed on the table. I flinched because my body had apparently decided we were in a situation now, which I resented. A message from the staff Slack. Mara Ops, you online? I stared at her name for a second like it was a test. Then I typed with my thumbs, me. Yeah. Why? The little typing. Bubble appeared and vanished and appeared again, as if she was debating how honest to be. Mara Ops, don't do anything weird, RN. Just hold. That made it worse. Hold is what people say when a computer is about to restart. Hold is what they say when they're walking toward you with a look that means you're about to hear a sentence that changes your day. I glanced toward the counter. The barista, skinny kid with a beanie, probably college, was rinsing metal pitchers in the sink, water hissing. Nobody else in the cafe looked like they were worried about anything more than their commute. Outside, a plow crawled past, and the sound of its blade against slush was like a slow zipper. I messaged back, me. Someone's using my mod badge. There are approved threads I didn't approve. It felt ridiculous to even write. Mara didn't reply immediately. My eyes kept drifting back to the Portland post. The phrasing, the need detail, the time mismatch. On impulse, I opened a new tab and typed Holly's Klein Portland missing into a search bar. Nothing came up. No news. No social posts that looked official. No public alerts. Just an old LinkedIn result for a Holly's K in Oregon that might not even be her. That didn't prove anything. People go missing all the time without hitting the news. Police don't blast every report. Families don't always know how to get attention. And the internet is a giant sieve. Some names fall through. Still, the post was only 2 minutes old. My phone buzzed again. Mara Ops, okay, listen. We've seen this. Not just you, it's why I pinged. Do not change passwords yet. Don't log out. I need you in panel. I read it twice because it didn't make sense. If someone's in my account, changing the password is literally the first thing you do. That's not paranoia, that's basic hygiene. The fact she was telling me not to was like a doctor telling you not to wash your hands before surgery. I typed, "What do you mean we've seen this?" She finally sent a real answer. "Mara Ops, I'll call. Can you take a call?" I looked around the cafe again like I was making sure nobody was about to overhear my life falling apart. My private fear, the one I didn't like to examine too closely, rose up in its usual shape. I'm going to do something wrong, and it's going to matter. It was why I'd left my last job. Not because it was hard. Because one day I approved a video that seemed harmless, and 3 days later, it was in a news story attached to tragedy. And my name wasn't in the article, but I knew where my fingerprints were. I'd promised myself I'd take smaller responsibility next time. And then I took this job because it paid well and came with a neat little title that sounded like I had a career. Me. Yeah. Her call came through almost instantly, like she'd been holding the button down. When I answered, her voice was lower than it sounded in text. She didn't bother with hello. "Okay," she said. "You're in the admin panel right now." Yeah, my voice sounded too normal, which made me feel like I was lying. "I'm looking at a thread in Portland. It says I pinned a comment, but I didn't." "Ma'am." She was moving. I could hear it, the soft scrape of a chair, the distant echo of a room with hard walls. "We've got 3 moderators with action logs they swear they didn't do. Different time zones, different devices. So someone, not exactly," she cut in, and there was a small pause, a hesitation she tried to hide by breathing out. "We thought it was account compromise, but the IPs don't line up. And the 2 file logs, it's not clean." My fingers tightened around the phone. "So what is it?" Mara didn't answer right away. In the cafe, the beanie kid called out an order name, "Oat latte for Jess." And a woman in a red scarf got up, her chair scraping the floor with a sound like a dull knife. Finally, Mara said, "You know what the site is, right?" "Yeah," I said, because I did. The forum was called Lamplight, one word, all caps, and it pretended to be a place where people posted patterns. The public pitch was harmless enough. Open source research, crowdsourced timelines, missing persons awareness. The internal pitch, the one that got me hired, had been different. We predict cases before they hit the media. We help families act faster. It was framed as civic-minded, like Neighborhood Watch with spreadsheets. I'd rolled my eyes at the marketing language. Still took the paycheck. Mara said, "The founding admin, Elliot, he insists the posts aren't random." "Of course he does," I said, sharper than I meant. "It's his whole brand." "Yeah," Mara agreed, surprising me. "But here's the thing. Some of these threads, they go up before there's any report, before a family even posts." I swallowed. "How would we know that?" "Because," she said, "we had one last week, Minneapolis." The name went up at 5:18 a.m., local time. At 11:40, a sister posted on Facebook asking for help. At 2:10 p.m., the police blotter showed it as a missing person report. I stared at the Portland Post again. The blue rain jacket, the knee. "It's coincidence," I said, because I needed it to be. Mara made a small sound that wasn't quite disagreement and wasn't quite agreement. "Maybe. But it's enough that Elliot's freaking out and wants mods to treat these threads like, I don't know, like fragile evidence. What does he want me to do?" He wants you to leave it up, Mara said. For now. I laughed once, a short, humorless sound. Mara, I'm not hosting potentially identifying information about a person who might not even be missing yet. It's not identifying, she said quickly. It's a name and a city. That's public domain, basically. That's not how doxing works. I know. Her voice softened, like she remembered I wasn't just a cursor. Look, I'm not telling you this because I agree. I'm telling you because Elliot is going to come down hard on anyone who breaks the chain. Those were his words. The chain, I repeated, and the phrase snagged in my mind like a burr. So he believes the site is what? Psychic? No, Mara snapped, then caught herself. No supernatural stuff. He's obsessed with data. He thinks there's a leak somewhere. A system, he thinks. Someone is feeding the forum. My eyes went to the username again. Mod welcome. Feeding it from where? I asked. Mara hesitated. That's the part we're trying to figure out. There's a private subforum. You don't have access yet. I thought mods had access to everything. Not everything, she said, and the way she said it was telling, like she didn't love that fact either. Elliot keeps a section restricted. Only admins and senior researchers. He claims it's to protect sources. And I'm supposed to moderate a forum with secret sources, I said, feeling the stupid anger rise, clean and hot. That's great. I know, Mara said, and her voice was tired. Listen, I need you to do something, okay? But it's your call. I can't force you. I waited, my eyes on the post, my cursor hovering over remove, like a finger over a trigger I didn't want to pull. There's a user in that Portland thread, Mara said. They're about to comment. When they do, I need you to watch the metadata in the mod tools. Not just the post, the comment payload. I need a screenshot of the raw header. My mouth went dry. Why? Because that user has shown up in 3 of these threads, she said. And every time the header looks off, like it's coming from inside our network. I stared at the empty comment box under the Portland post, the refresh icon. What's the username? I asked. Mara exhaled. North Fence. The page flickered as if it had heard us. A new comment appeared, sliding into place, with that casual animation forums used to feel friendly, like they're doing you a favor. North Fence, wrong corner. She'll go east first. Then she'll stop answering. Don't call. Don't spook her. I didn't move for a full second because my brain had to decide which part to prioritize. The fact that it read like instruction, or the fact that it was delivered with the calm confidence of someone who'd already seen the ending. My cursor hovered over remove. If I deleted the thread, it would be gone. It would also be in my action logs forever, a clean, defensible decision. It might also be the wrong decision. If I left it up, I'd be doing what a stranger on the internet wanted, and what Elliot wanted, and what Mara, despite herself, was asking me to do, because she was scared enough to bend policy. My phone stayed pressed to my ear, warm from Mara's voice. I could hear her breathing, waiting. Outside, the plow turned the corner, and the blade scraped harder. A long metallic groan that made people in the cafe glance up without knowing why. Mara said quietly, "Your call." And that was the choice, right there, hanging in the air like a held note. Do I pull the thread and protect the forum from becoming a bulletin board for panic? Or do I keep it up long enough to see what it's really connected to? The comment sat there for 3 seconds before the replies started. Not outrage. Not confusion. Agreement. A user named Mapcrawl replied, "East makes sense. Division slopes down." Another, Suture Theory, wrote, "If knee's bad, she'll avoid stairs. There's that ramp near the co-op." My pulse thudded in my ears, not dramatic, just insistent, like a finger tapping the table. Mara, I said quietly into the phone. They're building a map. I know, she said. I could hear keyboard noise on her end now, fast and uneven. Elliot's in the private channel already. Tell him to lock it. Silence. Then he won't. Of course he wouldn't. On my screen, the thread refreshed again. Someone dropped a Google Maps link. Someone else posted a street view screenshot. The blue rain jacket detail was getting dissected like it was evidence in a trial. And still no confirmation that Holly's Klein was actually missing. Okay, I said, forcing my voice to flatten out. I'm pulling the raw header. I clicked into the mod tools and opened the comment payload for North Fence. The interface was ugly, gray on gray, full of fields most moderators never needed to see. I scrolled to the header block. User agent string, standard referrer, internal thread link, IP address. I stopped. Mara, what? It's hours. A pause. Define hours. Same block as admin traffic. Same subnet. That's not possible, she said too fast. It says 172.31. I know what it says. Behind me, someone dropped a ceramic cup. It shattered sharp and loud, and a few people gasped. The barista swore under his breath. The smell of coffee bloomed thicker in the air, like something burnt. Mara, I said, softer now. If North Fence is posting from inside your network, that's not a leak. That's an internal account, she finished. Or someone spoofing. Or someone physically in the office. Her breathing changed, slower, controlled. The Lamplight office was in Chicago, she told me during onboarding. A rented floor in a mid-rise near the river. Mostly remote staff. A handful of in-person admins. Elliot liked having a core. You need to screen capture everything, she said. Don't trust logs to stay. I thought you said don't do anything weird. This isn't weird. This is documentation. The thread ticked upward, 10 comments. 15. Then my phone buzzed again. Not Slack. A news alert. I almost ignored it. I didn't want the outside world intruding right now. But I glanced. Portland police seek help locating missing woman last seen this morning. The timestamp, 3:21 a.m. EST, which meant 12:21 a.m. in Portland. Which meant no, I whispered. What? Mara snapped. The news just posted it. What news? I read it aloud, stumbling over the URL because my mouth felt dry. Portland police, seeking help locating Holly's Klein, 22. Last seen 6:40 a.m. near SE Division and 34th. Mara didn't speak for a long time. That's exactly what the post says, I added. Read the description. Blue rain jacket, I said. Family says she has a prior knee injury. In the cafe, the barista knelt to sweep up shards. The scraping sound was rhythmic, calm, methodical. On my screen, someone in the thread pasted the police link. The replies shifted tone immediately. Less puzzle, more urgency. And then worse, someone wrote, see, told you Lamplight gets it first. I felt something twist low in my stomach. Not fear exactly. Recognition. This was how cult logic forms. You get one win, then you reinterpret the timeline to make it prophetic. Mara, I said, this is going to blow up. I know, you can't leave it up. I know, but Elliot will. Another pause. Yeah, she said. The problem wasn't abstract anymore. It wasn't about mysterious logs or internal IPs. It was about a real woman who was now officially missing, and a forum full of strangers who thought they were ahead of the story. Okay, I said slowly. Here's the time-sensitive part. If they start contacting people, friends, businesses, whoever, they contaminate the case. They interfere. They spook her if she's hiding. They tip someone off if she's not alone. I'm aware, Mara said, voice thin. And if one of them actually goes out there, she didn't answer, because we both knew it was possible. Lamplight had meetups. They called them field audits. Volunteers with high-vis vests and printed timelines. It was all framed as assistance. I checked the sidebar. There it was, a new post in Field Coordination Pacific Northwest. My chest tightened. I clicked. User, map crawl anyone in Portland able to canvass division corridor. We have last known vector. No contact. Just observe. 3 replies already. One user said they were 10 minutes away. Mara, I said, I see it. You have to shut down field coordination. I don't have that permission. Then escalate. I am escalating the private fear, the one about making the wrong decision and watching it ripple rose up again, ugly and insistent. I remembered the video from my last job, the comments saying it was fake, the approval stamp with my name, the way I'd told myself, it's not your responsibility what people do next. It hadn't felt true then. It didn't feel true now. Patch me into Elliot, I said a beat. He's not going to like that. I don't care. Another beat. Hold, the call shifted. A click, a new line. A man's voice came on, measured and warm in that deliberate way some people cultivate. Hello, Elliot, I said. Yes, and you are new moderator, Boston. Ah, yes, I saw your screenshots. He sounded almost pleased. Interesting anomaly. People are mobilizing in Portland, I said. You need to freeze the thread. No, he said immediately. The word was so simple it almost disarmed me. You can't have strangers canvassing an active missing person case, I said. You don't even know if they've coordinated with police. They haven't, he said calmly. We instruct them not to. That's not the same as stopping them. He exhaled, not impatient. Patient. Listen, he said. We are not vigilantes. We are pattern analysts. The community understands that. I glanced at the field coordination thread where someone had just posted a screenshot of a bus schedule. Understand a lot of things until adrenaline kicks in, I said. Mara was silent on the line now. I imagined her in that Chicago office, fluorescent lights humming, staring at a dashboard. Elliot continued, if we lock the thread now, we lose visibility. We lose data. We lose trust. This isn't about trust, I snapped. It's about a missing person who might be in danger. And if our data helps, he asked softly. That landed heavier than I expected. What data? I demanded. The post came from your own subnet. Yes, he said. No hesitation, my breath caught. You know about North Fence, I said. I do, and we are investigating. Is it an internal account? I can't discuss internal security matters with a junior moderator, he said, still maddeningly calm. But I can tell you this, the predictive posts are not guesses. I closed my eyes for a second, just long enough to reset. Are you getting tips from law enforcement? I asked. No. From families? No. Then from where? Silence. On the other line, I could hear the faint hum of an HVAC system, a distant door shutting. Finally, he said, that is precisely what we are trying to determine. I opened my eyes and looked at the Portland thread again. North Fence had posted another comment. Don't involve police in this thread. Let official channels do that. Focus on eastbound pedestrian paths. A few users pushed back. One wrote, are you saying she's not alone? North Fence didn't respond. My phone buzzed with a direct message through the forum's internal system. It was from a user I didn't recognize. User, Leela K22, I'm Holly's roommate. Who are you people and how do you know about her knee? I felt the floor tilt slightly, not physically, but enough. Mara, I said quietly. We have a roommate in the thread. Elliot inhaled sharply for the first time. Get her into a private channel, he said. No, I said immediately. Excuse me. We're not pulling a family member into a private forum with strangers analyzing her friend's movements. She reached out. She's panicking. She deserves information. What information? I shot back. We don't know anything. The roommate posted again publicly. This is sick. We filed the report less than an hour ago. Less than an hour, which meant the lamplight post had gone up before the report was even logged. The timeline locked into place like teeth in a gear. My heart started pounding harder now. Not dramatic, just fast. Elliot, I said, if someone inside your network posted this before the report, that means they had knowledge before the police. Yes, he said, which means either someone's monitoring emergency channels illegally or someone close to her is feeding you. Yes, he said again. And you're still leaving it up. Yes. The calmness in his voice wasn't cruelty. It was conviction. That scared me more. In the field coordination thread, someone wrote, I'm heading to division now, just to look. A second user replied, me too. Mara, I said, they're physically going. I see it. We need to notify Portland PD. Elliot cut in, sharper now. Absolutely not. They're about to interfere with an active search. If you contact law enforcement without authorization, you violate your NDA. I laughed, short and brittle. You think I care about an NDA right now? I think you care about making another irreversible mistake, he said gently. And that hit. Because he was right about one thing, I did care. I cared about not overreacting. Not burning down something because it scared me. Not repeating the pattern of seeing harm everywhere and acting on it too late or too early. On the public thread, the roommate wrote, she was supposed to meet someone for coffee. We don't know who. North Fence replied almost instantly. East, just that. East. The complication landed in the next refresh. A user posted a photo, not of Holly's, of a woman in a blue rain jacket walking along SE Division, time-stamped from 10 minutes ago. The caption read, pretty sure this is her. She's limping. My throat tightened. If that was really Holly's, she wasn't missing in some abstract, procedural sense. She was walking somewhere, and now strangers on the internet were triangulating her path in real time. Mara, I said, this just became stalking. Elliot's voice lost its warmth. We need that photo saved. For what? I demanded. For verification. For evidence, I said, or for your data set. No one answered. On the field coordination thread, one of the users heading out posted, saw her. She turned east on 37th. My heart hammered so hard it felt like it might bruise something. I stood up abruptly, chair scraping loud against the cafe floor. A couple of people glanced over. Mara, I said, give me the Chicago office address. There was a long pause. Why? Because if North Fence is posting from inside your subnet, and this is escalating in real time, I'm not doing this remotely. You're in Boston, she said. I know. That's a flight. I know. Elliot's voice cut in, controlled but tight. You will not come to the office unannounced. Then shut it down, I said, silence. On the thread, the roommate posted one last message. She just texted me. She says people are following her. The cafe around me kept moving, espresso machine hissing, broom scraping, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear. On my screen, North Fence typed, too late. And that was the complication. Not supernatural, not mysterious, just human. Someone in Portland was now aware she was being tracked, and the people tracking her believed they were helping. The roommate's message stayed at the top of the thread for 12 seconds before it was buried. She just texted me. She says people are following her. Replies stacked under it, fast and jittery. We're not following, just observing. Tell her to stay on division. Ask her if she crossed 39th yet. I felt my jaw tighten. Mara, I said, voice low and steady. I'm locking the field coordination subforum. You can't, she said automatically. I can. I have mod privileges there. Elliot will. I don't care. I clicked into Field Coordination Pacific Northwest and hit Temporarily Restrict Posting. The interface lagged for a split second, like it was thinking about whether to obey me. Then it froze. Not a crash, just a soft, infuriating gray overlay. I refreshed. Access denied. What did you do? Mara asked. I didn't do anything. It kicked me. That means Elliot. I know what it means. The trap tightened quietly. No alarms. No dramatic alerts. Just a revoked permission mid-action. On the public thread, a new comment appeared from MapCrawl. We're backing off. She spooked. Then, seconds later, she cut through the alley behind the co-op. I pulled up Google Maps in another tab. SE Division, 34th, 37th, 39th. The new season's co-op sat between 40th and 41st. The alley behind it connected to Clinton Street, narrower, residential, lined with craftsman houses and low hedges. If she'd turned east from 34th, she would have passed 35th, 36th, 37th. A slight downhill grade. Bus stops every few blocks. If she was limping, she wouldn't move fast. Mara, I said, forcing myself to think like a person, not a moderator. How many Portland users do we have? In that subforum, 4 active tonight. And how many just posted? 2 confirmed local IPs. And North Fence, silence. Still internal, she said finally. Meaning Chicago. Meaning VPN masked inside our Oz block, she said. It could be remote. Or someone sitting at a desk in your office. The thought made something cold slide under my ribs. The first attempt to fix this, lock the coordination thread, had failed. The second attempt formed before I consciously decided on it. Get me the user metadata for MapCrawl and the one who posted the photo, I said. I can't just hand that over. You said document everything. I'm documenting. She hesitated. Then, fine, I'll screen share. A small window opened on my laptop with Mara's desktop. Her office looked dim behind her. A line of desks, empty chairs, a coat hanging off one. The overhead lights were too bright, the kind that hum faintly. She pulled up MapCrawl's profile. Portland IP, Comcast, device, iPhone, then the photo poster. Also Portland, also mobile. Real users, she said quietly. And if they're really out there, I replied, we're orchestrating this. She winced. On the thread, Leela posted again. She says she's near a church. Red door. I zoomed out on the map. We're 3 churches within 4 blocks of division, between 34th and 45th. One on 38th with a brick facade. One on 41st with a red painted door facing the street. Another on Clinton with stained glass. Which church? I muttered. North Fence responded within seconds. 41st. My throat felt tight. Why 41st? I whispered. Mara leaned closer to her screen. How would they know that? The misdirection came 2 minutes later. A new post dropped into the thread. She just fell. My chest jolted. I imagined concrete. I imagined someone's head hitting pavement. Leela replied in all caps. What? Then the next comment. No, sorry, wrong person. Blue jacket, but not her. This one's older. I exhaled hard enough that the cafe barista glanced at me. My hands were shaking now, not dramatically, just small tremors that made the cursor drift. "That's it," I said. "I'm messaging the roommate privately." "You told Elliot you wouldn't." "I didn't tell him that." I opened Leela's profile and clicked direct message. "Leela, this is a moderator. Please stop posting real-time location updates. It could put her at risk. Have you contacted Portland PD about being followed?" I hesitated before hitting send. My flaw, the one Elliot had sniffed out with that gentle comment about irreversible mistakes, pressed in. If I warned her, I'd be acknowledging the forum's role. If I stayed silent, I'd be complicit. I hit send. Seconds passed. Then her reply, "Who are you? Why did this get posted before we even filed the report?" That wasn't an answer. It was a question I couldn't solve. "Mara," I said, "we need to verify the timeline, exact minutes. When did the Portland thread go live?" She pulled up server logs. 03:10:42 EST, she said, which is 00:10:42 PST. "And the police report," she searched. "Public blotter shows 00:21 PST. 11 minutes. The post went live 11 minutes before the official report timestamp. "Call logs," I muttered. 911 call logs. We don't have those, but someone does. I felt something click into place. Not a solution, a direction. If someone inside your network is monitoring emergency dispatch feeds in real time like a scanner or a paid API, they'd know before the blotter updates. Mara's face tightened. That's not illegal. Not by itself. But pairing it with predictive commentary is ethically questionable, she said. Ethically questionable, I repeated, staring at the thread where people were mapping a missing woman's path like it was a scavenger hunt. On the public thread, Leela posted, "She says there's a man in a gray hoodie who keeps turning when she turns." The cafe door opened again, wind slicing in. A man in a gray hoodie stepped inside, shaking snow from his sleeves. My heart slammed once, hard enough to hurt. He looked up, confused at my stare, then walked to the counter. My brain caught up a second later. Boston, not Portland, coincidence. I felt foolish and shaky and angry at myself for letting imagery bleed into reality. The hoodie guy ordered a drip coffee and scrolled his phone, oblivious. Explainable. Everything so far was explainable. That's what made it worse. "Mara," I said, "we need to contact Portland PD anonymously. Just tell them there are civilians possibly tailing her. If that comes back to us, it won't. You don't know that." "No," I admitted, "I don't." Silence stretched between us. Then she said quietly, "There's another thing." "What?" She toggled to another window. It was the restricted subforum. She shouldn't have been showing me this. A thread titled, "PNW Live Case Monitoring." My stomach dropped. Inside were time-stamped entries. 00:08 PST female, 22, possible voluntary disappearance. Division corridor. 00:09 PST left residence. Limp noted. 00:10 PST thread live. I stared at the entries. They weren't user posts. They were system notes. "Mara," I said slowly. "Who writes those?" She swallowed. "They auto-populate from a script." "What script?" "A webhook." "From where?" She didn't answer, because she didn't know. The second attempt formed on its own. "If it's a webhook, we can trace the endpoint," I said, "where it's pulling from." "That's backend," she said. "I don't have access." "Who does?" "Elliot, get him." "I can't just get him." Her jaw tightened, but she nodded. The call clicked again. Elliot's voice came back, faint irritation under the surface now. "Yes, you have a webhook feeding the PNW live case thread," I said. "What is it pulling from? I told you, internal security. This isn't security. This is real-time tracking. A pause. It pulls from publicly accessible data streams, he said carefully. Which ones? Emergency dispatch, social signals, keyword monitoring. So you are scraping 911 feeds, I said. We are aggregating legally available data and posting it before families are notified. That's not how it works. Then how does it work? Silence. On the public thread, Leela posted again. She says she's cutting through Laurelhurst Park. I froze. Laurelhurst Park was northeast of Division. She turned north at 39th or 41st and kept going. She could hit the park's southern edge. It was dark at midnight. Wide open fields, few streetlights. That's a bad idea, I muttered. Mara, I said urgently. If she's in Laurelhurst and strangers are trailing her based on our thread, I know. We have to shut it down. Elliot's voice came in sharp. If you shut it down, you blind the community. I don't care about the community, I snapped. I care about the girl in the park. And what if the data indicates she's not alone? He asked. The words hung there. What does that mean? I said slowly. He didn't answer directly. Our script flagged something at 0007 PST, he said instead. What? Keyword cluster. Gray hoodie, coffee, Division. My mouth went dry. You're not just scraping dispatch, I said. You're scraping private messages. No, he said quickly. Public social feeds. But in real time. Yes. So if someone she was meeting posted something cryptic, your script flagged it. Possibly. And North Fence, silence again. In the background of Mara's screen share, I noticed something I hadn't before. A door at the far end of the Chicago office hallway. Closed, the light under it on. Mara, I said quietly. Is anyone else there tonight? She glanced over her shoulder. I thought I was alone. Is Elliot in the office? No, he's remote. The light under the door flickered slightly, like someone moving inside. Mara, I said, trying to keep my voice level. There's someone in that room. She stood up slowly, laptop in hand. The camera angle shifted, showing rows of empty desks. The hum of lights, the door at the end. She walked toward it. My heart thudded in my ears again, that same insistent tapping. Mara, Elliot said sharply. Sit down. Why? She asked. Because you're not authorized to access that room. That's not what I'm doing, she said. She reached the door, knocked once, no answer. The light flickered again. Mara, I said. She tried the handle, locked from the inside. She stepped back. On my screen, the public thread exploded. She's screaming. Someone call 911. She dropped her phone. Leela posted. She's not answering. My body went cold in a very practical way, like blood redirecting. Mara, I said, call Chicago PD. Why Chicago? Because if North Fence is internal, and someone is physically in that office feeding data or controlling the script, that's a leap, Elliot said sharply. And if it's not, I shot back. Mara's hand hovered near the door again. The point of no return arrived quietly in the form of a system notification. Admin privileges granted, North Fence. I stared at it. Mara, I said, voice barely above a whisper. North Fence just got admin. What? She breathed. On the public thread, the posts froze. Not deleted, locked by admin. A new banner appeared at the top, thread archived for safety review. Do not contact authorities without coordination. Elliot inhaled sharply on the line. I did not do that, he said. The trap snapped shut. Because whoever controlled North Fence now controlled the entire forum. And they were inside the system, and possibly inside the building with Mara. Retreat wasn't an option anymore. Not legally, not technically, not morally. The admin banner sat at the top of the forum like a lid snapping shut. Thread archived for safety review. Do not contact authorities without coordination. North Fence had control. Mara, I said, my voice flat with a kind of clarity that only comes after panic burns itself out. Pull the server access logs for the last 5 minutes. I can't, she said. Her voice sounded thin now, stretched. Admin level change locked me out of that pain. Elliot, I said, silence on the line. Elliot. Breath then, I've been demoted. The word didn't land at first. Demoted, I repeated. My credentials were just downgraded, he said. The warmth was gone from his voice now. There was a tremor he couldn't quite hide. North Fence now has full administrative override. The trap had a shape now. Not mysterious, not paranormal, a hostile internal takeover. Okay, I said, okay. Think, Mara, where's the physical server? It's not here, she said quickly. Cloud hosted. Oz. Good, I said. So whoever's in that room can't physically yank cables. The Chicago office camera feed jittered slightly as she shifted her laptop. The locked door at the end of the hallway glowed faintly at the edges. Elliot, I said, is there a backdoor account? Emergency, a beat. Yes, he said reluctantly. Use it. I can't. Why not? Because it requires physical token authentication. In the office. I closed my eyes for half a second. Where? In that room, he said. Mara didn't move. On the public forum, North Fence posted a new announcement across the site. Active case intervention. Do not engage outside designated channels. The tone had changed. No more predictive hints. No more cryptic guidance. Control. On the archived Portland thread, a final comment appeared before it locked fully. She's in the park bathroom. Then nothing. My heart thudded hard enough to make my vision pulse. Laurelhurst Park, I said. There's a bathroom building near the southeast corner. Brick. Single story. How do you know that? Mara asked. I'm looking at it. Google Street View filled my screen. The bathroom sat near S.E. Oak Street, just north of the park's lower field. A small structure, flat roof, graffiti near the side entrance. If she'd cut through from Division and 41st, she could have crossed Burnside and entered the park from the southwest corner. The path would take her past the duck pond, then toward that building. She texted that, I asked. No, Mara said. That was a forum user. Which one? Mapcrawl, the same user who'd initiated canvassing. Get me his full metadata, I said. I can't, she whispered. Then screenshot what you can. Behind her, the light under the door flickered again. Mara, I said, you have to open that door. I'm not authorized. You're not authorized to let someone hijack your platform either. Elliot cut in sharp. Do not attempt entry. Call building security. Is there security on site? I asked. Not overnight, Mara said. Then call 911. Chicago PD. Silence. On the archived Portland thread, a new system update appeared. Live feed paused. Live feed, I said. Elliot swore softly. What live feed? I demanded. It's experimental, he said. Define experimental. We were beta testing integration with public CCTV streams, he said quickly. Traffic cams, park cams. Is there a camera in Laurelhurst Park? I asked. Yes, he said, near Oak. My stomach dropped. You were watching her, I said. It's public footage, he insisted. And who has access to that integration? Silence. Mara, I said quietly. That door, she nodded once. The laptop camera bounced as she set it down on a desk facing the hallway. The view tilted slightly upward, framing the locked door at the end. She walked forward. Each step echoed faintly on the polished floor. "Mara," Elliot said again, voice strained. "Do not escalate this." She didn't answer. Reached the door and knocked harder this time. "Hello," she called. "This is operations. We need to access the security token." No response. The handle rattled slightly. Locked. She stepped back, breathing faster now. "I'm calling Chicago PD," she said. "Wait," Elliot said quickly. "Give me 60 seconds. For what? For North Fence." "What does that mean?" Silence again. On my screen, the forum dashboard flickered. A new message appeared in my direct inbox from North Fence. "You're overreacting." My mouth went dry. "She's not being harmed." I typed before I could stop myself. "Where is she?" 3 dots appeared, then vanished, then appeared again. "Bathroom, alone, crying." My chest tightened, and the gray hoodie, a pause, not relevant. I felt something click into place. "Mara," I said slowly. "Pull the keyword cluster for gray hoodie." She scrambled back to her laptop. "It was from Twitter," she said after a second. "Public post. A guy complaining about cold weather on Division." Gray hoodie, coffee spill. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "So the hoodie was noise," I said. "Yes." The misdirection untangled itself. The script had flagged an unrelated tweet and fed it into the pattern. The forum users had filled in the rest. "She thought she was being followed because people were actually following her," I said. "And the hoodie guy?" Mara asked. "Probably just a guy in a hoodie." In Portland, Leela's profile showed online, then offline, then online again. I typed her. "Call 911 now. Tell them she's in Laurelhurst Park bathroom. Do not mention the forum." No reply. "Elliot," I said, "you said you had 60 seconds. "I'm logging in through the emergency account," he said. "It requires the physical token." "In that room," Mara said. "Yes." She stared at the door. Then she did something small and practical. She grabbed a metal chair from a nearby desk. "Mara," Elliot said sharply. She didn't hesitate. She swung the chair into the door handle. The first hit clanged loud, metal on metal. The echo shot down the hallway. The second hit dented the frame. The third cracked something. On the fourth, the handle snapped loose and the door burst inward. The laptop camera caught the movement in jerks. Inside the room was a single desk, a monitor, a small server rack humming softly, and a man, mid-30s, pale, wearing headphones. He looked up, startled, like someone interrupted during a spreadsheet. "What the hell?" he said. "Mara," I breathed. "Who are you?" she demanded. He yanked the headphones off. I work here," he stammered. "Name," she snapped. "Jason, contract data engineer." Elliot inhaled sharply on the line. "Jason doesn't have admin access," he said. Jason's eyes flicked to the laptop camera. "Oh," he said softly. The server rack hummed louder than it should have, or maybe it was just my nerves. "Mara," I said, "the token." She spotted it on the desk, a small hardware key plugged into a USB port. She moved toward it. Jason stood abruptly, knocking his chair back. "Don't," he said. "Move," she said. He hesitated. Then he lunged. The motion was clumsy, panicked, not cinematic. His shoulder clipped her arm. The laptop camera swung sideways, showing ceiling tiles and fluorescent lights. There was a thud, a sharp intake of breath. "Mara," I shouted. The camera stabilized slightly, now angled low. Jason was on the floor, clutching his face. Mara was on her knees, breathing hard, one hand pressed to her side. "I'm fine," she gasped. He slipped. Jason groaned. Blood seeped between his fingers. "Call 911, I said. "I am," Elliot said. Mara crawled forward and yanked the hardware token free. The server monitor flickered. On my screen, the forum dashboard blinked. Admin privileges revoked. North Fence. Emergency admin logged in. Elliot V. The archived thread unlocked momentarily, then was fully deleted. Not hidden, deleted. The entire PNW live case monitoring subforum vanished from the sidebar. Elliot, I said, don't. We cannot leave that trail, he said. That's evidence. Of what? Of what indeed? On my phone, a news alert buzzed. Portland police locate missing woman safe in Laurelhurst Park. I closed my eyes. Relief didn't come clean. It came tangled. Safe, I said quietly. Mara sat back against the wall, one hand still at her side. Her breathing was shallow. Jason lay on the floor, groaning, blood pooling from his nose. Chicago PD sirens wailed faintly in the background now, growing louder. Why? I asked, staring at Jason through the skewed camera. He looked up at the laptop, eyes wide. It works, he said thickly. The model works. What model? I demanded. The prediction engine, he said. It scrapes, clusters, weights probability. It flags anomalies before official reports. And then, I said, and then we post, he whispered. You were North Fence, I said. He nodded once. I didn't hurt her, he said quickly. I never touched them. I just watched the patterns. Mara's laugh was short and broken. You gave yourself admin, she said. I needed control, he muttered. You were going to shut it down. Sirens filled the Chicago audio feed now. In Portland, I imagined officers sweeping flashlights across the park, finding Hollies in the bathroom, shaking, phone dead. Saved, but not untouched. In Chicago, Mara winced as she tried to stand. Stay down, I said. I'm fine, she insisted, though her hand trembled. Jason was cuffed minutes later, Chicago PD moving briskly through the frame. They didn't understand the forum. Not yet. They saw an assault, a break-in, a bleeding man. Elliot stayed on the line, breathing steady again. We will cooperate, he said. Will we? I asked. He didn't answer. The cafe around me felt unreal now. Too warm, too loud. The gray hoodie guy in Boston sipped his coffee, oblivious to the fact that his clothing had briefly become part of a predictive engine's hallucination. My hands were still shaking. Holly's was alive, but she had been hunted not by a kidnapper, not by something supernatural, by a system, and by people who believed in it. The central threat wasn't a single man in a locked room. It was the belief that prediction equals permission. Jason was led out of the Chicago office, blood drying dark on his face. Mara stayed seated on the floor until paramedics arrived. She waved them off at first, then flinched when they touched her side. A rib, maybe. Nothing fatal, nothing clean either. On my screen, the lamplight homepage refreshed to a sterile welcome page. No Portland thread. No field coordination. Just a banner, maintenance mode. It felt like a lie, because nothing about this felt maintained. It felt cracked, and I knew in the quiet after the sirens faded and the cafe opened fully to morning commuters that I would never be able to look at a timestamp the same way again. By 6:15 a.m., the cafe was full, commuters, wet boots, the espresso machine working without pause, the ordinary machinery of morning. I was still in the same chair. My phone battery was at 12%. My coffee had gone cold hours ago. My hands had finally stopped shaking, but they felt like they belonged to someone who had run a long way and only just realized it. Mara texted first. Ribs cracked. Not broken, I'm okay. Then, a minute later, Jason in custody. Assault plus unauthorized access. Elliot talking to lawyers. That was how it always ended up. Lawyers, statements, controlled language. In Portland, Holly's had been found in the Laurelhurst Park bathroom at 1:14 a.m. local time. A park ranger responding to the 911 call had knocked first, announced himself, then waited while she unlocked the door. She had a scraped palm from falling on the wet tile inside. No head injury. No abduction. She'd run because she thought she was being followed, which she was. 2 lamplight users admitted to police they had been observing from a distance. They insisted they never touched her, never spoke to her. They believed they were helping. They had screenshots to prove their concern. The police confiscated their phones anyway. The phrase online interference showed up in one of the early reports. Not criminal, not yet, just interference. By 7:00 a.m., a short article appeared on a Portland news site. Missing woman found safe after online forum sparks confusion. The article didn't name Lamplight. It called it an internet discussion board. It described real-time speculation and crowdsourced tracking. It quoted Holly's roommate, Leela. She was scared. She thought something bad was about to happen. It was, but it could have been. That line stuck. It was, but it could have been. I closed my laptop and finally stood up. My legs felt stiff, like I'd been bracing against something invisible. Outside, Boston looked the same as it had the night before. Snow piled at the edges of the sidewalk. Delivery trucks double parked. A man arguing on his phone about an invoice. Nothing in the air said a woman in Oregon was chased by strangers who believed in a prediction engine. The world didn't shift for almost mistakes. It only shifts for outcomes. By mid-morning, Lamplight's homepage was still in maintenance mode. Elliot sent a company-wide email at 9:03 a.m. subject. Temporary suspension of live case monitoring. He called it a precautionary pause while we conduct an internal review. He described Jason as a contractor who exceeded authorized scope. He did not mention the webhook. He did not mention the predictive engine. He did not mention that the thread went live 11 minutes before the police report. He thanked the moderation team for quick action under pressure. Read that line 3 times. Quick action under pressure. I had tried to lock a thread and lost access. I had sent one message to a roommate. I had not called Portland PD myself. Quick action felt generous. Mara called around noon. She sounded tired, medicated maybe. Slower. They're charging him, she said. Unauthorized access assault. There's talk of computer misuse statutes. And the data scraping, I asked. That's murkier, she said. Emergency dispatch feeds are technically public. Twitter's public. Traffic cams are public. And combining them, I asked. She was quiet. There's no law against being creepy with public data, she said finally. That sat heavy. What about the deleted subforum? I asked. Gone, she said. Elliot purged it before the police took the server snapshot. Did you tell them about it? I told them there was a beta feature, she said. I didn't have proof of the rest. I did. On my laptop, in a folder labeled Screenshots 310, were the raw headers, the internal subnet, the PNW live case monitoring entries. I hadn't told her I saved them. I need to ask you something, she said. Okay, are you staying? The question felt too big for the sidewalk in front of me. I don't know, I said honestly. If you leave, she said, Elliot keeps shaping the narrative. And if I stay, you're complicit in whatever comes next. There it was, the shape of it. Complicity wasn't loud. It was a series of small permissions. I watched a woman push a stroller through slush, careful with each step. "I'll let you know," I said. In Portland, Hollis gave a brief statement to police. She had gone out to meet someone she'd been messaging for 2 weeks. A coffee date. The man had suggested a cafe near Division. She arrived early. He didn't show. While she waited, she received a text from Leela. "Why are people online saying you're missing?" She laughed at first. Then she opened the link. Her name, her jacket, her knee. She left the cafe immediately. She saw 2 people across the street looking at their phones, glancing up at her. She turned east. When they turned east, she panicked. In the park, she saw a man in a gray hoodie near the duck pond, staring at his screen. She ran. She slipped in the bathroom, scraped her palm, locked herself in a stall, and texted Leela with shaking hands. By the time the ranger knocked, she was convinced something terrible was about to happen. Nothing did, but her body didn't know that yet. 2 days later, she posted on her own social media, "I'm okay. Please stop speculating. I didn't consent to being tracked." The comments were split between sympathy and defensiveness. "We were trying to help." That phrase again, trying to help. Jason's arraignment was uneventful. He appeared on a local Chicago feed, pale, nose bruised, eyes unfocused. He wore a button-down shirt like he was attending a conference. He pleaded not guilty to assault. The computer misuse charges were under review. In a brief statement to his attorney, he said, "The model identifies risk earlier than institutions do." He didn't mention Hollis by name. He didn't mention the bathroom. He talked about probability curves and anomaly detection. I watched the clip once. Then I closed it, because he wasn't wrong about one thing. The model did identify her before the official report. It just didn't know what to do with that knowledge, and neither did the people who believed in it. Elliot requested a call that Friday. I took it at home this time, not in public. His face filled my laptop screen, well lit, composed. "We are restructuring," he said, meaning no more live case threads, no more field coordination. "For now," I asked. He paused. "We need to regain trust." "With who?" I said. "The community." I almost laughed. "What about Hollis?" I asked. "She's safe," he said. That was his metric, safe, as if the night hadn't left a mark. "I have screenshots," I said quietly. He didn't blink. "I assumed you did, and I trust your judgment," he said. "You prevented escalation." That wasn't entirely true. Mara prevented escalation. A cracked rib prevented escalation. A hardware token prevented escalation. "And if I share them?" I asked. "With who?" he said calmly. "Journalists, police." He folded his hands. "Be careful," he said. "Context matters." It wasn't a threat. It was a reminder. Context can be arranged. I closed the laptop without answering. By the following week, Lamplight was back online. No Portland thread. No mention of Laurelhurst. A new mission statement at the top. "We are committed to responsible analysis and community safety." The word predict was gone, replaced with analyze. Language shifting to cover a bruise. I logged in once, out of habit. My moderator badge was still there. No pending cases. No active threads. Just archived discussions about patterns in bus schedules and seasonal trends in voluntary disappearances. It looked harmless, almost academic. I hovered over the log out button. My inbox pinged from an unfamiliar username. User, North Fence 2 models improve. That was all. No IP visible from the surface view. No admin banner, just a message. I didn't open the header. I didn't reply. I logged out. Outside my apartment window, traffic moved steadily. A siren wailed in the distance, then faded. The world kept generating data. People kept walking east for reasons that had nothing to do with prediction engines. I still have the screenshots. They sit on an external drive in a drawer with old cables and warranty cards. Some nights, I take it out and plug it in, just to make sure the files are still there. They are, time-stamped, precise, 11 minutes early. Holly's is back at work, according to her public profile. She posted a photo of her cat yesterday. No mention of the park. Mara sends occasional texts. Her rib healed crooked, she says. It aches when it rains. Jason's case is still pending. Elliot posts think pieces about ethical AI. And sometimes, when I check the news and see a missing person alert pop up before it trends anywhere else, I feel a small, unwanted flicker of curiosity. Not belief. Not anymore. Just the awareness that somewhere, someone is watching the patterns and deciding what to do with them. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work Night Shift at a Cemetery. Someone keeps ringing the bell. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The bell rang once. Not the chapel bell. Our little place didn't have a chapel. This was the old service bell mounted under the eave of the maintenance shed. The one you de-ring if you needed tools checked out, or you were trying to get the grounds crew's attention back when there was a grounds crew at night. It had a pull rope that hung down almost to shoulder height, frayed at the end, with a cheap knot someone had tied who didn't know knots. We don't ring it anymore. There's no one to ring it for. Still, the bell rang. One clean, uncomplicated note that traveled across the wet grass and bounced off the marble and granite like it belonged. I stopped mid-step, my flashlight beam wobbling over a row of low markers. The beam caught the sheen of water on polished stone, then swung onto a pale tree trunk, the bark shining like bone in the mist. The air smelled like mulch and cold iron. Somewhere further down the hill, traffic on the state road made that steady hush, like the world refusing to pause just because I worked where people stopped. Then the bell didn't ring again. I waited for the explanation to arrive on its own. A gust, maybe. A raccoon. A kid on a dare. The rope shouldn't move without someone tugging it. It hung sheltered under the shed's overhang. Rain couldn't hit it directly. Wind couldn't really get a grip, not unless it was coming in sideways, and even then the rope would sway, not pull. The bell would chatter or rattle. That had happened once during a storm last fall. It didn't sound like this. This had sounded like a hand. I walked again, slower. My boots made a quiet suction noise in the grass. You learn to keep your eyes down in a cemetery at night, not because of ghosts, because of holes. Rabbits and groundhogs love graveyards. I'd stepped into a burrow my second week on the job, twisted my ankle, and had to limp back to the office with my pride split like cheap wood. I'm Evan Mercer, 34, male, night security at Winding Hollow Memorial Park, outside Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's what my badge said. Security sounded like something out of a corporate brochure. Mostly, I was a set of eyes, a person with a keyring, and a voice that could tell someone to leave. The bell was new on my mental checklist. My first month, I'd made a list of things that were normal and things that weren't. Lights on in the mausoleum after hours, usually a family that ran late, occasionally a contractor who forgot what time it was, once a teenager couple who looked like they were auditioning for a bad movie. Flicker of a headlight through the trees, drivers turning around on the loop road, a dog barking out on the far side by section 14, the neighbor's shepherd, a thump from the dumpster area, raccoon. The list had saved me from spooking myself over dumb stuff. It also meant when something didn't fit, it stood out like a broken tooth. I clicked my radio twice out of habit, realized the thing was on my belt, but not turned up. I turned it down earlier because the office Wi-Fi was acting up and the camera system kept sending pings, and the radio would squawk with every error like it was personally offended. I turned it up now, just a notch. Static. Then the dispatcher's bored voice, tinny and far. Copy County. Unit 12 en route. Not for me. Different channel bleed. Great. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I fished it out and saw a text from my supervisor. Mara, any issues? Camera's still lagging. I stared at the message, thumb hovering. Mara didn't like drama. She liked tidy summaries and problems that had already been half solved. I typed, all quiet, system still slow. Doing rounds. Lying, sort of. The bell had rung, but I didn't want to be the guy who sent bell rang at 2:13 a.m. like a Victorian child. I slid my phone away, kept moving toward the service road that cut behind the maintenance shed. If it had been a kid, they'd be heading back toward the fence line near the old stone wall. If it had been an animal, it would be gone. If it had been wind, it wasn't wind. As I walked, the flashlight beam jumped over the names on the stones without me reading them. You can't read them all. If you do, you get stuck. Not emotionally, even just practically, like your brain can't help but start making tiny stories, and suddenly you're late finishing your round. I took this job after my divorce because nights were easier than days. Days had sunlight that made you feel like you were wasting something. Nights were just hours to fill. Also, night shift meant fewer people to talk to, and fewer people asking how I was doing like they expected a meaningful answer. My private flaw, if you want to call it, that was how hard I worked to look unbothered. I could stand in front of a grieving family and speak softly and steady, then go into the office and wash my hands twice because I didn't want anyone's sorrow on my skin. I could tell a teenager to get out of the cemetery with a calm voice while my heart pounded like it was trying to escape a trap. I didn't like feeling watched, didn't like being surprised. I'd had enough of that in my marriage, the constant sense of stepping into rooms that had already decided who I was. The maintenance shed came into view through the thin trees, a squat building with green paint that had faded to the color of old algae. The bell hung where it always had, little brass dome, dull from years of fingerprints and weather, the rope dangling straight down. It was perfectly still. I stood there longer than I meant to, watching the rope, waiting for it to sway on its own, just to give me the relief of an explanation. Nothing. The shed door was shut. The padlock glinted in my flashlight beam. A small sign on the wall read, "Authorized personnel only." Someone had added, in black marker, no trespassing in a handwriting that looked angry. I swung my flashlight around the ground. Wet leaves, gravel, a few cigarette butts near the edge of the service road where people sometimes parked to make phone calls. A crushed energy drink can. No footprints, but the soil was too hard in places and too mushy in others to tell. There were tracks, sure, thin lines where something had moved, but were they mine from earlier? A raccoon S. Someone else S. In the flashlight glare, everything looked like evidence if you stared at it long enough. Okay, I said out loud, because sometimes saying a word snaps you back into the practical. Okay. I walked around the corner of the shed, shining my light along the wall. There was the narrow gap between the shed and the chain link fence. No one liked that gap. During the day, it was where spiders lived and where the landscapers shoved broken rakes. At night, it was where your imagination went to work. The gap was empty. When I came back around, my phone buzzed again. This time it was a call. Unknown number. My skin didn't prickle, it just tightened. Unknown numbers at 2 a.m. belonged to hospitals, cops, or people who had made a mistake. I answered. Hello, a pause. Then a voice, male, maybe late 20s or early 30s, breathy like he'd been running or trying not to be heard. Is this cemetery security? I shifted my stance so I could see down the service road and the main loop at the same time. My hand found the small canister of pepper spray on my belt, not because I planned to use it, but because the act of touching it made me feel less like a sitting target. Yes, I said, this is Winding Hollow. Who is this? Another pause. I could hear wind on his end, or maybe he was outside near a road. I heard a faint thump like a car door closing far away. I'm not supposed to be here, he said. There are a lot of ways to say that. Some people say it like an apology. Some people say it like a confession. He sounded like he wanted me to solve it for him. Where are you? I asked, keeping my voice steady and normal, the way you talk to someone who's teetering. Are you on the grounds right now? He took a breath that hitched in the middle. I just need to know if anyone is, if anyone's coming. I looked at the bell again, hanging there like an accusation. Sir, I said, if you're on the property, you need to leave. The gates. I can't. The word came out harsh, like it hurt him to say it. Then he softened again, and I heard something in the background, a thin metallic sound, distant, like a chain brushing against a pole. My stomach did a small, unpleasant drop. I didn't want to interpret that sound. I didn't want my brain to decide it was anything. It could be a keychain. It could be nothing. What's your name? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. When he did, he said, Cal. Just Cal, like he'd given it before in situations where names were dangerous. Cal, I said, I'm the only one here right now. What do you need? He exhaled, the sound close to the phone. Someone keeps ringing the bell. For a second, I didn't speak, because I didn't want to confirm it. The second you confirm something, it becomes real in a way that has consequences. You have to act differently. I heard it, I said finally. Once. That's why I'm out here. Not once, Cal whispered. It's been happening. Where are you? I asked again, sharper this time. Tell me where you are. Another faint metal sound on his end, then very softly by the shed. My head turned without me deciding to. The rope hung motionless. The little brass bell caught my flashlight beam and flared pale. I'm at the shed, I said, and I hated how controlled my voice sounded, like I was trying to convince myself. I don't see anyone. I'm not, he swallowed. I'm not at the shed. I'm by it. That could mean the gap. That could mean behind it. That could mean 10 yards into the trees where the flashlight didn't reach unless you aimed right. I stepped back so the beam washed wider, catching the fence line, the ground, the corner of the building. Nothing. No movement, no silhouette, no cough, no rustle of leaves. "Cal," I said, "I need you to make yourself visible. Step into the light. Put your hands where I can see them." He didn't. I heard him breathing. Then, from above me, the bell rang again. This time it wasn't a clean single note. It was 2 quick rings, like someone had pulled and let go, impatient. The rope swung. I watched it. It swung like a hand had yanked it and released. Left, then right, then it slowed, the frayed end dancing. My body went cold in a very practical way, not horror movie cold. Just that sudden blood shift you get when your brain tells your muscles, move. I took 1 step back, then another, putting space between me and the shed without taking my eyes off the rope. "Cal," I said low, "are you doing that?" "No," he said, and he sounded like he meant it. "No, I'm not touching it. I can't even. Why are you here?" I asked. A long pause, and in that pause I heard something else on my end, the soft crunch of gravel somewhere beyond the fence line. Not loud, not close, but there. My flashlight beam swung to the main loop road. Empty. The cemetery at night has this way of making distance hard to judge. Shapes look like they're moving when they're not. Static shadows feel like they're leaning. "Evan," Mara's voice suddenly snapped in through my radio, as if she'd been listening the whole time. "Evan, you there?" My thumb hit the talk button automatically. "Yeah, what's going on?" she asked. No greeting, no softness. Her tone had shifted into that managerial calm that meant she was already making notes in her head. I glanced at my phone. Cal was still on the line, silent. "Nothing," I said to Mara, then hated myself for saying it even as I said it. I heard the bell, twice now. I'm checking it. Silence on the radio. Then, the bell doesn't ring by itself. "I know. Do you see anyone?" "No." "Are the cameras?" She cut herself off, and I could hear clicking in the background like she was trying to bring up the feed. "Cameras are frozen again. Great. Evan, do not go playing hero." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because she'd said the exact thing my ex used to say when I tried to fix something around the house and made it worse. "Someone called me," I said, choosing truth now because it was easier than holding the lie. "A guy. He says someone keeps ringing it." "What guy?" Mara's voice had a thin edge now. I looked at the shed, at the swinging rope settling back toward stillness. "Name's Cal," I said. "He says he's by the shed." Mara swore under her breath, quiet but clear. Okay. Listen, you have a choice. You can lock yourself in the office and call county, or you can stay where you are and keep eyes on it until a unit rolls by. But you do not go into the trees alone. You hear me? On my phone, Cal whispered, barely there. "Please don't leave." 2 voices, 2 demands, 2 directions. My flashlight beam trembled slightly as I held it on the shed. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. The damp night air tasted like pennies. Mara was waiting for my answer. Cal was waiting for me to move. And somewhere out on the loop road, or beyond it, there had been that soft crunch on gravel, like someone shifting their weight. I stood there in the wet grass, staring at the bell that wasn't supposed to ring, and had to decide which choice would keep me safest, and which one would keep someone else from getting hurt. The bell didn't stop after that. It rang once, then again, a half-second later, sharp and impatient. Hope jerked sideways in the beam of my flashlight like it was being tested for strength. "Evan," Mara said through the radio, her voice thin and tight now. "Talk to me." "I see it moving," I said. My throat felt dry. "The rope. It's not wind." On my phone, Cal made a sound that wasn't quite a word. It was closer to a choked breath. "I told you," he said. "It's been like that." "How long?" I asked. "Since," he hesitated. "Since I got here." "And when was that?" "Like 40 minutes ago." "Maybe an hour." 40 minutes. That meant someone had been ringing the bell on and off for nearly an hour while I was in the office trying to reset cameras and pretending the night was routine. "Why didn't you call sooner?" I asked. "I didn't have the number." "That's not an answer." "I didn't want to call 911, he snapped, and for the first time, there was something like anger in his voice. "I'm not doing anything wrong. I just needed to be here. People always need to be in cemeteries at night. Closure, apology, self-punishment, sometimes drugs, sometimes to meet someone who doesn't show." "Cal," I said, "step into the light." "I can't," he said again. The rope went still. That was worse. When something moves, you can react to it. When it stops, it means a decision's been made. I scanned the ground again, widening the arc of the beam. There, near the edge of the gravel service road, fresh scuff marks. Not animal tracks. Wider. The kind you get from sneakers pivoting. "Are you alone?" I asked him. Silence. "Cal, I thought I was." A small muscle in my jaw ticked. "What does that mean?" "I came in through the gap in the fence," he said, words tumbling now like he was relieved to finally say them. "The one by the old stone wall." I parked my car out on Larkspur Road and walked. I just wanted to sit by my brother's grave. That's all. Section 16. Near the cedar tree. Section 16 was on the far side of the property, down the slope, and past the older markers where the ground dipped and pooled when it rained. The cedar tree was crooked and half dead. Lightning struck a few years back. "That's not by the shed," I said. "I know. I heard the bell from there. It's loud at night. It echoes." He wasn't wrong. The acoustics were strange after dark. Sound carried in uneven waves. "I thought it was you," he continued. "Like a worker or something. But then it kept happening. I started walking back this way to see. And every time I got close, it would stop. I felt something shift inside me at that. Not fear, recognition, the sense of being watched. Why not just leave?" Mara cut in over the radio. She'd been listening the whole time. "If he's trespassing, tell him to leave and call it in." "I can hear you," Cal said sharply, phone still at my ear. "I'm not trying to cause trouble." "Then leave," Mara said, no patience in her tone. I tried. That landed wrong. "Tried how?" I asked. "I went back toward the fence," he said. "My car's out there." But he stopped. "But what?" "There's a truck." The word hung there. "What kind of truck?" I asked. "I don't know. Dark. Parked crooked on the shoulder, engine off. No lights." "That's not illegal," Mara said, but her voice had lost some of its certainty. "It wasn't there when I came in," Cal said. "And when I got close, I heard someone inside." I thought about the crunch of gravel I'd heard, about the scuff marks, about the bell ringing, stopping, ringing again. "Did you see anyone?" I asked. "No, just movement, like someone shifting in the seat." "You sure it wasn't just you spooking yourself?" Mara asked. Cal's laugh was brittle. "I don't scare easy." The bell rang again. This time it wasn't near us. It was distant, fainter, a warped echo from further down the property. I turned slowly, flashlight sweeping toward Section 14, then beyond. The sound had come from the other direction. "It's not possible," I muttered. "There's only one bell," Mara said. "I know. Unless someone was mimicking it. Metal on metal, a pipe, a wrench." "Cal," I said, "where are you right now?" Still near the shed, in the trees, I can see you. That did it. My skin prickled along my arms. Describe me, I said quietly. You've got a gray jacket, he said without hesitation. Flashlight in your right hand. You keep turning like you're trying to see behind yourself. He wasn't wrong. Why don't I see you? I asked. I'm farther back, he said, behind the row of older stones. There's a broken angel statue near me. There was. Its wing had snapped off in a freeze-thaw cycle years ago. He was there. Okay, I said, forcing air into my lungs. Stay where you are. That's what I've been doing. The radio crackled. Evan, Mara said, voice tight. County's 10 minutes out. Maybe 15. You do not engage anyone. You keep distance. 10 to 15 minutes was a long time in the dark, with someone possibly sitting in a truck watching the exit. Cal, I said, listen carefully. I need you to tell me about your brother. What? Your brother? Why you're here? A beat. His name was Lucas, he said finally. 22. Overdose. Last year. His voice flattened out when he said it, like he'd practiced the sentence. I come sometimes, he added. Not during the day. Too many people. I understood that. The desire for privacy and grief. The way public sorrow felt performative. Did anyone know you were coming tonight? I asked. No. Did you tell anyone recently you've been coming here at night? No. You sure? I don't advertise it. The bell rang again. Close. The rope snapped hard enough this time that I heard the wood bracket creak. I flinched despite myself. Okay, I said, my mind moving faster now. This isn't random. What do you mean? Cal whispered. I mean someone is timing it. Timing it how? Move, I said. When I move. There was silence on the line. Then, softly, you think someone's messing with us? I didn't answer directly. Cal, how well do you know your brother's friends? Why, just answer. Not well, he admitted. He had people I didn't like. Guys who hung around the house sometimes. I didn't know their names. Any of them know where he's buried. He had the obituary on Facebook, Cal said. Anyone could know. Mara cut in again. Evan, what are you thinking? I'm thinking, I said slowly, that if someone wanted to scare someone who comes here alone at night, this would be a good way to do it. Scare him for what? She asked. I didn't want to say it. Robbery, assault, a trap, because that would mean I was standing in it too. A faint engine sound drifted over the fence line. All three of us heard it. Even through the phone, Cal inhaled sharply. That's it, he whispered. That's the truck. I turned off my flashlight without thinking. Dark swallowed everything. Evan, Mara barked. Lights make me a target, I said quietly. The engine idled low, uneven, not revving, just sitting. I moved sideways, putting the shed between me and the road as much as I could without losing sight of the rope. Cal, I said, stay where you are. Do not move toward the fence. I'm not. Can you see the road from where you are? No. Can you see me? A pause. Barely. Good. The engine cut off. No doors slammed. No voices. Just the tick of metal cooling. That was deliberate. Evan, Mara said, her tone shifted now from managerial to personal. You do not go out there, I swallowed. I'm not planning to, but I was calculating distances in my head, from the shed to the fence, from the fence to Larkspur Road, from Larkspur to the main entrance gate. The cameras were down. The office was a 5-minute fast walk away. If I left Cal alone and someone was out there, I'd be abandoning him. If I stayed, I was exposed. The bell rang again. Not from the shed. From behind us. Metal on metal, clear, intentional. Cal made a strangled sound. That's closer to me. Where? I demanded. Section 15, near the crypt. There was no bell in Section 15, but there was a loose chain on the old maintenance gate that sometimes hit the post if someone shook it. "Cal," I said carefully, "are you near the old gate?" "Yes." "Do you see it?" "I see." His breath hitched. "I see the chain moving." Wind didn't move that chain unless it was a storm. There was no storm. "County's 8 minutes out," Mara said. "Hold 8 minutes, too long." Because now the problem wasn't just the bell. It was movement on two sides. Someone at the road, someone near the inner gate, or one person moving fast. "Cal," I said, making a decision I didn't want to make. "On 3, you move toward me. Slow, keep low, don't run." "What? You're exposed out there. So are you." "I've got the shed. You've got open ground." He didn't argue. That scared me more than if he had. 1, I said. The chain clanged again. 2, a crunch of gravel near the fence line. 3, I snapped my flashlight back on. The beam cut across the grass, catching the broken angel statue, and behind it, a shape shifting. Cal burst from the shadows, taller than I expected, dark hoodie, hands up like he was surrendering. And behind him, 20 yards back, something moved between the stones. Not shadow, not wind, a person. Flashlight beam hit a reflective strip, maybe on a jacket sleeve. Then it was gone. "Go," I shouted. Cal stumbled toward me, nearly tripping over a low marker. The bell above us exploded into sound again, 3 rapid rings, frantic, like someone yanking the rope with both hands. The rope whipped so hard it slapped against the shed wall. I grabbed Cal by the sleeve and hauled him into the narrow gap between the shed and the fence, forcing us both into the cramped, spider-thick space I'd avoided earlier. "Stay down," I hissed. Footsteps, not running, walking, measured, gravel crunching slow, close, closer than I liked. Mara's voice crackled through the radio, louder now because I'd bumped the volume. "Evan, Evan, respond." I didn't, because the footsteps had stopped, right outside the shed. And then, slowly, deliberately, the rope above us creaked, not swinging, just tightening, as if someone on the other side was wrapping it around their hand. The rope above us creaked again, not swinging, not ringing, just the slow twist of fibers being tightened around something, someone's hand, maybe. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the cramped gap between the shed and the fence. The space was barely wide enough for both of us. The chain link pressed into my shoulder blades. The shed's wooden siding scraped my forearm when I shifted. Cal was crouched beside me, knees pulled in, his hoodie snagged on a nail head sticking out of the shed. He didn't notice. His eyes were wide and glassy in the sliver of light bleeding under the eaves. Footsteps again. Slow. Gravel crunching near the service road side of the shed. Then silence. The rope gave one sharp tug. The bell didn't ring. Whoever was holding it was careful now. "County's 5 minutes," Mara's voice cracked through my radio, low but urgent. "Evan, respond." I pressed the talk button once, barely. "Holding, you need to disengage." "Can't." A pause. Then, softer. "You're not a cop." I didn't answer that, because the footsteps had moved, around the back of the shed, toward the narrow gap. I could hear fabric brushing wood. Cal's hand clamped onto my sleeve. Hard. I lifted the pepper spray, thumb on the trigger, heart pounding so violently I felt it in my ears. The footsteps stopped just outside the gap. I could see a shadow shift across the fence mesh, a shape blocking what little light there was from the road. Then, a metallic clatter exploded from the other side of the shed. Cal flinched. I almost sprayed blindly, but the sound wasn't near the gap. It was on the service road side, something heavy hitting the gravel. Footsteps sprinted away, not toward us, away. I counted 3 beats, 4, nothing. I flicked my flashlight on and lunged out of the gap before I could second guess it. "Evan," Mara barked. Too late. I rounded the corner of the shed, beams slicing across the ground. A metal rake lay in the gravel, one tine bent. It must have been propped against the wall, knocked over deliberately. 10 yards out, near the edge of the service road, I caught movement, a figure cutting across the grass toward section 15. "Stop," I shouted. The figure didn't. They moved low, fast, weaving between headstones like they knew the layout. I took off after them. "Evan, do not pursue." Mara's voice was sharp now, almost cracking. I ignored her. Cal stumbled out from the gap behind me. "Wait, stay back," I snapped over my shoulder. The geography of this place lived in my muscles by now. The shed sat near the north edge of the property, service road looping behind it before connecting to the main circular drive. Section 15 lay downhill, rows of mid-height stones arranged in clean grids. Beyond that, section 16 dipped further, cedar tree marking the edge near the old maintenance gate and the fence line that bordered Larkspur Road. The figure was heading downhill, toward the gate, toward the road, toward that truck. I sprinted across the grass, nearly slipping on the wet ground. My boot clipped the edge of a flat marker, and I stumbled hard, catching myself on my palm. Gravel embedded into my skin. Pain flared sharp and real. I didn't stop. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, catching glimpses of sleeve, a flash of reflective material, then nothing. "Counties 3 minutes, Mara said. "Evan, give me a description." "Dark clothing," I panted. "Medium build, moving toward section 15. I heard Cal behind me, breath ragged. "Go back," I shouted again. "I'm not leaving you," he shot back, voice breaking. We crested the slight slope into section 15. The inner maintenance gate stood ahead, old iron bars, chain looped through and padlocked. The chain was swinging gently. No wind, just the after effect of someone touching it. The bell rang again. From the shed, loud, clear, 3 sharp peals. I stopped dead. That was impossible. We were at least 60 yards from the shed now. "Did you hear that?" Cal whispered. Yes, there was only one bell, unless I swung the flashlight around, scanning the crypts near section 15. There was an old above-ground family vault on the left side, brick facade cracked along one corner. The beam caught something metallic leaning against the brick, a length of pipe, and beside it on the ground, a small brass handbell, cheap, shiny, new. I stared at it. "Okay," I said slowly, pieces clicking into place. Okay, they'd been mimicking it, using the pipe to strike the gate chain, using a handbell to echo the shed bell from different parts of the property, creating confusion, making it seem like multiple locations. Cal stepped closer. "So there's more than one person, or one person moving fast and planning ahead," I said. "Why, to herd," I answered before I could stop myself. "Herd who?" "You." His face drained. The engine on Larkspur Road roared to life. Close now, not idling, revving. I turned toward the fence line, just in time to see headlights flare through the slats between trees. The truck's beams cut across section 16, blinding and harsh. "They're trying to flush us toward the road," I said. "Or toward the gate," Cal said, eyes darting to the chained iron. Because the gate was the only obvious barrier, the only choke point. The headlights shifted, sweeping left to right. Then something else moved in the beam. For one horrifying second, I thought it was another person, standing upright among the stones, arms raised. Cal sucked in a sharp breath. The figure swayed. Then I recognized the shape. the broken angel statue in section 16. The light had hit it just right, turning stone into silhouette. Statue, I said quickly. It's just the statue. Cal let out a shaky exhale, misdirection, fear doing its work. But the truck was real. The engine revved again. Tires crunched on gravel. Are they coming through the fence? Cal asked. They can't, I said automatically. Even as I said it, metal groaned. The old maintenance gate, the one we were standing in front of. The chain wasn't just swinging anymore. It was taut, pulled from the other side. Someone had threaded something through it. A hook, a cable. Back up, I said, too late. The chain snapped tight with a violent jerk. The iron bars rattled, one hinge shrieking as it strained. Evan, Mara shouted over the radio. What's happening? They're trying to pull the gate, I said, backing away. The truck engine roared again. The chain stretched, links grinding. Then, with a metallic crack, one of the old rusted bolts on the gate hinge sheared off. The gate sagged outward an inch. Cal swore. They're going to rip it open, he said. County's 2 minutes, Mara yelled. 2 minutes was an eternity. The chain jerked again. Another bolt screamed. This wasn't random vandalism. This was force. Get away from the gate, I shouted. We scrambled sideways, ducking behind the crypt. The flashlight beam jittered across the brick facade as I crouched. The gate groaned under strain. Then the truck engine cut off. Sudden silence. The chain went slack. I risked a look around the corner of the crypt. The gate hung crooked now, one hinge bent, chain still looped, but visibly stressed. No truck in sight. Headlights off. Road dark again. Where do they go? Cal whispered. I didn't answer. Because from the opposite direction uphill, toward the shed, I heard footsteps again. Not running, walking, measured. They decircled back. They want us moving, I said under my breath. Why? Cal asked again, voice thin. Because if we're moving, we're not thinking. The footsteps stopped near the cedar tree in section 16. My heart hammered. That was where his brother was buried. Don't, Cal breathed. The flashlight beam caught a figure near the cedar. They weren't hiding now. They stood in plain sight. Medium height, dark jacket, hood up, in one hand the bell rope, detached. They'd cut it. The frayed end trailed from their fist. They must have sliced it while we chased them downhill, which meant while I was running, they were doubling back. The figure lifted the rope slightly, then dropped it. It fell onto Lucas's grave marker. Cal made a sound I'd never heard from a grown man before. Not anger, not fear, grief, twisted sharp. I'm going, he said, rising before I could grab him. Cal, don't, he bolted toward the cedar tree. Cal, I shouted. The figure near the grave didn't run. They stepped backward, just out of reach, leading him deeper into section 16. I chased after Cal, lungs burning now, legs heavy from the earlier sprint and the fall. Halfway down the slope, my boots slid on wet grass. I hit the ground hard. My injured palm scraped again, skin tearing. The flashlight flew from my hand, beam spinning wildly across stones and trunks before landing face-down in the grass. Darkness swallowed us. Evan, Mara's voice was distant, frantic through static. I pushed up, breath ragged, pain flaring up my arm. Somewhere ahead, Cal was shouting, "You think this is funny? You think this is?" His voice cut off abruptly. Not like he'd finished speaking. Like it had been muffled. My heart slammed. "Cal," I yelled, no answer. I scrambled forward blindly, hands out, catching the edge of a headstone with my shin and biting back a yell. Then a car door slammed, close on the property, not on the road, inside the cemetery. I froze. There was only one vehicle allowed inside at night, mine, and I hadn't left it near section 16. It was parked by the office on the far side of the loop. Another door slammed. Engine turned over. Headlights burst to life behind me, blinding white, cutting through trees and stones. Not from Larkspur Road, from inside the grounds, from the main loop. They'd gotten in, through the damaged gate, or my stomach dropped, through the front entrance. If they'd come through the main gate while I was distracted, retreat wasn't an option anymore. Because the vehicle was between us and the office, between us and the only locked building with working landline access, between us and safety. And somewhere in the dark ahead, near the cedar tree, Cal wasn't answering. Headlights poured through the trees like a hard white liquid, turning every headstone into a sharp-edged shape. I dropped flat behind a low marker, the wet grass soaking straight through my jeans. My injured palm screamed when it hit the ground again, gravel grinding into raw skin. I pressed it against my thigh, trying to keep it from shaking. The engine idled on the loop road, close, maybe 50 yards uphill from where I'd fallen. The beams swept slowly side to side, searching. They weren't panicking. They weren't rushing. They were hunting. Evan, Mara's voice crackled in my radio, half garbled by static. Evan, I'm on with County. They're at the main gate. So the car was inside. That meant the main gate wasn't locked or it had been opened, either by someone with a key or by someone who'd been here before, or by me. My stomach flipped with a sick, hot realization. Earlier, when I went out on rounds, I'd hit the gate switch and watched it slide shut like it always did. If the sensor had been glitching, if the cameras were frozen, if the system was lagging, there was a chance the gate hadn't latched all the way. There was a chance it was just mostly closed, enough to look right in the dark. My flaw right there. The need to assume I had things under control. The habit of not double-checking because it felt humiliating. Evan, respond, Mara demanded. I pressed the radio button with my good hand. Vehicle on loop road. Inside grounds. Copy. There, Mara's voice broke up, then returned tighter. County says they can't get through. Gates blocked from inside. Blocked. A car could wedge itself at the entrance. You didn't need much, just a stubborn angle and a locked steering wheel. The headlights swept again. A beam landed on the cedar tree down in section 16, turning its dead branches into black claws. Cal. I pushed up into a crouch, moving low between stones. I tried to listen for him, anything. A cough, footsteps, a voice. Nothing. Just the engine and the wet hush of the cemetery. My flashlight was somewhere face down in the grass. Useless. The only light I had was the intruder's, which meant if I moved at the wrong time, I'd silhouette myself like a target in a shooting range. I slid my phone out with my good hand. The screen brightness felt like a flare. I turned it down until it was a faint glow, then texted Mara with shaking fingers. Evan, Cal missing near Cedar, section 16. Intruder has car inside. I'm on foot. No light, no reply yet. The beams moved again, slower, then stopped. A door opened. I heard it, clear car door hinge creak, then the soft thud. Gravel crunching under shoes. Footsteps walked off the loop road and onto the grass. Toward section 16. Toward the cedar. Toward Cal. I didn't think. I moved. I went downhill, fast, but controlled, body low, using stones as cover. The grass tugged at my boots. My lungs burned. Every breath tasted like cold metal. I stopped behind a tall granite marker and peeked around. A figure was walking between graves, using the beams behind him like backlighting. Hood up, dark jacket, medium build, hands down by his sides. In one hand, something dangled, thin, rope-like, the cut bell rope. He was walking toward Lucas's grave like he owned the place. My pepper spray canister sat heavy on my belt. I pulled it free. My thumb found the trigger. I waited until he was close enough that I could hit his face. He stopped, not at the grave, 10 feet short, and he spoke loud enough to carry. "Cal," my chest tightened. That wasn't a whisper. That wasn't a threat muttered under breath. It was a name called like someone calling a dog. Silence. Then, from the dark near the cedar, "Stop," Cal's voice, strained, breathing hard, alive. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost buckled. The figure chuckled once. Not a laugh, more like a sound of irritation. "Come on," he said. "I'm not here to hurt you." Cal's answer was a sharp, bitter sound. "You cut the rope and dropped it on his grave." "Symbolic," the figure said lightly. "Gets your attention. A human voice. A human choice. No ghost, no curse, just cruelty." I edged around the marker, moving closer, pepper spray raised. The figure's head turned slightly, like he sensed movement. "Who's that?" he called, not looking at me, still facing the cedar. Cal didn't answer. The figure's shoulders rose and fell. He exhaled. "I know you've got security here," he said. "Evan, right." My blood turned to ice. He knew my name. That meant this wasn't random. That meant he'd been here before. Watching, learning routines. "Back away from him," I said, voice steady only because my body didn't know how to do anything else. The figure turned slowly. The headlights behind him lit the front of his jacket and threw his face into shadow under the hood. He wasn't carrying a weapon I could see, just the rope, and something else clipped to his waistband that could have been a flashlight or a tool. "You're making this complicated," he said. His voice was calm, almost conversational, like we were negotiating a refund at a store. "I'm not negotiating," I said. "Police are at the gate." He tilted his head. "I know." "How?" He lifted his free hand and wiggled his fingers like obvious. "Because I blocked it." My stomach sank. Cal stepped out from behind the cedar, and I finally saw him. He was pale, eyes wild, hoodie streaked with mud. One sleeve was torn at the elbow. He held his arm close to his ribs like it hurt. "Evan," he said, voice tight. He took my phone. "Did he hurt you?" I asked. Cal hesitated. He shoved me. I fell. He swallowed. He said he just wanted to talk. The figure spread his hands slightly. "See, why are you here?" I asked. He shrugged. "Why are you?" "I work here." "And he doesn't," the figure said, nodding at Cal. "He's trespassing." Cal's face flushed. "My brother is buried here." "Your brother owed money," the figure said, voice still casual. Cal flinched like he'd been slapped. I felt my mind reach for the simplest explanation. Debt, drugs, someone angry. Someone who thought Cal knew where something was, cash, pills, a stash. "You're here to collect," I said. The figure's mouth curved in something like a smile. "I'm here to get what's mine." "From him?" I asked. "His brother's dead." "He's family," the figure said, as if that settled everything. "Families clean up messes." Cal's voice broke. "I don't know anything." "That's what you said last time," the figure replied. Last time. So Cal had been approached before. Maybe at home. Maybe online. Maybe followed. My grip tightened on the pepper spray until my thumb hurt. "Back away," I said again. "Now," the figure sighed dramatically. "If you spray me, I'm going to hurt you." I didn't answer. I took one step forward. Figure moved too fast. Not toward me. Toward Cal. He lunged, grabbing Cal's sleeve, yanking him sideways. Cal stumbled, yelped, tried to wrench free. I sprayed. A bright stream hit the figure's face and hood. He recoiled instantly with a guttural sound, hands flying up to his eyes. He staggered backward, coughing and swearing. Cal bolted straight toward me, then tripped over the bell rope on the ground, going down hard on his knees. The figure, half blind, swung his arm wildly and caught Cal's shoulder. Fingers dug in. "Get off him," I shouted. I grabbed the figure's wrist with my good hand and yanked. He twisted, surprisingly strong, and slammed his shoulder into my chest. Air whooshed out of me. My back hit a stone marker edge, and pain shot through my ribs. I tasted bile. The figure's hand shot down to his waistband. Not a gun. A folding knife. He snapped it open with one hand like he'd done it 1,000 times. My stomach dropped. He didn't stab. Not yet. He held it low, close to his thigh, hidden from Cal's line of sight. He stepped in, slashing at the bell rope on the ground in a quick, sharp motion, cutting it into shorter lengths. Then he grabbed one of the pieces. I realized what he was doing a second too late. He looped the rope around Cal's wrist, yanking it tight like a crude restraint, then pulled Cal toward the cedar. Cal screamed and thrashed. "Evan." I surged forward, but my injured palm slipped on wet fabric, and the figure used my momentum against me. He shoved me hard. I went down again, shoulder and hip slamming into mud. The knife flashed in the headlights, not toward my throat, toward my hand. A warning slash across my fingers if I grabbed again. I froze for half a beat, brain screaming, "Don't lose your hand." That half beat cost me. The figure dragged Cal behind the cedar, out of the direct beams. The moment they disappeared into shadow, the world got darker, quieter, more dangerous. I pushed up, lungs rasping, and forced myself to stand despite the pain in my ribs. "Cal," I shouted, a muffled grunt. Then a strangled help. I ran around the cedar and found them in the worst possible place. The ground dipped behind the tree into a narrow drainage swale, one of those shallow ditches that carried water downhill during heavy rain. Tonight it held a thin sheen of mud and leaves. The slope into it was slick. Cal was half in the ditch, scrambling, the rope around his wrist tangled. The figure was above him, one hand gripping the rope like a leash, the other holding the knife. "Stop moving," the figure hissed. "Stop or you'll," Cal kicked wildly, and his heel slid out. He dropped fully into the ditch with a wet slap. The figure's foot slipped too. For a split second, both of them were off balance. That was the opening. I lunged, not at the knife hand, but at the figure's legs. I tackled him low, driving my shoulder into his thighs. We went down together, sliding on wet grass into the ditch. Pain exploded in my ribs when I hit. My injured palm screamed. My head rang. The knife clattered against stone. I reached for it, and my fingers closed on cold metal, slick with mud. I threw it away without thinking, flung it up and out of the ditch, into the grass somewhere. The figure swore and slammed an elbow into my face. Stars burst behind my eyes. Warmth flooded my nose. He tried to scramble up the slope. I grabbed his jacket from behind and yanked him back. Cal was crying now, not dramatically. Just those sharp, involuntary sounds people make when they're scared and in pain and trying not to lose it. "Get the rope off," I panted at Cal. "Get it off." "I can't," he choked. "It's tight. Use your teeth," I snapped, then hated myself for it because it sounded insane. But there wasn't time for gentleness. The figure twisted and grabbed my radio, ripping it off my belt with a sharp yank. He raised it like a weapon and brought it down on my shoulder. A dull, heavy impact. My arm went numb for a second. Then he hit again. My vision tunneled. Somewhere above, the car engine revved. The headlights shifted, sweeping over the ditch, pinning us in harsh light like insects on a white plate. He signaled the driver. Or the driver had been watching the whole time. I realized something terrifying and stupidly practical. Even if we got the guy in the ditch, there might be another person in that car. Evan. Mara's voice screamed suddenly from nowhere. My phone, not the radio. My phone was still in my pocket, speaker picking up her call because I'd pocket dialed or she'd called back, and it answered. Evan, County's coming in on foot, she shouted. They're cutting the fence by the shed. Evan, where are you? The figure heard her too. His head snapped toward my pocket. He lunged for it. I clamped down on his wrist with both hands, pain flaring everywhere, and headbutted him with what strength I had left. Our foreheads cracked together. His grip loosened. Mine did too. We both reeled. Cal, still in the ditch, fumbled with the rope, teeth working at the knot, hands shaking. He gagged once, then kept going. The figure surged up the slope again. I went after him, grabbing his ankle. He kicked backward hard. His heel connected with my injured hand. Agony shot up my arm. I screamed despite myself and let go. He scrambled out of the ditch and ran toward the loop road, toward the car. Cal was still half tangled, but the rope had loosened enough that he could pull his wrist free. He crawled up beside me, coughing and sobbing. Evan, he whispered, eyes huge. He's going to. The car's door slammed. Engine screamed. Tires spun on wet gravel. The vehicle shot forward, headlights bouncing, aiming down the loop road toward the main entrance, toward the blocked gate, to escape before the cops got in. But if the gate was blocked, he'd have to move it, or he'd have to ram it. Or a police siren whooped suddenly, very close now, not outside, but inside the cemetery, muffled by trees and stones. A flash of blue light strobed faintly through the branches near the shed. County had gotten in. The intruder's car swerved, brakes squealing, as he realized he wasn't alone anymore. He turned sharply off the loop road, cutting across the grass between sections, straight through the graves. Headstones blurred past, some low, some tall. The car clipped a marker with a dull crack, jolting. The driver didn't care. He was leaving a trail of damage and noise behind him, a human storm tearing through quiet. Cal, I rasped, grabbing his sleeve. We have to move. Now. My ribs felt like broken glass when I breathed. My nose was bleeding. My hand throbbed like it had its own heartbeat. Cal nodded, dazed, eyes tracking the car as it tore across the property. The car angled toward the damaged maintenance gate, the one whose bolts we'd weakened, the one near Larkspur Road. If he could punch through there, he'd be gone before County reached him. We limped after, not chasing, just trying to get line of sight, trying to give the cops direction. The car hit the gate at speed. Metal shrieked. The chain snapped with a sound like a gunshot. The gate buckled outward, collapsing partly into the ditch line, leaving jagged iron at a dangerous angle. The car lurched, bumper scraping, then cleared the opening and vanished into darkness beyond the fence. For a moment, everything went eerily still. Then my legs gave out. I dropped to my knees in the wet grass and couldn't get enough air. My ribs refused. My body shook like it was trying to shed itself. Cal dropped beside me, clutching his wrist, face streaked with mud and tears, and something like shame. Blue lights flashed closer, sweeping over us. Footsteps pounded. A flashlight beam hit my face. "Ease," a voice shouted. "Hands where I can see them." I lifted my good hands slowly. "Security," I croaked. "Evan, I work here." An officer rushed in, male voice, breathless. "Are you injured?" "Yes," I said, and it came out as a laugh that sounded wrong. "Yeah, I think so." Another officer knelt by Cal. "You okay?" Cal didn't answer. He stared toward the broken gate, eyes fixed like he could still see the car. Mara's voice arrived in my phone again, thin and frantic. Evan, talk to me." I pulled the phone out with shaking fingers. "I'm here," I said, voice cracking. "We're alive." The officer's radio barked with updates. Vehicle fled through the maintenance gate, heading toward Larkspur Road. Possible damage. Request units. They were chasing him now. But the cemetery around us felt permanently changed. Not haunted, just violated. In the distance, the maintenance shed bell rang once more. Not because someone pulled it, because the cut rope, still hanging in pieces, was caught on something. Swaying in the wake of all that motion, wind stirred by a passing car, disturbed air, a consequence. One final sound, accidental, almost pathetic. And it still made my stomach clench, because my body had learned it as a warning. The paramedic kept asking me to rate the pain from 1 to 10. I gave him a 5 because it felt like the kind of answer that would get me home faster. He didn't look convinced. We were parked crooked near the office building now, red and blue lights still painting the headstones in slow pulses. The night had that used-up smell it gets before dawn, damp and metallic, and faintly sweet from the cedar tree downhill. "Hand S going to need stitches," he said, peeling gravel out of my palm with steady, patient movements. "Maybe 4, maybe 6. "Okay, you hit your head." Just clanged foreheads. He shone a penlight into my eyes anyway. I tried not to flinch. Across the parking lot, Cal sat on the back bumper of a squad car, blanket around his shoulders. He looked smaller somehow. The adrenaline had drained out of him and left something hollow behind. An officer was talking to him in low tones, not unkind, but firm, taking a statement. His wrist was raw where the rope had dug in. There were shallow abrasions along his knuckles and one cheek where he must have hit the ditch wall. I caught his eye once. He held my gaze for a second, then looked away. Mara arrived 20 minutes after the chase started. She pulled into the lot in her SUV, hair still pulled back in a loose clip, wearing leggings and a heavy coat over a t-shirt. She didn't look like a supervisor. She looked like someone who'd been yanked out of bed. She came straight to me. "You idiot," she said quietly. I waited for the anger. It didn't come. She crouched slightly to look at my hand. "You should have stayed in the office." "He would have." I stopped. My ribs protested when I inhaled too sharply. "He would have taken him." Mara looked toward Cal, then back at me. Her jaw worked. "You're not law enforcement," she said again, softer now. "I know. You're not paid enough for this." That almost made me laugh. It came out more like a cough. The paramedic wrapped my hand and told me I'd need to go to the hospital for proper cleaning and sutures. I nodded like it was just another errand on a list. Officer approached us, mid-40s, stocky build, short gray hair. His badge said D. Morales. "You Evan Mercer?" he asked. "Yeah, appreciate you stepping in," he said. "But next time, call it in and hang back." "Yes, sir." He looked over his shoulder toward the broken maintenance gate. Even from here, I could see the sag in the iron, one side hanging like a crooked jaw. Yellow tape fluttered in the breeze. They'd stirred up moving in and out. "We got partial plate off the vehicle," Morales continued. Driver clipped a marker in section 15. Left some paint and plastic behind. We'll run it. Was there anyone else? I asked. In the vehicle. Doesn't look like it, he said. One driver, no passenger. So either the person on foot and the driver were the same, or the driver had doubled back before we saw him. Morales must have read something on my face. We think it was one guy, he added. He parked outside first, came in on foot, used the truck later. That tracked. It was what I'd thought. What about the main gate? Mara asked. Morales glanced toward it, blocked from inside with his own vehicle before he ditched it. Hard to say. We're checking the mechanism. Might have been left unsecured. Mara didn't look at me when he said that. She didn't need to. I felt the weight of it anyway. Procedural failure. Not malicious. Not dramatic. Just a missed double check. They found the knife in the grass near the ditch. Found the brass handbell and the length of pipe near the crypt. Bagged them carefully. Flashbulbs popped in small bursts of white as they photographed the damaged headstones. Lucas's grave marker had a dark scuff across the edge where the rope had dragged. Someone took a picture of that too. By the time they loaded me into the ambulance for the short ride to the hospital, the sky was beginning to lighten faintly at the horizon. Not sunrise yet. Just that gray shift that makes everything look like it's been washed too many times. Cal rode in a separate cruiser to give his statement formally. He wasn't arrested. Morales told him flatly that trespassing at night was a bad idea and that he was lucky this hadn't gone worse. Cal nodded and said, "Yes, sir," like a teenager caught sneaking out. At the hospital, fluorescent lights replaced headlights. The ER smelled like disinfectant and stale coffee. A nurse cleaned my hand properly this time, numbed it, stitched it. 6 stitches. The doctor pressed along my ribs and ordered an X-ray. Hairline fracture, she said later, tapping the screen. Nothing displaced. It'll hurt for a while. How long is a while? I asked. Couple of weeks. Maybe more if you don't rest. I didn't say anything to that. They gave me a sling for my arm to discourage movement, sent me home with instructions and a small bottle of painkillers I knew I wouldn't take unless it got unbearable. Mara drove me back to my apartment just after sunrise. The world outside looked aggressively normal. Commuters at stoplights. A woman jogging with earbuds in. A kid waiting for a school bus with a backpack too big for him. You're off the schedule, Mara said as she parked. At least a week. You're off, she repeated. We sat there for a moment in the quiet car. Corporate S going to ask questions, she said. About the gate. About why the cameras were down. I'll answer them. I know you will, she hesitated. Evan, she said finally. He knew your name. Yeah, you tell anyone your routine. Post anything. Same coffee stop every night. I shook my head slowly. No, but I thought about it later, lying on my couch with ice on my ribs. About the nights I'd stood by the shed smoking occasionally, even though I'd quit years ago, just to have something to do with my hands. About how predictable my patrol path was. About how the bell rope had hung at the same height, same place, every night. Routines are visible if someone watches long enough. The police called 2 days later. They'd found the truck abandoned in a strip mall parking lot 15 miles away. Stolen plates, wiped interior, no usable prints. The partial plate they'd gotten matched nothing helpful. They had a description from Cal now white male, late 20s to mid-30s, medium build, brown eyes, faint scar near the jawline. Vague enough to fit half the county. They asked if I'd be willing to look at a photo lineup when they had won. I said yes. Cal texted me that afternoon. "Cal, they let me go. I'm sorry about everything." I stared at the message for a long time. "Evan, you didn't ring the bell." He replied a few minutes later. "Cal, no. He's been messaging me for weeks, from fake accounts. Said Lucas owed him. I blocked them. I thought it would stop." "Evan, why didn't you tell the police?" 3 dots, then gone, then back. "Cal, I didn't think he'd show up at a cemetery." Neither had I. I went back to work 12 days later. The maintenance gate had been replaced temporarily with a reinforced chain and a heavy-duty padlock. The permanent repair was still pending. The shed bell had been taken down entirely. Corporate's decision. Liability, Mara had said. They patched the siding where the rope had been cut. The wood looked lighter there, like a scar. The cameras had been upgraded, or at least rebooted properly. On my first night back, I walked my usual route slower than before. My ribs ached with every deep breath. My hand pulled tight around the stitches that were just beginning to dissolve. Section 15 looked almost normal again. They'd reset the marker the car had clipped. Lucas's grave had been cleaned. The scuff mark was still faintly visible if you knew where to look. I stood there a minute. The cedar tree's dead branch creaked softly in a breeze. No bells, no engines, just the ordinary sounds of a cemetery at night. Insects, distant traffic, the soft tick of cooling metal from my own parked security vehicle. I told myself that what happened was over. The intruder had fled. Police had a report. The physical damage was fixed, but something had shifted. I checked the main gate twice before starting rounds, then a third time, made sure the latch caught, watched it, listened for the click. I kept my radio volume higher now. When I passed the shed, I still looked up instinctively to where the bell had hung. My body expected it. Sometimes in the wind, the loose gutter along the shed roof rattled faintly. The first time it did that after I came back, I froze mid-step, heart hammering. Then I let out a breath and told myself what it was. Metal expanding, cooling, nothing more. Near the end of my shift that first night back, around 2:17 a.m., my phone buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number. My hand went cold. Let it ring twice before answering. Hello, silence. Just faint ambient noise. Could have been wind, could have been a bad connection. Hello, I said again. The line stayed open for a few more seconds, then clicked dead. No voice, no words. I stared at the dark screen in my hand, thumb hovering over the redial option. It could have been a wrong number, a pocket dial, a glitch. I didn't redial. Instead, I turned slowly, scanning the grounds. Headstones stood in neat rows under the dim security lights. The cedar tree was a darker shape against the sky. Everything looked as it should. No truck, no movement, no bell. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and kept walking. But I listened harder after that, for rope on wood, for metal on metal, for footsteps where there shouldn't be any. And even when the night stayed quiet, the quiet never felt empty again. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.